But yeah, just remember, folks, if you're confused about where we're at, just check out the on-stream channel that has the running show. But from there, it should be a pretty simple screen.
Are we getting a
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3. I'm your host, Joshua Gray, joined by Axel Toss, coming to you live from the Redmond studio. And we're excited to be here to showcase some Halo. And it's a beautiful summer day here in the Pacific Northwest. Isn't that right, Axel Toss?
Oh, man, it's been so nice. We've had a heat wave, though, and I know a lot of people are dealing with hot weather. So stay cool, guys. Hopefully you can stay cool by watching our stream from your pool, from the beach.
Yeah.
It's possible.
Plenty of places.
But yeah, this is exciting, dude. We're in studio. Usually we're at home. You guys are used to us, doing our thing during the week from home. But for me, I'm always excited to come in and do stuff from the studio. We get to hang out a little bit. We got some awesome people behind the scenes, too, helping out. So thanks, everyone, for watching. Halo 3, baby. I know a lot of people are looking out for just ways to participate, ways to compete. So I am thrilled to let this tournament unfold all throughout the entirety of July. We've got this Halo tournament going on pretty much every weekend.
It's part of our 20 years of celebration. We got to kick that off a couple weeks ago with the MAV show, and it's been an absolute festival, hence the FanFest. So thank you for signing up to the Xbox FanFest as well. More information, of course, available online about the tournament with Smash GG. A huge thank you to Smash GG 343 Industries and Xbox for collaborating to make this tournament happen. And you can always follow us. Make sure to hit that follow button right there on Twitch. We're live Monday through Friday, typically. We have a lot of different shows that we showcase, a lot of different games that we showcase. And, of course, we have the tournaments on the weekend. So make sure to tune in on the Sundays in July, and the finals will be happening on the 31st. But Axel Toss and I are not alone to bring you all the action. So let's introduce two of our commentators, a number of our commentators that are joining us. First of all, a huge shout out to Clutch. Hello, Clutch. How you doing? Welcome, welcome.
Doing well. It feels good, and like y'all said, I mean, it's Halo 3. It's going to be a good day. We got some 2v2 action ahead of us and a lot of good players here. So I'm very excited to kind of see who can bring that A game on this first Sunday tournament.
We had a lot of people sign up, Goofy, and we're looking forward to see what type of skills going to be available. But you've seen a number of different Halo tournaments, a lot of Halo action. I don't think today's going to be any different.
Yeah, like Wes said, Halo 3 2v2s. There's nothing quite like Halo 3 in my heart. Big fan of the game, and now that it's on PC, I couldn't be more excited to watch some of the best players in the world duke it out for a shot at $25,000.
We also have a community caster that'll be joining us a little bit later. Why not be casting? So huge shout out to him. We'll be checking in for a specific matchup a little bit later, but we're going to get our first matchup underway after we break down how the tournament works. So let's take a look at the tournament format and how this is going to break down for our players today. It's an exclusive Halo 3 tournament for Xbox FanFest members, United States, Canada, Mexico. Ladder matchmaking happened on Friday and Saturday. And as Goofy mentioned, $25,000 is the ultimate prize pool. It's 2v2 gameplay, Team Slayer only. It's a mix of best of 3 and best of 5 rounds. Round 1 today will be best of 3. The remaining rounds will be best of 5. Match settings, kill limit 25, and the maps are the MLG rotation, Narrows Pit, Heretic, Guardian, and Construct. For the match settings and what we have underway for today, you got to think about the 2v2, the difficulty of, watching where your opponent's going to go, and also it's double elimination. So if a couple teams slip up or if they're just not gelling, they may have a second chance. 2v2, Team Slayer, best of 3, best of 5. Score to win is 25 kills. Let's take a look at the participants we got today. I think there's a lot of Halo fans that are joining us today looking out for some of these players. Got Tylenol and Trippy on RB. Beath, we got Elam Ace and Lethal.
Wait, is that Elamite? No.
Is that the Elamite warrior?
The Elamite?
Yeah.
Not quite.
No,
not
actually,
quite. Wait, maybe it is. Elamite and Ace, his brother is Ace.
An amalgamation, possibly.
Okay, that's weird. Elamite, you got to explain that to us. But what's really cool about this, dude, whenever we run tournaments, it's always a question, who's going to sign up? How many people are going to want to play? And what's it going to look like? And we literally have over 1,000 people who signed up for this tournament, which blows me away. It is amazing to see how many people are interested, how many people are going to be competing. I think we have another page of teams, by the way. So I just wanted to give a shout out to that. Just the amount of attention and the amount of response that we're seeing from the Halo community is serious. You guys love Halo, and it's awesome to see. And I don't think it's too late to participate. So Xbox FanFest, it's basically the entire month. You can still go sign up for FanFest, get signed up for this tournament, and I would really encourage everyone to do so.
Dark Magicians, Inferno, Ray Noob, GBX, Goobers, ATR1 are the first 8 teams. The other 8 rounding out our top 16. We got Minimum Skills, Shady Halo Kids, Dogs, No Half Senders, IC, Burger Town, FSC, and rub it up. We mentioned a number of different team names that we love to look out for. I think Burger Town is one of them that we'll keep an eye on. Maybe they can move further down the bracket. But congratulations to everybody that's made it this far. And as Axel Toss said, if you didn't make it all the way to the top 16 today, you can sign up for next week. Friday and Saturday, the top 8 teams from Friday, the top 8 teams from Saturday, meet us on Sunday for the weekly qualifier. And let's take a look at the bracket as we get ready for our first matchup just underway. RB versus Too Easy will be that first one. Beef versus Infernal, Goobers, GBX, Dark Magicians, and ATR rounding out this side of the bracket. But with any bracket double elimination, it can really go any way, Axel Toss.
I like that Goobers team name. I think that's my favorite team name so far. You can't help but smile when you hear the word Goober. Sorry. So I love seeing that. Dark Magicians. I don't know if that's a Yu-Gi-Oh reference, but that's pretty mysterious. I like the look of that team. But I love it, man. Classic double elimination. It's 2v2. This is Halo at its core, at its most entertaining level. Like, it's Team Slayer also, so it's like the same format every single time. You don't have any mysteries there, capture the flag or any other modes. Team Slayer, who can do the best? And I think we have another half of the bracket to take a look at. There it is. Minimal skill, run it up. FSE, Shady Halo Kids, Icy, no half centers, dogs, and there's Burger Town.
And shout out to LD50 in chat, letting me know that it's BTH. It's a separation of the letters. We get to have a lot of fun here pronouncing and getting to know these different teams in our 2v2. And there you have it, folks. There's the bracket. We're about ready for our first matchup, so let's bring in Clutch and Goofy as we talk about what we're going to see here. You know, 2v2, a lot of us Halo fans played a lot of different Halo throughout the day. But Clutch, what are the individual team members in today's tournament looking out for in a 2v2? What's going through their mind strategy-wise?
Yeah, I think 2v2 and Halo 3 has evolved, right? Back in my day, back when I was old, right, or young, it was like a Guardian only was the way we played 2v2s. But now you're tested on Construct, Narrows, Pit, like go down the line. You have to have all sorts of different strategies and skill sets. You can't just be good at that one map mode combo. So it's a test to really understand the dynamics of the sandbox that's in the game, whether it's 2 snipes on a map, whether it's just BRs only, and how to effectively play with your teammate around that. So the strategy is continuing to evolve and learning how to play around that sandbox that's on each of these additional maps other than Guardian. I mean, that's the important piece there, where the champions are going to do that the best.
And Goofy, it seems that the type of mental games these teams will play, or at least the mental strategy they have going in, will be different in a round of 3 or a best of 3 versus a best of 5. Do you think these teams are going to have kind of a sense of relief making it through a best of 3 where a best of 5, some things can go wrong and you're still in the fight, compared to a best of 3, 2 wins and you're out?
Yeah, I would say so. You know, best of 3s, they're just so nerve-wracking, right? You don't have much room for error. In a best of 5, you can lose 1, even lose 2 when you know you have that something to come back on. But best of 3, the margin for error is so tight. You lose a game and your back's already against the wall. So I'm sure some of these top-seeded teams like, you know, Trippy and Tylenol, APG and Catastrophe, I'm sure these guys are just trying to wait to get past that best of 3 so they could take a deep breath.
Halo Master Chief Collection features a number of different Halo titles. Today we're featuring Halo 3, but if you are tuning in and you've joined us for a number of different streams we've been having, I would say over the last 2 months, we've been featuring Halo weekly with the Master Chief Mondays and developers coming over for interviews. And Axel Tosh, you've got to play a number of those times. The Halo community is definitely jonesing for the next title, but because we had such a massive response of people signing up for this tournament, do you feel that electricity is starting to build and build and build the closer we get to the fall?
Definitely. You know, Halo MCC on Game Pass. You know, Game Pass is we almost talk about it enough, but you almost can't talk about it enough because of how amazing the value is. So if you haven't looked into Game Pass, check it out. All the Halo titles available there, and obviously Halo Infinite is the looming beast, right? The looming invasion of Halo Infinite. The Halo community is waiting for that, right? I'm pretty sure the Halo community is pretty excited about that. We have a date of holiday this year, so I think that kind of ties into it. Everyone getting ready for Halo Infinite, everyone excited to keep competing, and I'm always so impressed with esports scenes or just video game scenes in general that have a lot of staying power. And can you think of a franchise more historic and with more fans than Halo? I have a hard time, thinking about that. So that's really exciting to me. I love the 2v2 format. It's a little bit more technical, maybe a little bit more hardcore. I'm looking forward to hearing more thoughts from Clutch and Goofy on that format. Just compared
Yeah.
to 4v4. I mean, it's completely different.
It is
And-
different, and it's going to be a wild ride today, but we're just getting started because we're going to be here for multiple weekends, folks. We're going to get this first match started. Clutch, Goofy, Halo, let's run it. Let's go.
Let's get into it. The first series of the day, we are gonna watch Trippy and Tylenol take on APG and Catastrophe. Wes, what are we looking at going into this series? Who do you have taking it?
Yeah, I mean, I think the way you answered the best of 3/5 question has me immediately thinking about this series, right? Like, somehow APG and Catastrophe, they get into the tournament. Like, when they woke up today, they did not think they were playing in this tournament. Now they're the last team in here, and as the #1 seed and Trippy and Tylenol, like, this is the team you didn't want to see as the last seed in this tournament, and now you have to play them in a best of 3. This is going to be tough. This is up for grabs series, and being the #1 seed, you do not want to see APG in the first round of your tournament. It's all going to be around that snowball and who can control it, though, because a lot of these 2v2 maps, like Pit and Arrows, they start to snowball when you give up both snipes or when you give up those power weapons. So I can't even make a prediction here. I have a soft place in my heart for APG. I kind of hope he creates the upset, but, I mean, this is going to be some great action.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I think in 2v2s, in any competitive Halo game mode, it goes. But in 2v2s especially, controlling those power weapons, controlling the power-ups is so important because, first of all, the game is only up to 25 kills. So, there's so much to take into account there. You have to control these power weapons and the power-ups if you want a shot at winning the game. And it looks like game #1 is going to be narrow. So we're going to have 2 sniper rifles. We're going to have the rocket launcher. And the spawn kill is always something to be worried about. So APG, Tylenol, Trippy, Catastrophe, all these players are so disgusting with that sniper rifle. So I'm excited to see if we're going to, what kind of headshots, what kind of plays we're going to get to witness.
Yeah, it's the skill in this lobby is out of control, right? It's some of the best in the world right now in Halo 3. So when they get the power weapons and they get in the position, they're going to do work with it. It's about who wins the initial fights in order to get to those power positions, who gets that advantage early on, and are they able to run with it and take control of the game. We got to talk about these two teams, though. Like, Trippy and APG, they're both on Envy together. They're announced for the same team for Infinite, but they're not on the same 2v2 team here. And then Tylenol and Catastrophe, those guys play all the time together as well. It's odd to see these two guys split up. I know less about Tylenol and Catastrophe, but I know they do work. It's funny that these two teams match up against each other round 1, and we're kicking it off right now into game 1, and I couldn't be more excited to kind of see these little rivalries of these teammates go at it.
Hopping on board with APG in game #1, both APG and Catastrophe choosing to push top middle, opting to leave that sniper rifle off the spawn. APG now sitting here on this Mohawk, working with Catastrophe, putting down shots, and these rockets will be very important to get this game started, Wes.
I love the strategy to just say, we're not going to worry about the sniper, let's try and win the BR fight, but does it pay off? APG loses his life, and that makes it so difficult for Catastrophe. Trippy, the player that goes for snipe, he actually ends up getting a double. Can he make the triple happen? The answer is no, but damage has been done. That trade onto Trippy right there by Catastrophe is going to stop momentum for a bit, but map control heavily in favor of our 1 seed.
Yeah, great kill there on Tylenol, taking out the rocket player, and sniper rifle is still on spawn. I'm curious to see if Catastrophe will be grabbing the T-squared combo is what we call it in Halo, the rockets and the sniper rifle. So APG's just going to be playing that support role right now as Trippy, his teammate on Envy, looking to get that kill on APG, but great job staying alive. Here comes Trippy, takes him down though.
Good play by Trippy, somehow avoids the rocket and stays alive as well. He's able to get that kill, make Catastrophe pretty much out of the play there. Now Catastrophe goes down. The pressure from Trippy and Tylenol right now, it's a little bit too much.
Yeah, so that sniper rifle player, which was Catastrophe, was taken down. APG is so important right now with the only power weapon for his team. Spots a player on the opposite side, man cannon with the sniper rifle. APG choosing to leave Catastrophe to fight for himself and opts to go for this player with the sniper rifle. This is a high risk, high reward type of play here, Wes.
Yeah, if they have any idea where APG is, this is going to result in a very bad situation for APG and friends. But he's going to be completely outside of the play right now, and his teammate has got to find a way to get out of the base and stay alive without getting spawn killed, because you know that they're going to just isolate Catastrophe on the other side of the map. It does look like he's made it across top middle. APG now choosing to flank with the rockets, but you have to think that RB knows and has an idea of where APG is and knows he has rockets.
Yeah, and honestly, it's very fortunate that Catastrophe got that top spawn and was able to push all the way through. So now him and APG can work together and takes down that sniper player. Tylenol goes down, leaving Trippy to fend for himself. APG still has rockets, and he's on the prowl. Nice rocket onto Trippy, takes him down to one shot and cleans him up.
The slow play pays off for too easy right there. APG patiently gets 2 kills with the rockets. Yeah, a minute goes off the clock, but you needed to minimize the damage they were able to do with that map control. It feels like they got out of that with as little damage as they probably could have taken. Only a 2-kill game right now.
Catastrophe doing work on the opponent's side as APG is on his backstage with the sniper rifle. Nice grenade, though, out of that player on the blue team. Down by 1 kill still. APG and Catastrophe trying to work their way back from a deficit. Tylenol with the shots, but Catastrophe helps out and takes him down. Great job, and now they got that cross-map cover for each other. West, they both have sniper rifles.
Yeah, this is the moment for Too Easy. That missed melee right there, and he misses the kill onto APG. Leaves an opportunity here for some crossfire snipe opportunity. Catastrophe trying to play his life. You see the nades coming. Trippy trying to figure out where APG is, but he guesses wrong. Doesn't check the backstage, and because of it, Trippy loses rockets. Catastrophe still alive on the other side of the map, and now all of a sudden, Too Easy with the lead.
What a turn of events for the boys in red as Tylenol, though, stops the bleeding, takes down Catastrophe, and this is a nail-biter so far, 7-7. We are all tied up.
Can Ooh, the answer's already no. I didn't even get the chance to ask the question. APG having to relocate to drop those rockets gives up positioning, and because of it, they're able to advance on the map, take him out with snipe, and now all of a sudden, RB right back in control. They have both snipes. APG trying to play this slow, but this time he doesn't have rockets, and because of it, Trippy able to get that kill as well, get this lead to 3.
Yeah, really tough life there for APG. He spawned in his power up and chose to stay low and got punished for it. Now spawns up top, working with Catastrophe, who gets taken down just like that. 4-kill lead for the blue team. Trippy and Tylenol showing why they were one of the highest ranked teams coming into the day today, whereas APG and Catastrophe barely squeaked into the tournament. And now they are on a rampage, 13-7. What a run. I think it was 7 kills unanswered, and the red team really needs to turn it around right now as they are in quite a deficit.
The problem is how do you turn this around? The enemy team has 2 snipes. It's narrow. It's the longest map. They have rockets, and you got to figure out where they are first. They're literally in control of the entire map, forcing APG and Catastrophe to just play mind games right now. And APG trying to advance on the map, he gets slowed down by a body shot, spots a player at a snipe, so now they have to make a decision. Do they isolate the player at the enemy base or their own, knowing that both these players are watching over each other with snipe? It's going to be a very difficult setup to try and break no matter what decision they choose.
The angles are out of this world as APG getting shot from his own power up, and Trippy with the man cannon snipe on Catastrophe, the killjoy as APG finally takes it down. There you see Tylenol ripping faces as well. This red team is taking all the fire right now as Blue Squad is completely dominating this match.
Yeah, it's like I said at the start of the game, like the skill of these players so high. If they get into a position where they feel comfortable, they're going to hit the shots. That's what we're witnessing now. Trippy with the insane snipe over cannon. Tylenol follows it up with a quick scope off the ledge. And now, I mean, this is just getting ugly. It's a bloodbath for RB right now. It's 18-8. It's to your point. I think there's been 20 unanswered kills at this point, and it's getting out of control fast. And there's no answer for Too Easy.
APG now walks into a rocket as Trippy gets a double kill, looking for the triple on the spawn. But APG spawns on flag and he gets his face ripped off. Tylenol says sit down, APG, 21-8, and the spawn kill continues.
APG not even getting to play the game back-to-back. Spawn snipe. Spawn sniped again. Make it 3 in a row. Can they end the game on flag? The answer is yes. Tylenol, Trippy, you give them snipes. The game's over. 25-8. They're going to take game 1. That's RB showing you exactly why they're the #1 seed today.
Yep, that was so impressive out of Trippy and Tylenol. I've been watching Halo 3 for over a decade, and you don't see that every day. Spawn kill after spawn kill. It was tied up at 7 apiece, Wes, and that game ended in a landslide. So looks like Trippy and Tylenol are finally kind of catching their stride, and they're looking like a scary roster in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's round 1, and they seem very warmed up and comfortable with each other. They had a moment there where it looked like Too Easy was going to have control. They were going to be able to apply some pressure, and you wondered how is RB going to be able to get out of this. Not only did they get out of it pretty much unscathed, but they ran away with the game ever since that moment. There was two moments in the game that I really want to look back on and say this is where you messed up. And for Too Easy, it was the time where each individual player had that T2 combo, the rockets and the snipe. And what did they do? They gave away their pressure on the map, their reticle placement, their vision of the map to drop the rockets for their teammate. And in doing so, it allowed RB to advance on the map, apply some pressure, and catch them off guard and maybe be a little bit more advanced than they thought. And because of it, you lose the rockets, you lose the snipe, and now all of a sudden, you're getting spawn killed. There's nothing you can do. So I don't want to see that mistake made again. You don't have time in these games to be dropping weapons for your teammate. That's why that T2 combo exists. But we're already moving on to game 2. It's Pit. And unfortunately for Too Easy, Pit has 2 snipes too, so you got to do a much better job of controlling power weapons as we start off game 2.
And looking at the screen right there, the picture of Tylenol and Trippy hand in hand. That's a funny one right there. We're hopping into game number 2. Rockets, sniper rifle, overshield, so much to account for on the Pit team Slayer. You got to be careful as Catastrophe goes down. Now Trippy and Tylenol working together in the sword, takes down APG. Nice start for the boys in blue.
I mean, they're making this look easy, and unfortunately, Too Easy is still some of the best players in the world, right? We know who Catastrophe is. We know who APG is, what they've been able to do throughout their Halo 3 careers, and this is not the case. RB making them look like they are amateurs right now. 3-0 to start off, and it's looking like it could get a lot uglier.
And these guys are not missing a snipe. Trippy and Tylenol with the sniper rifle is a sight you don't want to see if you are the opposition, as they are not missing any shots. 5-0 start. And this one could be over quick, Clutch.
I mean, this might be the fastest Pit game we've seen if they're not able to do something about it. I love the positioning right here, top yellow. You get an opportunity to affect both sides of the map. You get a player weak. You actually finish him off because Catastrophe challenges, and now all of a sudden you just want to play your life, find out where that other player is, get the information. And I mean, so much ammo in the snipe right now. He's got 10 more bullets, and to your point, Faisal, they're not missing, so this could potentially be 10 more kills the way he's shooting.
And just the confidence in the gameplay is something I want to emphasize. You know, like, You're seeing Tylenol jump and challenge and hit the quick scopes, but the bloodshot there, and doesn't matter as Tylenol recalibrates and hits that quick scope for the killing spree. This kid is disgusting.
Yeah, absolutely nuts. Unfortunate he never made it to those LAN events to be able to see him live and in person do this work. But thankfully that we get this opportunity for him to showcase his skills, and he's already taken advantage of that here in the first round of the tournament, showcasing why he and Trippy are going to be a real threat to take this whole thing.
APG there with a big kill onto Tylenol, ending his killing spree. Only a 5-kill game though, Wes, and obviously still early in the match, but the way this one started off, I'm sure Tylenol and Trippy are feeling confident that they could take the series in 2 games. Catastrophe takes down Trippy, and 7-3 right now, Wes.
7-3, so it's not out of hand like it could have been, right? It started out pretty ugly, but you minimize the damage if you're Too Easy. APG with this overshield would love to find this kill under bridge, but he doesn't spot the player. The FOV might not be enough on him. Interesting decision by Tylenol to back up there. It looked like he had gotten around. APG might have caught the edge of him. there as they were looking for each other. Oh my God, this is such a sneaky play. Top yellow. I've never seen this in a 2v2. He gets away with it, but unfortunately, he eats a snipe to the back. APG does just enough overshield to not kill himself with that rocket. And Tylenol's flank, it looked perfect, but rockets, they're too much for him.
7-4 now, still on board with Tylenol. Unfortunate push there for him as he gets taken down, but able to at least put a melee onto that overshield player with rockets. So wasn't all for naught as he was able to put some damage down, and they still have the lead. So now, for the first time in the entirety of this game, it looks like both teams are opting to slow it down a little bit and get some vision on the map, kind of get some structure to the game a little bit, and choosing to kind of play a little bit passive.
Yeah, I kind of like this 4-2 easy, right? I think that they need to slow this game down because we saw as soon as the game started to escalate, it was at RB's pace last time around. So slow the game down. APG, we know he has a few set of rockets. Is there a player under him? I believe I saw a shadow for a second. If I'm APG, I'm probably in sword with rockets right now. So that's probably what Tylenol is thinking, but APG actually drops runway with snipe and a beautiful snipe onto Tylenol to get this game to just 2 kills now. Both players for 2 easy have snipe. If they want to bring themselves back into the series, they do it here and now.
Great shot out of APG right there. 7-5. Lead has still not changed as Tylenol and Trippy are getting taken down. APG with the snipe and Catastrophe with the kill as well. So both players, Trippy and Tylenol, falling as the game is all tied up 7 apiece. Great run out of APG and Catastrophe as they trade a kill. Catastrophe and Trippy traded with each other, leaving Tylenol and APG in a little 1v1 duel right here. APG choosing to back up with that sniper rifle. Smart play.
Good decision by APG to get out of there, knowing that his teammate just died. He's going to respawn on his side of the map. He's going to slow this game down once again. A new snipe in Tylenol's hands, but right now we saw APG give Tylenol a little bit of his own medicine, but now Tylenol with the snipe in hands has an opportunity to respawn once again.
Sniper rifle is on spawn for 2 easy, and they already have a sniper rifle, so could be a good opportunity for them to get a couple snipers in their hands and try to extend, or I should say at least get their first lead as Trippy shuts that down, taking down APG with a great play now, being the aggressor. Taking the opponent's top snipe tower is so important in any pit slayer, so good job by Trippy taking the initiative and getting that power position.
Beautiful job by APG to get that kill. A little bit of an over challenge by Tylenol, but he almost hit that shot, right? He had a couple opportunities to rip APG's face off, and he was just centimeters away from doing so. This is where the game could have gotten ugly, though. They did a phenomenal job. This is a different 2 easy here on Pit Slayer. They've been able to get out of that map control spawn trap situation that RB was just threatening them with, and because of it, they're going to be able to stay in this game and in this series a little bit longer.
Here we see Tylenol make another play, pushing down long haul, able to get all the way through to the opponent's first BR shotgun area without being spotted. So this is such a huge opportunity for Tylenol and Trippy to try to gain a lead right now. Again, that top sniper tower is such an important position on the map, and Tylenol is able to get there without being spotted.
I wonder what time this overshield is, and if 2 easy has it currently. APG not the player with it, but is spotted out by green. Tylenol's going to give his location away with that information. Jump on a plasminate, spot the overshield player, and just like that flank all for not Tylenol. 0 for 2 on these sneaky plays. You wanted to see him play his life a little bit better. You had to think that RB had an idea that he was behind them, but they might not have known where, and you don't want to give that location away for free, especially after you worked so hard to get there.
Jumping on the top yellow is Tylenol. Throws a grenade, his green doesn't get any hits on it. Spots a player in his needle pit now, trying to take this battle, but chooses not to fight APG, who's been hitting his headshots all game long. Trippy, though, with the assist as he takes down APG. So good job out of the blue team to try to weather the storm a little bit. For the first time in this game, they are trailing down by 1.
Heads up play by Tylenol to reset towards the enemy team snipe. He knows that there's a player behind him, but does he know where this player is coming from? He spots APG, so he's got to know Catastrophe somewhere on that side of the map. He's going to steal this snipe, and Catastrophe actually stealing the enemy team snipe Tylenol's taking it back through camo and ripping his face off. Actually, directly counters him. That was beautiful. That was beautiful by Tylenol to be in that position right there, long haul. And now Tylenol in the threat of being spawn killed here needs to figure out a way to stay alive long enough for his teammate to probably make some noise and impact this play before Too Easy get too big of a lead.
Yeah, and you see right here, Tylenol's scared to push forward a little bit because he knows that sniper rifle is in his needle pit. Now finally able to cross over. I'd imagine him and Trippy are just trying to rotate and flip the map. Good kill there, I should say, on APG as that overshield is up, and he's gonna wait to grab his, wait to regain his shield so he can get the full use out of that power up. Now trying to get that no scope on to APG. On the opponent's first BR. APG though backs up, peeks back out, does a little bit of damage on the overshoot player, but we are all tied up at 14 apiece.
This is a very dangerous situation for Too Easy right now. This overshield, it's so strong in 2v2s because you only have those two players that are having opportunity to mount. And APG, he's not even going to get a layer of overshield off before he's taken down. And all of a sudden the lead, it's in RB's favor. APG is going to be spawning courtyard. Tylenol is expecting that. Potentially blocked the spawn though, and now looking for where APG is. He's on the flag. A nice body shot's going to subside his ability to impact the next play. And now Trippy, Tylenol, they're able to play off each other so well in control of the enemy's base. This is going to be so difficult for Too Easy to get out of.
Yeah, this is a big fight right now between Trippy and APG. If APG can win this, it'll give him so much real estate on the map, and he does so. But Trippy takes down Catastrophe, and there's the double kill out of Joey, a.k.a. Trippy. Great job. They're not letting the boys in red make too big of a push, and instead flips the game a little bit as the 3-kill lead is in favor of RB. Too Easy now on the back foot.
Yeah, and we play this game to 25 kills. It's game 2 of the series, but take a look at the clock. 2 minutes left. Too Easy starting to back up, starting to understand that the clock can become a factor that works in their favor. And they're going to start to play a little bit more passive, forcing RB to make decisions and be aggressive potentially in some situations that they don't want to be in right now.
A minute and 45 seconds left, and RB will be advancing in this bracket. Sniper rifle in the hands of this man named Tylenol. We've seen him rip faces so far in this tournament, and now he has his sniper rifle repositioning to top tower. Trippy on the other side of the map gets taken down by Catastrophe. Big kill out of him as there's a minute 20 left in this game. Up by 3, RB almost advancing, but let's see how this one plays out.
Yeah, it's up to Tylenol to keep his team from getting spawn kill, getting this pressure away. Spots the overshield player, 2 body shots. Knocks him down in no shield, but a beautiful nade from APG is able to capitalize the teamwork out of APG and Catastrophe. Able to take down Tylenol with a minute and 5 seconds left. Some map control. They're going to have to figure out a way to trade efficiently here. They're down 2 kills. They cannot afford to give away lives.
APG takes down Trippy 19-8. As Too Easy trying to make a last-minute comeback, down by 1, sniper rifle in their possession. This is scary for the boys on RB as they're only up by 1 kill with no power weapons and no map positioning, and this one could turn on them really quick.
Tylenol's been stuck in his flag for so long. Trippy deciding not to overextend and push through. He's going to try and fight, but unfortunately Tylenol's still in the mauler, not able to help him. Catastrophe ties the game up there, catching Trippy out. Where is Trippy going to spawn is the question, because if he spawns courtyard, he could be left out for dry. No, he spawns flag, thankfully. Tylenol and Trippy stuck on this flag. They're waiting to be pushed. How is RB going to approach this? Are they going to choose to be aggressive? You know they have power weapons with 10 seconds remaining. This is where the game's decided.
3, 2, 1, and that will be a tie in game number 2. We will be replaying Pit Team Slayer as neither team wanted to make a mistake and cost themselves the game. So good comeback out of Too Easy. APG and Catastrophe able to get those final kills and tie the game up. But ooh, I bet you they're kicking themselves a little bit because they could have got a couple of those kills towards the end and won that game. But at the end of the day, we got to run it back.
I feel like if you're down 1-0 in the series and you have control like that and you know where the enemy team is, you gotta be a little aggressive there, right? You gotta take that risk because you need to change the tide of the series somehow. Now you're giving an opportunity for Too Easy to reset and replay you in that same game type, and the potential for what happened on Narrows is still a reality, right? Like, you were able to subside that from happening there in game 2, but like, I just don't know about the decision to play passive right there. I wanted to see APG and Catastrophe try and make a play, maybe with some grenades and find some damage and then push together. But I guess better safe than sorry. They believe in themselves. They believe in their opportunity to replay it. So you can't fault them for that. But depending on which way this replay goes, they could be kicking themselves.
Yeah, to your point, Wes, both players, APG and Catastrophe, knew that Tylenol and Trippy were trapped in their flag, so whether it could have been some frag grenades or a push with that sniper rifle, definitely it is risky. So I understand that their decision to play it safe and replay the match, but yeah, in hindsight, having the power weapons, having that information on the map, you'd think they would have made a play there, but these guys are the pro players, and I'm sure they have confidence that they could win it on a replay.
Something none of these players lack is confidence. We saw so many nasty snipes, so much patient reticle placement throughout that game. These guys are still on. And I like the idea of APG and Catastrophe continuing to build on their teamwork. Clearly, I don't think that their teamwork is on the level of Tylenol and Trippy, just with the way that when they have control, what they're able to do with it, how much pressure they're able to apply. But that doesn't mean that they can't improve over time or that they can't start to click and figure out ways to counter what Tylenol and Trippy are doing. So maybe the more games they get in this series, unfortunately, just being a best of 3, it's not going to be a ton, can benefit them. But one thing's for certain, you cannot afford to let Tylenol start getting these snipe controls because, early on in that game, it was about to get ugly if they didn't get a couple of caught off guard kills, I would say, and let Tylenol do his thing.
Yeah, I agree. It felt like APG and Catastrophe were kind of playing on their back foot the whole game. So I'm sure they're happy that they were able to at least tie that game, Wes, because as a viewer, as a commentator watching that match, it definitely felt like Trippy and Tylenol were in the driver's seat. So the fact that APG and Catastrophe were able to sneak in there and tie the game up, they're probably glad that they're getting another opportunity to A, start the game off better, and B, kind of gain that momentum back.
Hardly ever do we see a team play as passive as we saw Too Easy play that game. Hardly ever were they on the enemy side of the map until the very end where they literally had a minute left and you're forced to go to the other side of the map, right? A lot of the time when APG and Catastrophe had the power weapons, they chose to sit back. I want to see them play a little bit more aggressive because we saw when Tylenol and Trippy were able to play aggressive, they were able to get multiple kills going in their favor. They were able to snowball a little bit of a lead, and it was always a catch-up game that Too Easy was playing.
Replay of game number 2, Pit Team Slayer. You got a couple sniper rifles, you got the overshield, you got a rocket launcher, and the kills are up to 25 as we're on board with a pure gangster APG fighting for this overshield, and his teammate Catastrophe is there to support, but it looks like Trippy will be able to pick that up. Nice grenade out of APG, taking down some of the shields of the overshield player. Trippy, though, keeps challenging with the sniper Ovi and doesn't go down as Tylenol is there to help him, and Catastrophe down to one shot as well. So what could have been a good play for APG killing the overshield sniper player turned out to be a little bit tragic there.
Very questionable play by Trippy to jump up with his snipe out trying to land those no-scopes, but it looks like it's still worked out in their favor. Tylenol finds the first 2 kills of the game, and the pressure, it's on Tylenol and Trippy with both snipes. Rockets in the hands of Catastrophe, but for how long? RB looking like they're in a prime position to have this game exactly where they want it. Both snipes on Pit Slayer and a 3-0 lead.
Body shots on each of the players. APG and Catastrophe get taken down to one shot, but good shots out of APG on that training player, allowing Catastrophe to try to get that kill. Unfortunately, not able to do so. Trippy, though, once again, making a bit of a aggressive challenge there and loses that power weapon. And kills like that, mistakes like that can really cost you with such a small margin for error in these 2v2s. But Tylenol says, don't worry, Trippy, I got your back.
Tylenol is on one today. He's ripping faces, and that's the player you don't want to see with a snipe in his hands. APG had an opportunity there, but Tylenol was ready and waiting for him to poke out camo. A beautiful shot's going to give his team that 4-1 lead. Trippy, a little bit of an aggressive push. Able to trade, though. I don't like that trade from APG. I think he was up in damage and could have probably won that without having to go for that melee, but you don't want to lose an opportunity to get that kill and have you not trade. New Snipe's coming up shortly, and Trippy once again playing aggressive. This is the difference, right? APG is fighting all of these battles on his side of the map. Eventually, Trippy's going to be able to win one of these and not trade, and that's when the pressure could really get ugly.
Catastrophe takes down Trippy off of his spawn. Now a 2v1 for a short period of time. Let's see how the red team chooses to play this. Overshield in the hands of Catastrophe. APG, though, nice reach out on that player training. Unfortunately, gets sniped from S2, leaving Catastrophe in a bit of a compromised position with that overshield. And let's see how he plays this.
Able to get the kill onto Trippy, and unfortunately, I don't even know if Tylenol's died yet this game. It's been Trippy in the kill feed all over the place right now. Just a one-kill game, and it looks like Catastrophe able to have a one-man army stance over at the enemy snipe. A beautiful job by him to get this control, get his team back in the game. And everything Tylenol did at the start, it's only a one-kill game, so a beautiful job by 2easy so far to minimize that damage.
Couple of missed snipes there out of APG. Down by 1 right now. Good trade out of Catastrophe, taking down Trippy, but unfortunate there actually, because he did have the opponent's sniper tower control. So actually good trade out of Trippy right there, taking down Catastrophe. APG now chooses to back up with the sniper rifle. Not nice body shot on to the player there as 2, not able to get that kill though.
Catastrophe immediately pushes through runway off spawn, able to get that kill onto the sniper top turret, but unfortunately they gave up rockets in the process. This is going to be an interesting situation where APG trying to watch that snipe, but also has to be aware that there's a rocket player lingering on the map.
Sniper rifle battle, S2 to S2. Ooh. APG, sit down, Trippy. Nice quick scope out of him. Rocket player on the opponent's plat near his flag spawn as the game is tied up 9-9. APG now finally able to move up past that halfway mark on the map on the opponent's sword base. Catastrophe gets taken down. Trippy with the melee. Now again, APG has no other option but to play a bit passive right now, and actually playing a little bit sneaky with the sniper rifle, being in a position that you wouldn't expect him to be. Trippy, though, takes him down, and Catastrophe is there to try to pick up the pieces. Unfortunately, he walks into a full overshield player.
Just mismanagement of your resources right there. Overshield's coming up, so APG's trying to play his life, but Catastrophe first pushed through to the enemy base by himself. APG not in a position to help him, and because of it, they're playing 1v2 in 3 different situations. They give up an overshield. A great kill right there on the Trippy from APG to stop some of the pressure. They're able to get it done, stop the overshield push, but that was a really sloppy opportunity for them. They knew what time overshield was, and somehow they're still not in sync in order to use some teamwork in order to get it. That's the difference between RB and 2easy right now, is that you see the chemistry between RB, 2easy having to make some individual plays to stay in this.
I cannot stress enough how important that kill was on Trippy that APG just got, and now the quickscope onto Trippy, reminding him once again to not take him on 1v1. APG, one of the best players in Halo 3's history. Wes, of course, you've had the pleasure of teaming with him in Halo 3, and y'all had some major success, so you know the kind of skill set that is in the possession of APG. He can catch fire at any moment's time.
When he's on, and he looks like he's shooting well. He's one of the best shooters in the history of Halo right now, and he needs to be for his team to stay in this game. These shots are so crucial to keeping his team in the game, and unfortunately, he gets spotted out. Catastrophe not in a position to help him. Does spot that player in the pit, but APG going to come right off spawn, pick up a brand new snipe, so not too much damage done there. Catastrophe may have the enemy snipe, the new one. And this could be an interesting situation where 2easy has an opportunity to get a pick, and then all of a sudden, some spawn kills could happen.
Good opportunity right now for the red team as APG and Catastrophe in a good position. Tylenol, though, and Trippy's, just like that, turned the tides. What looked like an advantage for the red team turned into an advantage for the blue team. Trippy, couple no-scopes onto APG off the spawn. Now Catastrophe able to push the player with the sniper rifle, takes him down, runs into an opponent on green as well, chooses to back down. So 2-kill lead now for Tylenol and Trippy.
Great job right there by 2easy to get that trade on that player before he's able to turn the corner. They get the new fresh overshield. It's only a 2-kill game. You know Tylenol has a snipe, though, so this overshield can get deleted quickly. I believe Trippy might have rockets in green, so this could be a very disadvantageous position for APG. Even with this overshield, Trippy's going to try and apply some pressure with these rockets. Dodges the first. APG trying to play his life, deal some damage, but most of all, just stay alive. And unfortunately, Catastrophe He gets caught pushing while APG's trying to get information, and right now Tylenol taking the game over with this snipe. It was that set of power weapons that really just altered this outcome of the game. It's a 5-kill game all of a sudden, and up to 25 kills. The clock not really a factor, but the pressure from Trippy and Tylenol is.
I can't challenge him about their one.
20 to 15, only 5 kills to go, and Trippy and Tylenol will be advancing in the bracket. APG now choosing not to challenge that sniper player in his needle pit, working together with Catastrophe. It's so important for them to get a kill or two right now without trading. They don't have a lot of room right now for any errors as Catastrophe starts off really well, gets that kill onto Tylenol. Now, will Trippy go down? No, he takes down Catastrophe instead. 21 to 16, make that 22 to 16 as that what seemed like a that desperate push to try to weather the storm didn't turn out in their favor.
Trippy with the 1v2 right there. The players were weak, and Trippy in the advantageous position, able to play it so perfectly top turret, save his team from a potential comeback from Too Easy, and right now RB looked to take this series 2-0.
APG with the spawn and Mauler spots Tylenol, who manages to hit a body shot before going down. Only 1 kill to go, and Too Easy will be advancing in the bracket. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 25 to 17, game 2 victory, and that is a clean 2-0 win for RB as they will be advancing in this bracket. Trippy, 16 kills, 11 deaths. Tylenol, 9 and 6. Overall, outstanding performance out of Tylenol and Trippy.
You have to think APG and Catastrophe are kicking themselves from the replay game, right? The game that 24-24, you have complete map control. You have an opportunity with some snipes in your hand. Are you going to be aggressive? Are you going to go for the tiebreaker and play the replay? They opted for the latter. And because of it, they're probably kicking themselves right now after that second performance on Pit. But when Trippy and Tylenol are feeling it, you see that teamwork, that chemistry, the individual skills, unbelievable to pair with it. And with it, they're going to be our #1 threat to take this whole thing, and they showcased that early on.
But we have to definitely tip our hats to the performance, especially watching APG landing a number of snipes. But the overall performance of both these teams coming down to the tie, you had to kind of look back and go, what was going to be the difference between the two? And Clutch, you had mentioned something after the first map about relinquishing map pressure. And I'd love to dive into that a little bit more because it seemed to really set the tone throughout the entire series. RB was able to get in, get the rockets, and continue that pressure. What was it about Too Easy's decision of relinquishing that map pressure that could have gone in their way? Was it an effective strategy, or was it just a mistake that continued to escalate into the loss?
It's definitely a playstyle thing, and to each their own if they feel comfortable playing to their playstyles. But I think that's where we saw RB really take advantage of Too Easy's playstyle. That Too Easy was playing a lot more passive throughout those games on Narrows and on Pit, and because of it, that pressure, once you're able to get a kill at the enemy's base, you now have an opportunity for easy spawn trap situations like we saw at the end of Narrows. You're now in position to take that 1 kill and turn it into 2, 3, 4 instead of just a 1-0 trade, right? If you're fighting on your side of the map, very often you're going to get a kill and then you're going to advance and you're going to get in another 1v1. And when the skill level is this high, you need advantages in these 1v1s because it's just going to be a 50-50 every time with the way APG shooting, Tylenol shooting. Like, these guys don't miss. So they're going to trade those 1v1s out. So you need those advantages like map control, positioning, spawn traps in order to really snowball the game. Trippy did such a phenomenal job the entire series of being that aggressive player for his team, allowing Tylenol to kind of anchor and get that power positions. And because of it, I mean, these guys were rewarded with a very dominant performance.
Power positions indeed. But, game 2, watching the tie happen, Axel Toss and I were kind of leaning back going, there could have been a number of engagements where they maybe would have had the upper hand, but ultimately that was the decision, possibly too defensive.
Yeah, dude, the end of that game was amazing. First of all, that series we just saw, incredible. Just so close, both those teams. It came down to the very end. And shout out to you guys, Clutch and Goofy. Great commentary. Love it. Thank you guys again for being here and doing that. You guys are awesome. But yeah, game 2, that was bizarre. If we can break it down real quick, so dramatic. We saw RB. They were winning by like 3 or 4, but then there's a critical moment where that comeback started happening, and then they were passive. And my main question is, when you're in a situation, and maybe this is hindsight for these guys, maybe they learned from this, but I'd love to ask you, at that point, when you're up 1-0 and you're tied, is there a disadvantage just pushing and trying to get a kill there, trying to get a sneaky win and just get that 2-0? What's y'all's read on what happened there?
So definitely, it depends on where you are on the map, right? So if I'm Tylenol and Trippy there, I played exactly how they played it. They had no advantages. They were coming off a spawn. The other team was putting pressure onto them. So their essentially best decision was to play it slow and try to use teamwork in case the other team pushes them. Now, APG and Catastrophe, on the other hand, I believe they should have made the aggressive push to try to tie the series up. Now, hindsight, like you said, Axotas, it is 2020, but APG and Catastrophe definitely had an opportunity there to tie the series up with power weapon control, with map positioning, and they chose to play it a little bit safe, and it came back to bite them.
We got to see really great resource management between these teams, but we're getting ready for the next match, everybody. So we're going to be jumping in just a little bit here as we continue on through the bracket. You're watching the Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3. That's right. We're jumping back in time and playing Halo 3, one of the classics. And I know everybody in chat was even discussing earlier that we're super hyped for Halo Infinite, coming a little bit down the line, but we're getting stoked for that. So Clutch Goofy, let's go ahead and kick it on over to you as we get ready for match number 2 in today's tournament.
Flame Sword, the Optic Beard, is on your screen right now as he is competing in this tournament with Evader. I'm sure some of the Halo fans on Twitch know Evader. He streams all the time. One of the big-time streamers in the community right now. Shout out to him as Flame Sword and Evader right now down by 5 in this Construct Team Slayer. You're looking at the top of the screen there. It is all tied up 0-0 in the series, but they're kind of in deep water right now. West down by 5.
They were down by 7 when we tuned in, so 5 better than 7. It looks like they have control, but in a 2v2 on Construct, trying to keep control of top of the map, probably not possible, right? You probably want to lean towards one of the other side and work together. Flame spotting this player out laser, though, is actually going to choose to be aggressive. There's got to be a power-up coming up, so Camo is going to be the case, I believe. Bottom mid, Flame in a crucial 1v1. He's down in damage right now. His teammate spawns next to him, and because of it, perfect play by Flamesword there to be patient. Understand that Evader could potentially spawn next to him. Interesting melee there, as you want to see him probably shoot in that vicinity. But he's helped his team acquire this camo, and that's probably step 1 to coming back in this game. Now that you're down 5 on Construct, camo can really be that game changer.
Looking at your screen here, he's rocking that red BR skin. In case everyone watching at home is wondering, Halo 3 never used to have weapon skins, but lately in one of their recent updates, players have the luxury of choosing some awesome weapon skins. So if you're a fan of Halo 3, hop on the Master Chief Collection and check out all the weapon skins. It's definitely a blast. As again, Flame Sword lifting up the open purple, trying to get his team back into the game, 16-1, and just a little bit of information on their opponents. Trushkov and Quody are very, very solid players, especially in 2v2s. I myself have matched them in the playlist, and they're dangerous. They're a dangerous combo, so definitely giving a hard time right now to Evader and Flamesword.
Yeah, they're definitely unfamiliar names for me, but I'm very aware that if you qualified for this tournament, you know what you're doing, right? You're playing at a high level. You're up kills in game 1 on Flamesword and Evader. You must be doing something right, because we know these two players are very talented Halo 3 players. Flamesword, with the legacy that he has in Halo, trying to continue it, trying to bring back a little magic that he used to be able to accomplish in his prime. Is he capable of recapturing that prime? Great shots with the carbine there to back this player up. Interesting decision to try and push. Not enough bullets in the carbine, I might note. Just 6 in the chamber, but he's going to go for the melee. Does get the damage. Evader's there to get the trade, but unfortunately so is Trushkov, and with it, that 2-for-1 trade that's going to benefit minimal skills.
19-12, top gold spawn for the red team. Now both players pushing into close purple, now rotating into lobby, hoping they find an engagement where they could use some teamwork with that battle rifle. 19-12. That camouflage is also a factor. I'm not sure. We tuned into the game a little bit late, so I'm not sure what the timing is on it, but I'd imagine the boys on the blue team have that camouflage.
Yeah, and Flamesword gets caught out by a gold player trying to watch blue ramp in a cheeky angle from open street. Very risky to where the sight lines he was open, but it actually works out in the favor. Evader doing a phenomenal job of assisting Flamesword there. The teamwork gets them a kill. It's just a 6-kill game, but Flame gets hit by a nade. That trade could be coming in, even though it's a little bit later. Flamesword in a tough position on open ramp, finds a player that's dropped mid-gold, and Tushkov with the advantage there. Evader lifts up close, purple with rockets. You want to see Flamesword and Evader get closer together on a big map like Construct and start using some bait and switch teamwork, especially with these rockets.
Trushkov goes down to a rocket from Evader. Now Quody trying to stay alive in lobby. Nice rocket out of Evader for a couple of kills, putting on the board. Trushkov, though, with a spawn and lobby gets a double kill. Good grenade that instas off the rocket, which took him out. 6 kills to down is Flamesword, and only 3 kills to go for the boys in blue. Make that 1 kill as that final push for the red team was unsuccessful, and now they're spawning mid-gold, and that's a scary sight.
Yeah, this game is going to be all she wrote. 24-16. Trushkov has actually 16 kills to his name, so he's able to get as many kills as the entire enemy team. And a nice no-scope there to end it. Trushkov dropping 16, 25-16. And minimal skills is going to take game 1 here. But Construct Slayer is one of those map mode combos in 2s that I feel is so awkward because it's such a big map and you're trying to choose what to control and what to watch, but there's no way those two players can do all of the things that you need that are required in a 4v4 realm. So it could be the dynamic of that map, but Faisal, you know these guys. You said you played them in the playlist. They're real threats, and they showed it in game 1. Wouldn't be surprised if they're able to show that as well in game 2.
Yeah, like I said, I'm sure a lot of people watching are familiar with Flamesword, you know, one of the big names in the Halo community and the gaming community in general, and similar to Vader, you know, streaming all the time to the Halo community. But Quody and Trushkov are you know, just those grinders, right? You're the people you run into in the multiplayer and the matchmaking where you're like, ugh, this is going to be a tough matchup. And you know, I've played my fair share of Halo 3, and every time I run into the Trushkov and Quody, I know it's going to be a battle. And right there, game 1, they showed you why.
Hey, everybody starts their Halo career somewhere. Faisal, you and I both were in their shoes at one point where we had T-squareds of the world matching up against us in matchmaking, and they were like, not these kids again.
Yep.
But, I mean, now this is an opportunity. This is a tournament format. Trushkov and Quody, they have an opportunity to play series against these professional players, these historic legends, and showcase exactly how hard they've worked and what they've been able to achieve. So I love the opportunity for these guys to kind of get their name out there, show that all this work they've been putting into Halo 3, it's going to pay off. They're going to be able to play against some of the best in the world, and they're going to be able to beat some of the best in the world. And they already did that there in game 1. Very excited for game 2.
Yeah, and to your point, Wes, Construct is a game. Like, if I'm Flamesword and Evader right now, what I'm telling each other is, it's Construct, right? Move past it. It's game 1. We got this. Construct is really easy to, you know, to fall down and really tough to come back in my opinion. So I think a map like Narrows is going to be a lot better suited for players like Evader and Flamesword. And if there is an opportunity for them to tie up the series, it's going to be right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Construct's just such a weird dynamic. If even in 4s, it feels like Construct was always a game where I was like in the groove, everything was going right, my timings up purples, and like everything was just perfect, and I'm dropping like major pause bombs, or I'm like every time I lift, I'm just getting rocketed,
Yep.
and they catch me on a nade or whatnot. It's one or the other experiences, and unfortunately for FSE fans, you had the latter there in game 1, but there's a reason we play series in this tournament, and because of it, they're going to have an opportunity, like you said, here on Narrows, a much more straightforward map as it is just a one straightforward game. Choosing to push top middle here at the start of this game. We're going to see 2 players low for Evader and Flamesword squad. Both players knocked to no shield for minimal skills, though, and Evader able to get that first blood. Flamesword caught with his pants down, trying to find out where he went, and an unbelievable shot there to finish Flame, minimize the damage, and stop Flamesword and Evader from getting top middle, getting rocket control, and potentially both snipes. Now all of a sudden, minimal skills in the driver's seat.
Good shots out of Quody right now as we are watching his screen. Good grenade as well. Flamesword goes down, but Evader is there to pick up the trade. Sniper rifle still down, now picked up by Evader. I believe the blue team, Flamesword sniper, is still on spawn. And yes, it is. Let's see him grab it and see what he can do. But Evader there predicts the spawn, throws a grenade, and picks up the kill.
Vader was about to go for that snipe and said, no, let me get map control. I don't want to get caught down here at the snipe. It's not that important. Maybe Mike, a.k.a. Flamesword, will be able to go for it here in a little bit. If Vader playing that sneaky shockwave angle, able to land the body shot, Flamesword with the flank, able to get the kill. I think the Snipe might have despawned, and now Trushkov caught under a nade. Flamesword pick up the second of the game, 6-3 all of a sudden, and now FSE with complete map control looking much better than game one.
Yeah, great plays out of Flamesword and Evader, showing their confidence despite a bad game one loss. They are playing aggressive. They are playing with confidence as Flamesword takes down Quody. Trushkov, though, big kill on to Evader. Flamesword there to pick up the pieces, though, takes him down. Unfortunately falls to the spawner, and the killjoy is on your screen. That means the player was on at least a 5-kill spree and gets taken down. Evader now off the spawn, hops in that attic to try to get some eyes on the map, puts down some shots on Quody, and the lead still in favor of FSC.
FSC doing a phenomenal job here in game two to rebound from the game one performance. Bit of a stall right here from Minimal Skills. It doesn't look like this player on screen wants to either push or like sit back. I'd like to see him get an angle and be able to help his teammate. His teammate's 1v2ing right now. Gets the information that the other player's top middle. Stays alive as well. Able to take down Evader. Get this game closer to a tie game. Just one kill separating the two. But that was all Trushkov right there. Getting a kill in a 1v2 and then staying alive. Being able to play your life in 2v2 situations and not be traded out is so important to having success.
Both of the sniper rifles will be back on spawn. Nice no-scope out of Quody. Flamesword sit down. Rocket launcher will be spawning as well, so keep your eyes on that as both sniper rifles are in the hands of Quody and Trushkov. Nice body shot onto Evader, backing him down. Keep in mind, an opponent did man cannon over to their side, as you're seeing now the spin from Quody for the double kill on Flamesword, looking for the triple. Evader goes down, but no triple kill is awarded. That could have been absolutely disgusting. Still really good play nonetheless.
I mean, the kill got done, no harm, no foul. You got this 3-kill lead, and all of a sudden we were talking about how good the game looked from FSE's point of view. The new snipes come up, and just like that, so does momentum change. Minimal Skills gets both snipes, and right now we're seeing them go off with these power weapons.
Top middle is Quody. Trushkov takes down Evader. Be careful about that spawn kill as the sniper rifles are running rampant right now. Quody looking for the spawner, misses his final bullet, puts down shots with his BR, though, as Evader is in a compromised position. Quody and Trushkov putting on a show right now as Flamesword goes down. One-on-one battle. Quody takes down Evader for the double, killing frenzy. This kid is on fire right now.
Quody says, Flamesword, you went on a killing spree. I got to one-up that. Goes on a killing frenzy. 10 straight kills. 17-10 now. Minimal Skills are going to look to take this series 2-0. The pressure from Quody, is it too much? No. Flamesword Evader, they bait and switch correctly. They're able to trade it out, and finally they shut down the man that has taken over this game with 13 kills. Quody going to have to come up off spawn, but what can FSC do after getting a little bit of control of their base now? But the amount of damage that's done, Flamesword, it looks like he has a snipe in hand. He's going to have to pull off a miracle, and unfortunately, there's no miracle in sight.
Yeah, they're just playing this so well. Just playing super aggressive, playing with confidence. Quody and Trushkov are putting on an absolute clinic right now. Sniper rifle in the hands of Quody. Takes down Evader, looking for the double kill on Flamesword, trying to predict a man cannon. Wants to get flashy with his kills, and sniper rifle still in his hands. Misses a couple of shots and chooses to back down with a comfortable lead.
I love this play, right? You have such a big lead. If anything, you're wasting snipe ammo, but that's not wasting snipe ammo. That's putting one straight through Flamesword's dome. Looking up at the spawner's cannon. Can't catch the first, but can he find the second? He knows Evader's going to be there. He knows everything and takes Evader's face off as well. 2 kills to go. No more snipe ammo, but they don't need it. The damage, the pressure, it's too much. FSC can't even get off their spawn without the pressure being so much. Just 1 kill needed now, and Quody just doing a phenomenal job of making sure he stays in control of the map. He denies FSC to push up, and with it, Trushkov going to be there to finish off that game. 2-0. Minimal Skills are going to take down FSC, and in very dominant fashion. Each player on Minimal Skills having a dominant game in the series, and because of it, they cruise through this bracket.
17-5 out of Quody there, Wes. Plus 12 with a killing frenzy that we saw on screen. So watch out for these two going into the rest of the tournament. They will be a problem for any roster that they go up against. And again, I want to emphasize the beginning of that game, right? We saw Flamesword and Evader come out strong. We saw them with the lead. I want to say it was like 10-7 or somewhere in that range, and the game obviously ended 25-12. So I wish we had the statistic to show how big of a run the boys in blue went on right there. But amazing execution, amazing power up control, and just overall map awareness that we saw there out of Quody and Trushkov.
We actually might find ourselves in a best of 5 here. So this series might not be over. I think we did advance to the next round of the bracket. Round 1 having been a best of 3. I see Guardian on screen right now, which makes me think that these players are going to go and finish this best of 5. After these first 2 games, though, Quody, Trushkov, I don't know how you stop the momentum that they've built, the confidence that they're playing with right now. Their snipes are on. Fortunately, you get off of Narrows if you're Evader and Flame, and you go back to the bread and butter of Halo 3 2s, it's Guardian. If they beat you in this, then they might just be the better team hands down.
Yeah, and if I'm Flamesword and Evader, I might consider throwing that sniper off the map when I grab it, because Quody and Trushkov are dangerous whenever they pick up that weapon. And on Guardian 2v2, of course, you have the camouflage, you have the sniper rifle, you have a mauler bottom middle. So it's really easy for the game to slow down, right? You'll have a team set up on the sniper and green side of the map, and then you have the other team on that gold and blue side. So you have to really time your pushes, and you have to execute them to a T, because it's really easy to fall into a spawn trap. It's really easy to fall into those 1v2 fights if you're not careful. Of course, the preferred destination, it would be that sniper rifle and green part of the map, because you can control the respawn of the sniper rifle, and you can kind of have eyes on that camo when it spawns at gold. So interested to see which team gets control off the rip. And right now, Trushkov and Quody definitely comfortably in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I want to talk about one of the factors that we've seen in a lot of the game types up until Guardian so far today, like Narrows and Pit, and how far that snowball can go downhill. We've seen it several times already today that on a map like Narrows or Pit, when a team gets full control, they can really run away with the game. Guardian, it's much more difficult to do that because of the limited sandbox. You only have that one snipe. You have the camo and a mauler, to your point, but it's not overwhelming, right? And on maps like Narrows and Pit, it can be overwhelming at times for 2 players to have so much power. I expect FSC to have a much better performance here in Game 3, and they're going to need it to stay in this series. Let's see what Flamesword can do early on in order to keep his team in this series and maybe potentially start the reverse sweep.
Not sure if it was intentional, but Grenade launches the sniper rifle off of the spawn. I believe it's down top middle. No, it was still down S3 as Trushkov able to pick that up. Now, camouflage in the hands of Flamesword. He will choose to go for the Mauler camo play. It is a predictable route. Now, he chooses to leave the Mauler. I actually really like this play now. More sneakiness in the equation for Flamesword, as the players have no idea he's on elbow with the camouflage. Evader in a good position to help him out, but gets sniped by Trushkov, and Trushkov with the eagle eye no scopes the camo player, and Quody takes him down.
Unbelievable job there by Trushkov. That pick onto Evader ruins the entire push. It leaves Flamesword out for dry, and then Trushkov with the awareness of, where is this camo player? Checks elbow, lands the body shot, and even though FSE got camo, it was the snipe that's dictated the early game.
Trushkov now in a bit of danger with that sniper rifle. Gets taken down. Quody, though, able to get a kill onto Flamesword. Evader now, big fight, bottom middle, needs to win this. But the spawner was bottom gold. Very unfortunate for Evader and Flamesword, but the flank out of Flamesword could be really, really beneficial for him and Evader. But as I say that, grenades come down. The player's still alive. Bottom middle, and another bad death out of Evader. And this is snowballing right before our eyes, 7-1.
Let me just give a little lesson out there. Never throw a grenade in the middle of the BR fight. You either lead with the grenade or you end it with the grenade. Doing it in the middle, you get caught with your pants down, and that's what we watched from Flamesword bottom middle right there. And all of a sudden, this game blown wide open, 8-3, and those kills. You thought that Flamesword spawn bottom blue was going to be an opportunity for a good flank, but this teamwork out of minimal skills, it's just too much. They're so aware and in position of the angles they need to be in order to help each other so far. And they're playing at a very high level. I'm very impressed by a couple of guys that we might not be as familiar with as some of the most known legacy style players in Halo 3.
Camouflage at that 37-second mark. So we'll spawn again in a couple minutes at the 37-second mark. Flamethrower once again going to run it back with the camouflage. This time choosing to go with a different direction, hitting that snipe lift with the camo. So you know the players on blue team will hear it, but no problem as Evader and Flamethrower execute that flawlessly, able to kill the sniper player. I believe he did play the sniper off of the map, which could actually work in the favor of Flame and Evader as Quody challenges and gets taken down by Flamesword. So a good little recovery here out of the blue team. Evader, though, picks up the sniper rifle. It's still on the map, and now it's in the hands of Evader.
Yeah, just from Flamesword's point of view, that was a nice snipe by Evader. You could tell he was taking damage. You could tell it was a headshot, so good job by Evader to hit that shot. Flamesword, the best thing that FSE have going for them right now is they've picked up the last 2 camos, so they have the camo time. Minimal Skills has no idea when that camo is up. They might have an awkward timing on it, but they don't have the exact time. And FSC, with snipe control, they're going to rotate over to gold. A great job to use teamwork there. Both of them get rocked by that nade, though, and they're going to have to stay alive. This could be very dangerous, even though it's a 2v1 situation. They're going to both be bottom gold, and that is not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, unfortunate damage taken out of Flamesword and Evader now. Nice snipe onto that Garden player, but the sniper rifle will exchange hands, and now it's in the hands of the blue team, putting down instant damage. Nice shots out of Flamesword, taking down Quody. Top blue is Trushkov, not able to pick up the kill on Evader. Tries to go for the insta, unsuccessful. 11-10, amazing recovery out of the red team. Flamesword and Evader continuing to put on the pressure. You see Evader there on that service tag, pushing that player. Trushkov and Quody able to take down Flame. Did he fall off the map there? I believe he was able to land. So no kill for Flamesword. Quody stays alive, and now Trushkov is in danger.
How did Evader stay alive, Tom? Middle there. That created so much space for Flame and Evader right there. A beautiful job by Evader to continue to keep his team in this game. It's a 1-kill game. They have the camo time I referenced earlier. Flamesword catches an unsuspecting Trushkov on elbow, and because of it, Trushkov's going to get put on respawn, ties the game up. Evader makes the play. Flamesword able to follow up, and now all of a sudden they're right back in this.
Yeah, great shots out of Flamesword there. Confident in his ability. Takes down that player on elbow, tying the game up now. He's going to hop on this little sneaky ledge, top green. And now he's got Evader there with him, Wes. So this could be an opportunity for them to push these players at Snipe Tower and get control of the map back.
Okay, so what's going on right now is Evader has camo. He's trying to push Flamesword a little bit late to the party, though. But perfect timing to find that player dropping S1. Evader doing all the work. Flamesword getting a little bit of the reward with the snipe in hand, and that camo put to use. 3 camos so far in this game. They've all gone in the hands of FSE, and that is a recipe for a win.
Yeah, risky play there. Flamesword staying S1, gets hit by a grenade, and Trushkov just pushes through uncontested and gets a double kill back smack. And just like that, that's what I'm talking about, Wes. Those are game-changing, series-changing plays. And I really appreciate the confidence that Trushkov has to even attempt that, let alone execute it.
The difference right now that I'm witnessing in Halo 3 2v2s is the team that is consistently moving and providing opportunity for their team. They're having so much success. Right now, what we saw there was we saw Evader and Flame both get kills. They get the snipe, and they kind of stood still. They didn't look anywhere. They didn't have any control. They didn't have any presence on the map. All of a sudden, they got a guy in their face. He kills both. That's an unacceptable setup from Flamesword and Evader. They're being punished immensely for it now, having to deal with the snipe. No camo anytime soon, I believe. And because of it, they're once again on their back heels, down 2-0 in the series. No more mistakes from here on out. FSE can make to stay in this.
Yeah, that camouflage, I believe, Wes, should be spawning any second now. There it is at the 21-second mark. It has spawned, and it will spawn 2 minutes after the player grabs it. So keep that in mind. Trushkov goes down. Flamesword, big plays out of the beard. Double kill. Sniper goes down. Camo gets burnt. And now the 2-kill lead is back in the favor of FSE. Great recovery after a disastrous turn of events there on the Snipe Tower. They have definitely recaptured that momentum. Quody, though, takes down Evader. Big fight for the double kill. And just like that, the momentum going back and forth, all tied up. Quody, great shots on the challenge top middle, takes down Flamesword and Evader.
What are you doing challenging that Flame? You knew you were down in the fight, and it's just an easy shot for that player. Now Flame, bottom goal being sandwiched.
Good
Beautiful shots
Good
on the
shot.
both players. Somehow Evader with the bottom gold spawn, able to catch that player S1 before he can turn the corner. They brought it right back into it. What does it take when a play goes wrong? What does it take to make up for it? It takes a play, and that's exactly what we just saw out of Flame.
God. Risky man cannon there out of Flamesword, able to stay alive, but there he goes. He goes down, and so does Evader with that new sniper rifle on spawn, so all tied up, but 2 sniper rifles on the map, both in the hands of Quody and Trushkov.
Yeah, oh my, Quody with the quick scope, and I talked about the limited power weapons and opportunity for Sandbox on Guardian. Well, somehow there's 2 snipes on the map, and all of a sudden it's looking like an arrows or a pick game. Trushkov, Quody, they got them in the perfect trap. They pick up 3 straight kills, extend the lead to 3, and now with very little room for error, just 2 kills to go. The quick scope comes in. Quody with another face to his name makes this game just a 1-kill game to end this game in this series in his team's favor.
Yeah, magnificent plays, disgusting snipes, and there you have it, folks. 25-20, 3-0 victory for Quody and Trushkov. Minimal skills sweep Flamesword and Evader. Good effort there out of Flame and Evader there in that game 3, but Trushkov and Quody showing that they're the better team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unbelievable individual plays. There was moments in that game 3, obviously, that Evader and Flamesword could have taken over, could have done a little bit more. But it was like whenever they had control, they didn't really know what to do with it. And that game 3 was the most chaotic game I think we've seen so far today. Quody, minimal skills as a whole is going to need a little bit more control when they play against the Trippies of the world, the better teams in this tournament. But they got by in very convincing fashions game 1 and 2, which leads me to believe that they're going to be an exciting team to watch for the rest of the day.
Yeah, minimal skills looking really, really good today. I like to wind the clocks back and take a look at map number 1. Clutch, you talked about Construct being how big the map is, and that can kind of change the dynamic, the momentum, the flow of a 2v2. Goofy, I'd love to get your opinion on that. When you have such a large map such as Construct, does that cause any sort of interruption to your strategy, or is it just one of those maps where you realize there's going to be some more time between engagements? How can we capitalize on that?
Definitely the latter. And I think what's also an important factor on a map like Construct is the layers of the map, right? So not only is it a large map, but it's also like a very tall map, right? So you have the entire bottom part of the map, which is very disadvantageous. There's not much going on there. You have no vantage points. You have no advantage in terms of your gunfights, whereas on top, you kind of have that control on lock. So if a team can start off the game hot, right, you get both kills, you get control of the rockets and sniper rifles, and you're up top on Construct, it's very hard for the opponent to break that setup. I would argue the team with control has to mess up the play. So they have complete advantage, and unless they mess it up, they shouldn't lose that advantage. So Construct on 2v2s and in 4v4s can be tricky because of the way the map is structured.
And Trushkov was able to land 16 kills in that first map and continue to really dominate in a lot of different fashions. But we saw some back and forths. We saw a rally coming in from FSE. And one of the moments I love to highlight in particular, because so many of us have had so much time with Halo, is that Flamesword is a veteran of Halo. And I would say probably one of the most influential members in the gaming scene for many, many years, involved with a lot of different charities. And I got to overhear Minimum Skills talking about, oh, wait, we're up against Flamesword. I used to go home from school and watch his VODs. So this was a very momentous occasion for a lot of these players to go up against Flamesword. And we saw why Flamesword is so good in a number of different scenarios. Just unfortunately wasn't able to get the rally all the way through. Clutch, what are your thoughts seeing such a veteran player, do so well, but unfortunately not get this victory?
Yeah, I mean, Flamesword and I are very close. Had our entire careers basically competing against each other. We came up around the same time. It was unbelievable to kind of watch him grow as an individual player, like in the competitive scene, but more so as that figure in esports, right? What he's been able to do, to your point, for charities, as an image, like showing people, kind of leading the way and pioneering the way of professional acts in that regards. just a good person, right? Someone that esports can really tip their hat to and did it the right way. So all respect to Flame. But to your point, everybody competes until their idols become their rivals. And I think that that's what a little bit of the case we saw today. I know Flame and I had that happen for us when we got to play against the big dogs of the day back in our prime. And it's good to see that minimal skill is able to like come out on top and show that people that they looked up to, people that they watched their vlogs, like you can be ambitious. Hard work can pay off, and you can one day find yourself in that same chair across the stage from those guys, and have your opportunity at the trophy.
Idols become rivals. Great quote from Clutch. Axel Toss,
Love it.
there's our double elimination bracket. Wonder if anybody watching today is surprised. The Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3. They're surprised by some of the performances today in our 2v2 matchups.
Yeah, I love it, dude. These tournaments, you don't know who might just come out and just play amazing. And that's definitely a strategy for some of our existing titans, veterans of the game. Excuse me. But obviously that creates a whole new dynamic in this tournament play. So my question, as we get a look at this double elimination bracket today. Again, the goal is top 4. The goal is top 4 here. For any Flamesword fans, he's going to be in that lower bracket, so he's not out just yet. I love how competitive that last match was. Even though it was a 3-0, I mean, it was close. Like, even in Game 3, there was a moment where Flamesword and his teammate, they were bringing it back. Again, those power weapons, control the sniper rifle, so important. We're seeing that as we take a look at this lower bracket. But my question to the experts: let's say you're a top dog team, like let's say Axel Toss and Joshua Gray play in the tournament. We're used to playing competitive games. We've been in the scene for a while. That applies to a lot of these teams. So my question is, what is kind of the best approach? Let's say you are a veteran in the scene. You're playing in these 2v2 tournaments. You have history. People might recognize you, but you don't know who you might encounter. So my question is, what's kind of the best way to approach that? Entering these open tournaments as maybe an established player, what's that strategy when you don't know what you're going to run into? How much does that change the way you play?
I believe that as professionals, right? So Flamesword, for example, he's been around the professional Halo, professional gaming scene for over a decade, I would say. As professionals, it doesn't matter who you're playing against, right? Whether it's Lethal and Snakebite on the other side, or whether it's a couple players you haven't heard of, you still execute your game plan the way you've practiced nonstop. So to answer your question, I believe it helps to know who you're playing against because you may know some tendencies of the opponent, but at the end of the day, it should matter about how you're executing it. It shouldn't matter who's on the other side.
Clutch, what are your thoughts in regards to, so many tournaments that you've been a part of in person versus an online tournament, which we've seen more and more with or without the pandemic? We've seen more and more people entertain and produce online tournaments. What's the factor difference compared to going out, seeing everybody, having like a reunion with your friends and family, compared to playing online and being either isolated but receiving the support either through chat, fellow players, your coach, etc.? Can you talk about that dynamic?
Yeah, there's thousands of differences, but I'll talk about some of the most important ones, so the ones that stick out to me. Personally, as a player, live events, crowds, chants, cheers, the oohs, the ahs. I mean, I was a player that really thrived on adrenaline, and my adrenaline gets going when I hear the crowd, even if it's the crowd against me, right? Like if I hear like a straight ripping chant, like that motivates me to pick my game up. So you miss that in these online tournaments, but you get a lot of other things on your side. You get the comfortability of your house, what you're eating for breakfast a lot of the times, like um, what you're eating throughout the day. A lot of times at LAN tournaments, you're very limited in your choices of food. You're stopping by the hot dog stand to pick up something like in between series. You're not necessarily getting the diet that you want, the food that you want, the energy that you want to be putting in your body. It's very difficult to have that dedication when a lot of your schedule is left to be determined to your performance, and all of a sudden you could get knocked out a little bit earlier, and all of a sudden your day is full of matches, right? So there's a lot that goes down there. Fortunately, the biggest thing that we talk about a lot in Halo is connection-based stuff, like LAN versus online. MCC and the updates that the engineers were able to do to that to create the experience that we have in Halo 3 has made that probably the best that it's ever been in the history of Halo. So it's phenomenal to be able to kind of rule that out or lessen that as a degree of the qualities of the differences between the two experiences. And because of it, we get a lot more pure gameplay, and the players are able to display who is better more correctly in an online environment where players are playing from coast to coast, country to country a lot of the times.
Absolutely agree. That's why we're so happy to see the improvements in network capabilities across a variety of video games. We who have worked in the esports space, the video game space for such a long time have always wanted this, and now we're getting closer and closer to having it. As you said, the pure performances, the pure matches. So once again, thank you to Smash GG, Xbox, and 343 Industries collaborating so that we can make this Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3 happen today for everybody. And we're ready for the next match, so let's kick it over to Clutch and Goofy as we continue the tournament.
Ooh, Wes, look what we have on our hands right now. This is a battle of the juggernauts, if you ask me. We got Lethal and Ace taking on Trippy and Tylenol. Oh man, I can't wait to watch this one play out.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that just warms my heart to see. I mean, I'm so close with these guys, have so much history. Ace, Lethal had an opportunity to team with both these guys. They're very close friends of mine. And unfortunately, it looks like they're down 1-0 because that team we saw in the first series, this might be game 3 we're going to, but that team that we saw in the first series, Trippy, Tylenol, I said that they were probably the favorites to take this whole thing with the amount of work and chemistry that they play with. Looks like they've put themselves in a great position here so far. Tylenol, 17. Did I just see 17-3? Oh my God. Against Ace and Lethal, Tylenol was feeling himself in round 1, but I guess he's even elevated his game because Lethal and Ace, we know how powerful they are. And for Tylenol to be able to do apparently what he just did in that game, that's impressive.
Yeah, and what stands out to me, just knowing these players and like you said, Wes, competing against them, teaming with them, it seems like out of all 4 players in the lobby, Tylenol is like the one player that is the most aggressive, right? So when I think of Ace and Lethal teaming up in a 2v2, I can see them being a little, I don't want to use the word passive, but they're gonna play a little more safe, right? More patient. I think Tylenol is that X factor, that wild card that'll just push you with the sniper rifle out and get a double no scope. So I think compared to APG and Catastrophe, like we saw him compete against earlier in the tournament, he might have a little bit of a better series here, surprisingly, against Ace and Lethal because they play a little bit more slower, I guess, and that allows Tylenol to kind of make the game his playground in a sense.
I'm not quite sure if that series was just starting
It just
or
ended.
was just finishing.
It just ended and RB won 3-0, everybody. Yeah, it was it was a sweep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was a sweep.
Oh, wow.
So we're going to get the next match
Unbelievable.
underway here. But yeah, unbelievable for sure. And you were talking about, the individual performances. So as we get ready for the next match, I love to bring up the camo play that we saw in, I believe it was match number 2 between Minimal Skills and FSE. In 2v2, when you're utilizing camo, you're trying to sneak up on your opponent, great, but then that can quickly turn into a 1v2 if they're able to spot where your teammate is. So, Clutch, in your opinion, when's the best time to use camo? How do you effectively use a camo strategy, and did we see that in the previous matchup?
I'm a big fan of the understanding of when you have camo, you're baiting your team. You're not the bait. You're not leading the charge. You're not initiating the combat. You are interrupting the combat that's already happening. That's not what we saw. We saw, unfortunately, the camo player trying to be aggressive. There was one opportunity that Flame Sword and Evader had when Flame had camo on elbow, and Evader got caught. You can't get caught when your guy has camo, especially when he's advanced so close to the sniper tower right there. So it was a tough situation, and to be honest, the other team played it pretty perfectly, but finding that balance of initiating combat from the player that doesn't have camo and being in the right spot and having the timing to make sure that you're there to impact the fight that your teammate is in is crucial when having that camo. It's all about building that chemistry and understanding the angles that your teammate is taking. How long is he going to have to stay alive? How are you going to be able to impact this fight effectively? And then all of a sudden from there, you transition your thought as to where's player number 2 and what angles are we going to have on him and how are we going to be able to outplay this to go 2 for 0? Because ideally with camo, you should be able to get map control a majority of the time if played correctly.
Majority of the time and correctly if you're able to communicate. And a lot of teams have to know what the strategy is once that pickup is available instead of, oh, hey, guess what? I got camo. What do we do now? You have to know already ahead of time what you're going to be doing. So Goofy, when it comes to 2v2, seeing different strategies, different pickups, etc., do you think there's a pattern that a lot of the professional teams that we see today will fall under based on the map? Or are we going to see specific strategies or maybe some tricks of the trade when it comes to Halo 3 that we typically don't see, let's say, in a 4v4?
Yeah, I think that definitely factors into the equation, right? So in 2v2s, you will see more of a setup-based game at times compared to 4v4s. The game evolved to just being constantly moving, rolling. So there's not really a setup. You're kind of going on the fly. But in 2v2s, you have more opportunity to slow things down as we're hopping on board in this Narrows Team Slayer. We got Renegade and Tusk taking on the boys on the red team. Excuse me. I'm not exactly sure who we're watching right now, but I know Renegade and Tusk are on the other side, and those two players are definitely. So of course, it's Flamesword. Excuse me, Flamesword and Evader will be taking on Renegade and Tusk. Killing spree 6-0 start, and killing spree 5 out of those 6 kills in the favor of Flamesword.
Ooh,
You can recognize
really
that
good.
beard anywhere.
Looking really good. All right, Clutch, Goofy, we'll let you continue on with the match. Enjoy, everybody. Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3.
All right, so for those of you that are new or don't watch a ton of competitive Halo, right now we have the team FSC, the team we just got done spectating last series. They unfortunately fell to the lower bracket, but they're up against some interesting names, right? Renegade, if you're unfamiliar, he was one of the best, if not the best player in Halo 5. Not familiar with Halo 3 as much. So it's interesting to see him on and entering this tournament. I guess the guy wanted to try his luck, and unfortunately, it doesn't look like that luck started here, finding themselves in the lowers bracket down 9-2 against FSC. But he's going to have a teammate in Tusk. And Faisal, you and Tusk, you guys have a pass as well. Why don't you tell everybody about Tusk and the opportunity that he's going to be able to bring in this series?
Yeah, Tusk is a very, very talented Halo player. He in the kind of same crew as Falcated and Boo Boo Doo and Renegade, and he's actually coaching their team. They made an official announcement, so Boo Boo, Ace, Falcated, all these guys are being coached by Tusk, and Tusk, even though he is the coach these days, he can still move his sticks pretty well as he takes down Flamesword with a nice snipe. And like you said, Wes had the pleasure of teaming with Tusk in the past. We actually won a couple online tournaments as well, so had some history with him, and I know what he's capable of going up against a veteran like Flamesword. I'm sure he wants to show the world that, he still is one of the better players when it comes to Halo 3 in 2021. Looking at the scoreboard, though, 11-5, so good start for Evader and Flame.
Very good start, but we've seen them give up leads before. They're in a tough position right now. Renegade trying to sandwich, but great shots from Flamesword there. Unsuspecting Renegade thinking that Evader was just by himself bottom snipe. Renegade eats 4 to the face, and because of it, Flamesword able to fight off Tusk from pushing his snipe. Unfortunately, I believe his snipe did get taken, so now Tusk going to back up, being forced to back down himself, Flamesword is, and now with a 6-kill lead, you're all right, but the other team's going to have 2 snipes here eventually, and that could potentially snowball. We've seen it happen a few times today already.
Flamesword moving top middle with his teammate Evader, but gets taken down by Tusk. Nice snipe out of him. Evader down to 1 shot as well. Manages to sneak out of there with his life. So big props to Evader not letting that get too out of hand. So still a 5-kill lead, and that rocket is on spawn. Now Flamesword able to pick up rockets, gets no-scoped and sniped by Renegade. The rockets will fall, and Evader is left stuck on his own at the opponent's base. So this could be a 3-kill game very quickly. Tusk even putting down some nice shots with the sniper rifle. Just like that, 12-10, 2-kill game.
I warned you. When the power weapons start to sway in one direction heavily, this game can very well do the same. What we saw was, I believe, an 8-0 lead when we joined. That's gone. It's a 1-kill game right now, and both snipes in the hands of GBX right now. Tusk and Renegade showing you that it doesn't matter what Halo they play. They're going to have the individual skill to compete with the best.
Yeah, and if whether or not you believe this, I would actually say in this team of 2 between Tusk and Renegade, Tusk is actually the better player in Halo 3. He's played it a lot more, whereas Renegade never really sunk his teeth into Halo 3 too much. But you would know it as he hits that snipe over cannon on Flamesword. Nice play out of Renegade and Tusk, now still trailing by 1 as Flame and Evader are desperately holding on to this 1-kill lead. And just like that, it's all tied up with the rockets and sniper in the hands of Renegade.
I'm gonna go ahead and call you crazy because if you pick Tusk over Renegade in any day of the week, you're out of your mind. Renegade, one of the greatest players that I think I've seen in Halo history as an individual standpoint. I mean, his skill, his knowledge of how to play twos, it's unbelievable. He's got sniping rockets in his hand, and that's why his team now has the lead. Tusk, he's a great player as well, and that's why this team has been able to mount this comeback. Renegade flying over the opponent, able to get the kill before he's traded out by Flame. The killjoy comes through, and finally, Renegade's reign of terror is ended, but at what cost?
Nice Mauler melee out of Flame Sword, taking down Renegade, and Tusk drops as well. We are in game number 2 of looking at the top of your screen. So Flamesword and Invader did win game 1. So good start for the series. And now Flame is putting down shots onto Renegade L3. Tusk is bottom middle trying to stay alive. Renegade goes down though, leaving Tusk all by himself. Good bank grenade out of Flamesword, predicting that player. Tusk goes down. So both snipers in the hands of Flame and Invader with the 2-kill lead.
Okay, so now it's their opportunity to control these power weapons, get a lead back in their favor. They've got 2 to their name. It's only to 25. Up 1-0 in the series. If they're able to take this game too, they would love to be in that position to comfortably go to that third map. We'll see if Flame can close it out, and just like that, he finds the head of Tusk and makes it just 1 kill closer to making that a reality.
Just patrolling the center of the map is Flamesword. Takes down Renegade with 2 very impressive and difficult no-scopes. Tusk, though, able to take down Invader, and now Flamesword opting to back down, knowing he only needs 3 kills to win. Looking for the spawner for the killing spree. Renegade goes down. Will he rotate flag to flag, try to get another spawn snipe? Yes, he will. Let's see. Flamesword not able to get the fortunate spawn there, but still 5 kills. Teammates top middle, and he's got the sniper.
It'd be very difficult to lose this game right now in such a good position score-wise, but arrows, it can snowball in a very quick pace. We saw what Trippy and Tylenol were able to do. It's going to take something very close to that for GBX to get back in this game. Evader with the stick, Evader with the double. He ends it himself. Flamesword with 18 kills ties GBX's total by himself, and with it, they go up 2-0 in the series, and this is a much more comfortable FSC here in the losers bracket.
Yeah, great performance there out of Flame and Invader. And what they showed me that series that they hadn't showed me before, or that game, is that they can face adversity and still come out on top, right? So we saw them start off the game 7-0, 8-0, and then give up such a large swing of momentum, but still able to recalibrate and lock it down when they needed to and win the game pretty comfortably. So I hadn't seen them do something like that in the previous game, so that gives me a little bit of vote of confidence for Flame and Invader moving forward.
Yeah, I think right now what we're seeing is just the lack of experience in Halo 3 from Renegade, right? You got skill, but skill can only take you so much far. Decision-making is where that real skill set in Halo at a competitive level becomes the important asset, because everybody can shoot. We've seen that so far today. And right now, Renegade having a harder time than usual, probably figuring out the pace and the angles and the abilities that he is capable of. Flamesword and Invader look very comfortable there. 10 assists for Invader. So the -2 performance, you can throw that out the way, because 10 assists in a 2v2 to 25, that's a lot. So great job by Flame and Invader to get the teamwork going. It looks like they've got 2 games straight, starting to heat up in NBA Jam rules.
Now, I know this tournament is broken up into the starting off with best of 3s and transitioning into best of 5s, but because this is the lower bracket, I'm curious to know if this was still a best of 3 or if this is also going to be a best of 5. I would think it is a best of 5. Okay, so 2-0 lead in favor of Flamesword and Invader. So unless we see a reverse sweep, Wes, this is looking good for the Beard.
Yeah, I don't think a reverse sweep's happening, right? I think Flamesword and Invader, I mean, the last team they were played, honestly, Quody and Troshkov, like, those guys were nasty. I don't expect Tusk and Renegade to be able to play at Halo 3 at that level together. And I think Flamesword and Invader kind of had their feet on the ground. They looked a lot more comfortable, to your point. When they had control, they were able to actually do some stuff with it this time around. Pit, a very interesting game type with a ton of power weapons. Renegade, he's known for dominating with power weapons specifically in his hands. So this is, if you want any map I think Pit Slayer is probably the map if you're a GBX fan.
Hopping in to game number 3 with Flamesword. His team currently leading 2-0. So if they win this game, they will win the series and knock out Renegade and Tusk from the tournament. Rockets uncontested in the hands of Flamesword. Spots a player. S1 picking up that sniper rifle. Good grenade. I'm sure that took the player down to 1 shot. Now Flamesword knows that as well. Pushing the courtyard with the Rockets. Able to pick up the kill on the sniper player. Spots the OV player. Doesn't do any damage and loses the Rockets.
You'd think he would have been able to stay alive there, but the little bit of a peek pays for it with his life. And right now, Rockets overshield potentially in the hands of Renegade. Renegade able to get a kill. Is he able to? He reach outs. Flamesword down here, both no shield players, and Renegade tries to pick up, tries to backpedal there. Unfortunately, can't get out of dodge. But you saw just there, GVX still gonna be in favor of those power weapons with Rockets and Snipe in the hands of Tusk. Renegade picks up a quick kill, and they could look to be aggressive here.
Yeah, so keep an eye out for the sniper rifles, as Tusk definitely has one, and the Rockets as he takes down Flame, but I believe Renegade might have a sniper too. So there are a couple snipers on the map. Tusk definitely has one, and Renegade might have one as well. So Flame and Evader in a difficult spot right now. They need to utilize their teamwork. And yes, Renegade also has a sniper rifle. Body shot cleanup on to Flamesword, leaving Evader in the opponent's base by himself. 6-2. What a start for Renegade and Tusk.
Yeah, this is the start you need if you're GPX. You have to find a way to come back in the series. It starts with game 3. Every reverse sweep does. And right now, they look like they're in control. Renegade needs to stay alive here. He's typically going to reach out this, and I'm worried that he might die to that nade. Unfortunately, Renegade knows better. Stays alive. Tusk able to skate away Flamesword for a second there with the body shot. Now, Flamesword, he pushed through. I'm not sure if GBX is going to know he's here, but they're going to quickly find out if they don't see him on the other side of the map trying to impact what's going on for the spawn trap that they're looking to put Evader in.
Yeah, definitely. I do not think they know where Flamesword is. He made a really smart play, doubling back and pushing the base, but Tusk fortunately runs into a Flamesword with no cover and spawn snipe as well. Tusk now putting on a show, and now the double kill on the player bottom middle. Tusk putting that sniper rifle to use, and look at that scoreboard, 11-3.
Yeah, this is what GBX fans wanted to see. If you like Renegade, if you're a fan of Tusk,
There's going to be a lot of stuff changing.
this is exactly what the doctor ordered. I want to point out, when Flamesword's trying to push through green, or like playing slow there, in a 2v2, it's not nearly as chaotic as a 4v4 atmosphere. And when you're the other team and you push through, nice snipe by Renegade. Now they have overshield snipe being aggressive. This game is going to start to snowball very heavily against FSC. But to my point, like when it's a stalemate in a 2v2, you know that someone's behind you because you've checked everywhere else on the other side of the map. So he gets caught out there, and that cannot be a realistic strategy going forward.
Nice kill on to Renegade now. Tusk left alone in green with Rockets. He goes down. So I believe Sniper Rifle and the Rockets are in the hands of Evader, and he is putting on a show over there, taking down Renegade off the spawn. Rockets still in his possession along with that Sniper Rifle. Tusk now spawner also on that first BR, so both players' locations have been confirmed. Renegade goes down to Flamesword. Evader able to start the new spawn trap, so what a turn of events right now for Flame and Evader, and they are continuing to put their foot on the gas as this lead is dwindled all the way down to just 2 kills.
Where did it all go wrong? They had overshield snipes. They were sitting comfortable, and now all of a sudden they're getting spawn killed. No snipes to be seen. Renegade and Tusk put themselves in such a good position, but it could be all for naught. The reverse, or Game 3 win for GBX looks like it's at risk right now because FSC, you just feel that momentum shifting in this game, and all of a sudden Renegade goes down. They look for the second player. If Tusk goes down here, this could be an complete map control going in the favor of FSC once again.
Yeah, great job using teamwork right there to fight 2v1 battles, able to take down the player they're training, then turning around, able to take down the player, their sword grenades. Now picks up the overshield at the 36-second mark. Renegade runs into the OV player, manages to escape, and now this could be dangerous, but Renegade challenges a little bit too often right there, and gets taken down, leaving Tusk alone. I wonder if he's going to go their runway, but Renegade spawns right there. Yes, there's Tusk as well, so good bait and switch out of both of them. Evader able to pick up Tusk. Renegade one shot in the sword, able to stay alive.
There's confidence and there's renegade confidence, where he just challenges everything, no matter how much shield you have, even if it's an overshield. And unfortunately, this game would be a little bit further in GBX's favor right now if Renegade would challenge a little bit less in those situations. But even saying so, GBX finds themselves with a 3-kill lead, a little bit of pressure from Tusk, and beautiful shots on the flame, while Evader's waiting for Snipe in no position to trade on that damage. And because of it, the 4-kill lead and the Snipe in the hands of Renegade make it 5 is the reality here of Game 3. GBX, they won a Game 4.
Yeah, so 2 snipers once again. Renegade takes down Flamesword there, sitting on the top of his sniper tower with the sniper rifle. And Tusk is just lurking somewhere on the map. Now, I'm not certain where Tusk is, but neither is Flamesword, as we're seeing him do 180, 360 spins trying to locate Tusk somewhere, annoying these players in their base, not being spotted. And that's such a smart play because you could see their heads on a swivel. They don't know where to look, but Renegade gives them a kill right there. Sniper rifle in the hands of Flame. And there's Tusk, bottom middle. Flamesword now needs to stay alive. Nice grenades, cleans up Tusk. And that could be very pivotal as 4 kills separate both these teams. And the aggression is on for Flame. And Evader sniper rifle in the hands of Flame. Nice body shot onto Tusk. Backs him down, but Renegade gets a kill on the Evader, which is a big, big deal.
Yeah, we needed Evader to stay alive right there. Great kill, to your point, by Flamesword onto Tusk down at the overshield. Flamesword choosing to sit back, spots the Rocket player. Good play by him, but once again, Evader goes down. Overshield never got burned. Flamesword thought Tusk burned it down there, but quick work of the Overshield player keeps his team alive in this game with 1 bullet in the snipe to his name. Down 4 kills. Is this comeback possible?
Yeah, great snipes there on that Overshield player, completely neutralizing him without the player able to do much with the Overshield. Now loses out on that kill. No more sniper ammo, and 1 kill to go for Tusk and Renegade, and they will stay alive in this tournament today. And there you have it, folks. Renegade takes down Flamesword. 15 kills for him as they win game number 3, 25-19, staying alive in this series.
Said it once, and I'll say it again. Every reverse sweep starts with a game 3 win, Faisal. And that's what you got here out of GBX. Confidence is the name of the game, and right now, you could see it. They were playing with confidence still. It wasn't the prettiest win, but you'll take it. You'll get yourself to a game 4, and that's where you decide if this series is going to go the distance. You love what you saw out of Tuscan Renegade towards the end there, but I think the biggest blunder there was, you know, when Flamesword got that kill on the Tusk at OS with those grenades, when you kill Tusk right there with those grenades, you know he didn't burn Overshield. Because if he burned Overshield, he'd be invulnerable, right? Those nades would not kill him. He might be no shield, but the fact that he got that kill and didn't go check for the Overshield allowed Tusk to get off spawn and go find that Overshield. And I'm not saying that Overshield really impacted the game, because Flamesword, once again, made slight work of that. But they needed that Overshield in order to create that comeback. That was a win condition for them that they were not able to achieve. And because of it now, this series, what was once looking like a 3-0, could potentially get interesting.
Yeah, and it looks like game number 4 will be Construct Team Slayer. And we know how much of a toss-up it could be, based off of the start you have. I can't emphasize enough how important it is to have a really strong start in 2v2s in general, but especially on Construct, for the reasons we talked about earlier on the broadcast. It's such a large map, and once you start spawning in the basement, it gets very difficult to make a strong push. So this is a good opportunity for Renegade and Tusk to tie the series up after a very convincing win in game number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to watch these teams try and implement different strategies, because I'm not really sure what Renegade's thought process is going to be as to what happens when the other team's up top in a 2v2, because he's kind of reckless at times, and a lot of times his recklessness, it works out to his advantage, and it looks like he's the best player in the game. So fortunately, I think for Evader and Flamesword, we're going to actually be playing on Guardian. And the one thing I want to take note of is how well they were able to control camo in the last performance that they had. They didn't come away with the win, but they dominated that camo story. Typically, if you dominate that camo story, things work out in your favor. I want to see if they're able to have that control of the power up once again.
Spawning on the elbow, Evader goes towards Snipe. Flamesword goes towards Green. Gonna toss some grenades over towards Gold, hoping to catch a player going for that camouflage. Spots Tusk top blue, puts down some good shots on him, and there you have a good start as the first blood goes in the hands of Flamesword, courtesy of the body shot snipe from Evader. So nice start for Flame and Evader, mainly because they have control of that sniper rifle.
Yeah, that was a crucial kill, to your point. That was the camo player. So camo burned off the map, not in play this time around. Renegade does a good job of getting Flames to no shield, but Evader can't land any damage, and all of Flames' shots to the back of Renegade pay for both their lives right there. You want to see Evader get a pick right there on the Renegade, but unfortunately it looked like FSC once again has a full setup, control of the map. They know where the enemy is, and they still give it up 2-0.
Flamesword with the S1S2 jump like clockwork. Runs into Renegade, though, who hits a no-scope body shot onto him, takes him down to one shot. Flamesword knows Renegade still somewhere around the sniper tower, trying to chase down this kill, but Tusk is right there, and he falls into the trap as Tusk takes down Flamesword, and now putting shots down on Evader. Not sure if you knew that Tusk was just sitting there, so free kill for him, and a good start for Renegade and Tusk, and Sniper in the hands of Renegade. Takes down Flamesword, so started off somewhat good for Flame and Evader. Now it's looking dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, GBX did a great job of recovering, getting map control, and all of a sudden spiraling a couple kills in their favor. Now up 4. Great job by Tusk and Renegade to extend this lead. They have the exact camo time, but so do both teams. Not going to be up for another 25 seconds. I expect this game to slow down.
The Discord is just like...
Tusk takes down Flamesword right there. And to your point, Wes, that camouflage will be spawning very soon. So definitely the next thing to look out for either of these teams. Flamesword spots Renegade, backs him down, and that gives him a small window to push top middle. But Tusk is on the elbow. So good job watching the points on the map that these players are going to push from. Renegade and Tusk using each other as bait so well. Renegade manages to stay alive, but Tusk taken down, and Renegade takes off Flamesword's face, leaving Evader spawned on that garden. So great job out of Renegade.
Yeah, nothing new to see here. Renegade with snipe ripping faces. Doesn't matter which Halo he's on, Halo 5, Halo 3, he can put the reticle on ahead and quick, that's for sure. Beautiful shot by him, but that was a good job by both teams, honestly, with the awkward situation that was going on. They traded out some kills. Unfortunately, FSC still down 5 kills. They look to be aggressive on Snipe Tower here. We'll see if it pays off.
Good job there, utilizing some teamwork, taking down Tusk, and now Renegade, no scopes, Flamesword, and Evader for the double kill. Renegade putting on a show.
I'm speechless. That was nasty, Renegade. I'll take back everything I've ever said about your lack of ability in Halo 3. Like I said, you can put the reticle on heads, and that's what he's doing right now. Lands another body shot as well. Still just a 5-kill game even after that double kill, but he's still going off in the kill feed. Tusk gonna spawn S2 in time to help trade with Flame, and right now it looks like Renegade getting comfortable could make this series go the distance.
Impressive performance so far out of Renegade, once again landing that snipe onto Flame, making his experience very miserable right now. Anytime he runs into Renegade, it seems like Renegade is hitting a body shot with a sniper or no-scoping him, quite frankly. So Renegade showing everyone why he's a world champion in Halo. It doesn't matter the title, he is a threat. And Flamesword now, along with Evader, kind of stuck in this gold and blue area.
That's what it's going to take to get this to a Game 5. You're going to have to make plays. Renegade showing that he knows what it takes to get to a Game 5 in series. Tusk getting caught out there. Interesting jumping top green right there, being a little bit too aggressive. Flamesword wisely backs down from the situation, but you see Evader, he's pushed top snipe. I love the aggression, but eventually you're going to have to take down Renegade, and a great job there by FSC to finally take down the Juggernaut Renegade, finish off Tusk as well, make this game a little bit more manageable now.
Yeah, great job right there, getting 2 kills and not trading any, so that was much needed for Flame and Evader as they still trail by 4. Flamesword, unfortunately, caught looking in the wrong direction, gets taken down. You can see it on his face right there. He is upset now. Evader in some duress, getting shot from top middle, getting shot from Snipe Tower, and both players die right off of the spawn for Flamesword. So 7-kill lead for blue team, and this could be going to a Game 5.
I mean, that's the thing. You give up that free death, you shake your head, you spawn into a 4, and now all of a sudden that free death turned into 3 because you lost a teammate as well. the snowball effect is so difficult to stop. You have zero room for those free deaths, where it's just you're an easy kill, and those are the ones you look back on and say these are the ones that change the outcome of the series. Right now, Renegade, Tusk, they're in the driver's seat. They were once down 2-0 in this series, but it does not look like they want to go home just yet.
Renegade rotated over to green with the sniper rifle. Tusk gets a kill onto Evader in the blue now. Flamesword sitting top gold, trying to decide which way he wants to engage. Knows there's a player green and chooses to move towards the sniper rifle now. Renegade is in this green / snipe area with the sniper rifle, and he spots him. Flamesword trying to move on to the high elbow. Knows that Renegade can hit the shot and hits the grenade instead as Tusk cleans him up. Look at that scoreboard, 22-11, and we will be going to a game 5.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours, and that grenade was just perfect placement. You thought he had an opportunity to push, but I mean, this game, this is ugly. This is not how you want the game 4 to go. Even if you were to lose it, if you're FSC, you do not want to get just dominated in game 4, because you want to talk about momentum being a real thing in Halo. And I truly believe that momentum and confidence, it's half the battle. And right now, how are you confident after the last 2 games and how they've been decided? If you're FSC, how are you going to manage to muster up the strength to take a deep breath and take on this next game 5? They're trying to build a little bit of momentum here, and every kill honestly probably counts at this point. But game 5 pretty much inevitable, and that's where you make or break as a champion.
And there you have it, Renegade, true to the story of that Guardian Team Slayer, snipes Evader for the final kill. Renegade was not really missing at all with that sniper rifle. 13 and 4 out of him, and we're going to a game 5.
Everybody wants a game 5 in every series, right? That's when the hypest moments happen. That's when the most pressure can be on, backs against the wall for both sides. This is a winner go home mindset, because you are now in lower bracket. Both these teams losing from our winners bracket, and because of that, we're going to see who can deal with this pressure the best and who can kind of thrive under this pressure. Either breaks you or it makes you, right? It bursts pipes or makes diamonds, and one of these 2 teams is going to be that diamond moving forward in the bracket. If you had to ask me, Faisal, I like where Renegade and Tusk's heads are at, and depending on the map mode, it's going to take something special for Flame and Evader to make enough plays to get that confidence back and get back in this series and win it.
And actually, game number 5 is the coveted Construct Team Slayer West. So, yeah, I mean, to your point, all the momentum is in the favor of Tusk and Renegade because the dominant game 4 performance that we saw out of them. But going into game 5, it's Construct Slayer. So, in my opinion, out of any of the maps in this 2v2 format that we have for you all today, Construct is the one map that really could be a coin flip in terms of what team is going to win and what team has that good start, because it depends on if your nades hit off of the start. It depends on if you're able to get top positioning before the other team. So a lot of really undetermined factors can dictate the pace of the game right here as we're hopping in to game number 5. Flamesword and Evader taking on Renegade and Tusk.
If I'm FSC right now, I think I want a coin flip because things are looking rough, and you need a hot start, and that's exactly what Flamesword gives you. It gives you a double kill to start the game. Evader able to choose what he wants to do with his life. Unfortunately, he gets caught kind of in no man's land. Going to be late getting up top. Flamesword going to spawn in basement, and now all of a sudden, GBX was rewarded with some top spawns. So getting this snipe, getting rocket control, it's going to be very difficult for FSC.
Yeah, and this is scary because even though you have the sniper rifle, if you're Flame, both players, Renegade and Tusk, are top of the map, and they have control of the rockets. Not able to get that kill onto Tusk, barely showing his helmet, and Flames are not able to hit that shot. So tied up 2-2, but the Rockets are completely in control of Renegade and Tusk, and Flame is just sitting out in the open with the sniper.
Yeah, interesting position. Does spot Tusk, can't hit the shot once again, and those kind of kills get away from you. You're going to want those back. I think they're going to play for camo. They're going to slow play this situation for a very long time. It's going to be another minute down in the basement. If I know Renegade and Tusk like I think I know Renegade and Tusk, though, they're not going to just give up this camo for free. They're going to be aggressive with these rockets that they have, and Flamesword could get caught in a very tough position, limiting himself to one way out through gold.
Yeah, they're definitely going to wait for this camouflage that will be spawning here shortly. And again, giving a shout out to the weapon skins as we see that gold sniper rifle looking so nice on the screen. So Rockets are totally in control once again by Tusk and Renegade. So see how this plays out. You know, the patient play in game number 5. No team wants to be the first one to make a mistake. So I can't, I have no kind of gripes with this play, and let's just hope that Renegade doesn't come down here taking out everyone with those rockets.
I love how Chief has the kickstand to the snipe out at all times. Like he's ever planning on mantling it, right? Like, what's the purpose of that, Chief? I just have that one question. Flamesword able to get this camo now that the game no longer stalled. We can get back into the action. He's able to get the camo, secure it, get up gold, get a nice kill on the Tuss, and now all of a sudden map control looks like it's flipped. Renegade, he just saw Renegade lift up close purple, so now the battle for top control still ensues. Snipe coming up here in about 20 seconds, I believe, and Renegade in control lobby might not have any more rockets to his name, which could benefit FSC.
Nobody really understands.
Tusk is still unaccounted for. The only player that we're aware of is Renegade, and he gets taken down courtesy of the camouflage sniper from Flamesword now. Good job working together, Flame and Evader. Nice job by it. Renegade able to take out Flamesword. Evader bottom of that R1 with some compromised shields, and he chooses to drop down. So a bit of a back and forth. No team able to gather too much control off the start of game 5.
That's why Construct's such a tough map, right? Renegade gets killed in lobby. He spawns in a position to finish Flamesword R1 there. Flame comes off spawn. He's in basement. He has no opportunity to try and help Evader up top. Evader forced to back up without giving his life. And now it's going to be very difficult to compete for rockets.
Yeah, a couple of bad grenades out of Flamesword. Renegade pushes the open ramp. He goes down. Flamesword, that is, as Renegade being aggressive, knowing that he needs to take the game into his hands as they were down 2-0 and now able to come back in this game 5. Tusk takes down Flamesword. Evader manages to get away, but again, I would have to say that Flame and Tusk are in the, I would have to say that Renegade and Tusk are in the driver's seat right now as we're seeing Flame and Evader constantly spawn basement.
Yeah, but this map, it's so big, it's so difficult to control anything. It's just a one-kill game. It's still that coin flip we referenced, right? Camo coming up here. Flamesword only has 4 bullets. Yeah, I'd like to see you reload unless you just plan on perfect in the first guy that comes down here. Unfortunately, Tusk actually hits the perfect shots. Evader finishes off Renegade. Can't finish Tusk, but is going to be able to secure that camo, potentially get up gold with it. Actually finds a kill onto Tusk later on, and the 8-8 performance now all of a sudden FSC, they haven't been in control very long, but they've taken the lead, and this is the moment.
That was such a big no trade out of Renegade. Now Flamesword has complete control of lobby, and that was such an important kill to get, but Flame showing his veteran skill set, staying alive there. Tusk goes down. Renegade by himself on the closed street. Flamesword playing it patient, not overextending. They do have the lead by 2.
The shields were just about to come up, and Tusk across the map on open ramp knocks him back down. So Renegade tries to be aggressive. Flame gets out of dodge with his life, gets his shield back. Absolutely outplays Renegade and hits the shots to follow. Renegade was chasing Flamesword with his pants down the whole time, but it was like a Scooby-Doo act, and Flamesword comes out the door behind him, able to pick up that free kill. And Evader, with his positioning this entire time, it's been perfect for FSE.
Good grenade out of Flamesword, taking down Tusk now. Evader actually takes down Tusk as Flame gets the assist. Now pushing into the player, open purple, that is Renegade. I believe he ended up dropping onto the lower side of the map. That camouflage is also going to be a factor. Renegade still up top. We're not going to call that a ninja, but he gets assassinated by Flamesword. Tusk gets the kill of his own, 4-kill lead. Good situation right now for the Beard and Evader as Renegade is spotted in lobby. Here comes Evader for the support. Renegade goes down. Tusk, though, going to try to make a play here, I'd imagine, as both players are weak. Tusk choosing to stay back down at open purple.
Yeah, Renegade's going to spawn open ramp as Flamesword spots him out. Tusk actually has the snipe in his back pocket, rips Flamesword's face off while taking damage. Good shot by Tusk. Renegade finishes off Evader. And now they're going to think that they have map control. Flamesword needs to get down low, though. Camo's coming up. He knows Camo's coming up. There's no way he forgot about it in a game 5, right?
Then they replace it
Flamesword opting to play the top route here. Spots sniper rifle R1 and a player in lobby. Tusk is really weak. He goes down courtesy of Evader. Flamesword gets a kill onto Renegade. Big 2 kills right there in a pivotal swing moment of the game. 5-kill lead now. Flamesword and Evader trying to stay alive, trying not to blow this 2-0 lead. But as I say that, both members fall and the rockets are in the hands of the opposition. Flamesword spawns mid-gold, instantly goes basement, spots Renegade, able to take him down, but gets the trade as Renegade. And now that Camo and Rockets, I believe, are both out of play, so they just need to work on getting up top.
Yeah, absolutely. Camo Rockets out of play. Not the worst thing for FSE fans. They were able to pretty much trade successfully throughout that entire scenario. It looked like pure chaos, but the 3-kill lead remains the same. Renegade, he gets caught in close purple. A trade's not going to do the job to create the comeback. Flamesword, can you take down Tusk? This is a big 1v1 in close purple. They're both weak. Flamesword backs off. Tusk with the win, that could potentially change the tide. He helps his team control the map. Evader gets caught lifting up gold. Tusk with another kill in a result of that one-on-one win against Flame. And now the basement spawns come in, and the slow play ensues.
That was a crazy series of events right there as Tusk and Renegade get the better end of the deal, able to not only take down Flamesword, but Evader trying to desperately lift up gold and get that cleanup on close street, and he goes down. So what could have been like a 4 or 5 kill game right now is a 1-kill deficit, and now Flame and Evader are stuck in basement. And even though you're up by 1, I would almost argue that the advantage is in the favor of the team up top, despite the lead for the team down low. As you can see, there's not really many angles that you can put on damage to those top players, whereas they can just come down and be a nightmare. Game's all tied up 19-19 as Renegade takes down Flamesword. Sniper in the hands of Evader, and he goes down. Tusk lifts up the purple to try to pick up the sniper rifle, and he goes down as well. So 20-20 sniper rifle down in the closed purple. Renegade is the player that's still alive in lobby. Evader trying to fight him, and he gets a trade. So 21-21, sniper in the hands of Flame.
Camo is late. Remember that. What are FSC going to choose to do? Because Camo will be coming up. If GBX is down low like they should be, they should have an opportunity to be the players that pick up that Camo. Unless Flame's able to get an angle with this snipe, potentially deny it. Flamesword, they look like they're not even going to try and make their way towards bottom middle. They're going to give up this Camo for free. Is he going to be able to land the shot, though?
And I don't hate that play, Wes, because it's, in my opinion, it's too big of a gamble to give up your map control in hopes that you can stop them before getting camouflaged. So choosing to stay up top might not be a bad play. In fact, I think it's the correct play. And if you're Evader, you just have to worry about top gold right now. You cannot let Flamesword get caught off guard because, as you can tell, he's focusing directly lobby and in his purple. Camo player spotted R1. This is scary for Flame and Evader as Flame goes down. Even though he hits a body shot, those rockets are on spawn, and the lead has changed. Renegade and Tusk looking for the comeback.
Tusk gets away with the Camo rockets. He's still invisible. He's an opportunity from gold. Where is he going to go? Because Flamesword actually just got information on Renegade. Renegade's going to be in lobby, takes him down. Tusk with the kill, and all of a sudden, 24-21, GBX take the lead with 1 kill to go. FSE stuck in basement. The reverse sweep is 1 kill away from happening.
Up 2-0 in this series was Flamesword and Evader, and after losing 2 games in a row, they are on the verge of being eliminated from this tournament. 1 kill to go for Tusk and Renegade, and they will complete the reverse sweep. Now, again, you're spawning in basement. We talked about this time and time again, how difficult it is to try to make a well-organized push out of this position, and they really don't have many options right now, Wes.
I don't know what you do in this situation. They got sniped. They got rockets. They're dead. You don't have any options. You're going home. Flame and Evader, unfortunately, not enough to finish out the series. And GBX with a remarkable comeback. Both Tusk and Renegade made massive plays there towards the end in order to change the tides of Game 5. And they advance and stay alive further in this bracket.
Got to give a shout out to Why Not Be Casting in chat, who'll be joining us a little bit as our community caster today. Throwing up the Renegade, as he titled, getting those 2 no-scopes. Some great individual play coming from these players. But Axel Toss, I want to get your thoughts first. The reverse sweep, already huge, but as Clutch had mentioned earlier, getting that hot start. How crucial is that hot start in Game 5?
Yeah, it's critical. Momentum is everything. We're learning that, aren't we? Or we already know it. Momentum is everything, especially in 2v2 Halo, where it's not 4v4. You know, there's not as many room for mistakes. Who can control camo? Who can control overshield? Who can control sniper? Rockets. Critical. But what's really cool is that there is room for these reverse sweeps to happen because it's so momentum based. I mean, if you think about it, it's like it's a reason not to give up. And that's what I love seeing. Like that's what we saw there. Down 0-2, you got your comms have to be on point. You have to go, control these power weapons, control these overshields, but try to pull that momentum into your favor. So yeah, I agree. I think one of the best things you can do is get off to a super hot start in a game, just get control of it, and then go from there. We're only going to 25. It's not like we're going to 50 or 100 or something crazy. That's not too much time. I mean, it is a best of 5, but that's not that much room to work with. That's why it's so important, I believe, just to have control of those power weapons. What a series, guys! I'm thrilled about it. Lower bracket match, so losers out. I'm a huge Flamesword fan, so it hurts to see him out, but that's what happens in tournament play. Down 0-2, reverse sweep. I'm loving these matches that we're seeing on the stream.
There's an update happening for our bracket right now. RB versus Dark Magicians, will be the winners semifinals happening, and then we have Minimum Skills versus Dogs as well. Dogs is actually to win through that series, and they will be waiting for
right top 4
Dark Magicians. Yeah,
we're very concerned about top 4 here, so congrats RB, Dark Magicians, Minimal Skills, and Dogs making that happen in the bracket that we're seeing today.
On the other side of the bracket, moving on was No Half Centers and Infernal, FSE and GBX. GBX will be moving on in that series. Waiting for the results of the first part. Goobers, Run It Up, and BTH versus IC. Still waiting on some results there.
Yeah, and I guess quick clarification there. We were looking at the upper bracket, so you want to get once you get top 2 in that upper bracket, you're guaranteed top 4. So there's still room for these teams in the bottom to make it to that point.
And just in case these teams are knocked out today, they can still participate next week. They can sign up for either Friday or Saturday as we feed the top 8 players, the top 8 teams on Friday and the top 8 teams on Saturday into Sunday. Great series, Clutch and Goofy. Really appreciate both of you being here. We're going to be rotating our commentators here. So we're going to be bringing on Why Not Be Casting. Hey, Why Not? How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys? How are you?
Hey, we're doing good. Chat's having a blast. Great to see some Halo action as we're in the middle of summer here, showcasing Halo 3 for our Xbox FanFest tournament. But I know in the back of our minds, along with all these players, is, hey, we need to run it back when Halo Infinite comes out, so let's see what we can do today to get better for the future. But why not? We've really enjoyed your commentary in chat and to see a lot of people show up and blow up because it's Halo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited. I mean, I play a lot of Halo 5. I love Halo 3. And once Halo Infinite comes out, it's going to bring all of the population together. That's what I can't wait for. There's a lot of people playing Halo 3, a lot of people playing Halo 5, even some that are taking a little bit of break. And once Infinite comes out, we all coming back like family.
It's all coming together. Now, in the best of 5 series, as we're showcasing now, compared to the best of 3 at the beginning of the tournament, you have a limited window of time, sure, to get what you need to do to close that gap. The gap that we saw between GBX and FSC started to close map by map by map. We jumped into map 2, and we saw some overshield happen from GBX. Clutch, in your opinion, the overshield usage, the constant pressure, it seemed to really make that pivot in Game 3 where GBX started the reverse sweep. What do you think was going right in GBX's side?
I think they were able to find a rhythm, and I think it was on the back of those power-ups and power weapons that you're referring to, the overshield, the snipes, the rockets. That's Renegade's specialty. Why not? You know this. We've watched Halo 5. We watched Renegade. Like, what he does best is he goes for every power weapon, and when he gets them, he goes off. So a map like Pit, that's right up his alley. It's got 2 snipes, you got rockets, overshield. If he's able to find a rhythm and get comfortable, he's able to start getting some confidence and some momentum. And when he gets momentum, I mean, anything's possible.
Anything is possible, Goofy. It's Halo. Anything is possible. Your thoughts throughout the remaining of the tournament, the remaining matches that we have in the tournament, are you surprised what we've seen today?
I wouldn't say I'm surprised. The 2 teams, I believe, in that upper bracket that we were looking at, that graphic, we're going to have Gilkey and Shelly, Nico, going up against Tylenol and Trippy at some point later in the broadcast. So I honestly expected those 2 teams to be in the small pool that would make it that far. I put Lethal and Ace up there as well. Of course, we saw them get swept earlier, so that part was surprising to me. So I'm excited. I'm interested to see how Lethal and Ace are going to rebound from that lower bracket. But Tylenol and Trippy, those guys are absolutely disgusting Halo 3 players, especially in 2v2. And then Gilkey and Shelly on the other side, we've seen them have success in 4s. We've seen them have success in free-for-alls, 2v2. So overall, just a immensely talented group of players and teams that we have on this broadcast. And so far, the teams that are supposed to make it to the end are looking pretty good.
And we're ready for our next matchup. It'll be the winners semifinals, and why not be casting and Clutch will be joining us for that. So, gentlemen, take it away.
And I'm ready for this. It looks like we're on board. I want to say this is Tylenol making his way over towards top P. Has a player in front of him. It's going to be Gilkey and putting the shots down. And just like that, Wes, 2-0 lead in favor of the boys in blue.
Love to see RB get a hot lead here against Dark Magicians. Dark Magicians are the more pronounced names, I would say, in Halo 3. Gilkey and Nico have so much play time, so much experience in Halo 3. Trippy obviously being one of those as well. And Tylenol, he's got a lot of Halo 3 experience, but not many people know about him. We referenced him earlier in the tournament, had an opportunity to watch him go absolutely insane. And now, against some stiffer competition, we're going to see if he's able to continue and repeat that and keep a consistency level during this tournament, because I think that that's something that's going to be interesting to watch, is like Tylenol, not known for playing throughout tournaments all the time. How is he going to be able to keep momentum in his favor and like play for the entire day throughout that series layouts and continue his way on through this bracket? So far, it's going pretty well. It's a 2-kill game. No power weapons really on Heretic other than the sword, so this is going to be a lot of BR on BR action. And we just saw Nico with some great BR action onto Tylenol, but fortunately Trippy there to trade it out.
Yeah, when I'm looking at both of these teams on paper, I probably would give Trippy and Tylenol a little bit that advantage when it comes to a map like Heretic. I feel like they play aggressive. I feel like they're always making the enemy team as uncomfortable as possible. However, when I think of a sniper, I would love to see Nico and Gilkey really take control of that sniper. So if we get to a map such as Narrows or Pit, I want to see them pop off as Trippy off a screen, going to be taken out. Gilkey, Tylenol getting above everybody, elevator on the map, putting down the good shots, and Nico is going to go down.
Yeah, I think to your point, this is a much more important game one to RB than it is to Dark Magicians, right? You can't lose the BR maps and then go up against Gilkey on a map like Narrows where he just takes over, right? Then you're going to find yourself in too deep of a hole to try and come back against quality players of this matter. This is a must-win if you're RB. You want to win this game one, get the series off to the right start. Not saying it's a foregone conclusion that when we see snipes, we're not going to see Tylenol start to rip faces once again, but you know how dangerous Gilkey can be. So you want to get ahead in this series early on a map like Heretic, and it looks like they've done just that. 14-8 now as we cross past the halfway mark. Dark Magicians looking lost as RB have map control and all the momentum in their favor.
The bait and switch action is looking absolutely incredible. The young man, 23 years old, out of Pennsylvania, Tylenol, putting in those initial shots, backing down perfectly, allowing Trippy to come in and finish those kills. These guys are playing like a well-oiled machine, and the scoreboard is reflecting that 15-8 lead in favor of our RB roster.
All right, so Tylenol took a lot of damage there. Opts to back up. Stays on the pink street, though. Crouches so he doesn't have an angle from the window. And I like this trade. If he's able to get it, great job to reposition and find Gilkey, because that could have gotten sloppy for a lot of players. Reticle placement, not something Tylenol obviously struggles with, and wasn't the easiest kill, but he got the job done. Able to trade Nico out, able to get a killing spree under the respawn of Gilkey, and the help of Trippy and the teamwork. It's gotten this 8-kill lead once again.
Let me tell you, I mean, at this point, this is not pitching a tent in top P. I mean, this man owns real estate in top P. You could not get him off of that P2. Finally, he does end up going down, but just like that, the damage has been done. They already have an 8-kill lead. Trippy coming in for that beautiful beatdown. Both players trying to stay alive, but a little bunched up. Tylenol likes to go up to P3, gets the melee. Trippy comes in with another bait and switch action. 20-11 lead in favor of RB.
I can't express how important it was for Trippy to be in a position to finish that kill right away after that melee. That just speaks to the volume of chemistry we're seeing RB play with right now.
That it does, and I'm loving what I'm seeing right now. And like I said, this is kind of what I expected to see on a map like Heretic. This was very important for RB. You have to make sure that you hit them fast and hit them hard. You do not want to allow Gilkey and Nico to get in rhythm, for them to stabilize, get in their face, make them uncomfortable, and take game one and ride that momentum into the rest of the series. I'm expecting to see something different in game two. Like I said, I want to see a sniper map if possible, and I really want to see what Nico and Gilkey do with it, as we're in 22-14 lead in favor of RB.
Yeah, this game, this is a foregone conclusion right now. Just 3 kills needed, and on a map like Heretic, the reason we call this a foregone conclusion is because there's no really power weapons. There's a double kill that comes in. All of a sudden, a 6-kill game. I could get shut down very quickly with the statement I just made, but no reason for a blowout like this to become close, as Trippy picks up a kill in the kill feed, and I think that is going to be one of the first nails in the coffin for game one of this series. Without power weapons on the map, it's so difficult to come back on a map such as Heretic or Amplified, because it's just so easy to trade with your teammate if your positioning is relatively good.
Trippy getting to another individual gunfight, but this time Nico's gonna come out the victor in that one. Luckily, Tylenol comes in for the cleanup kill, goes at the P2, hits the instant. That's gonna be a double kill and calls game while doing it. Shot the 3, called game, 15 kills coming out of that young man Trippy, 25 on the board. We're going on to game number 2.
Yeah, good teamwork out of Trippy and Tylenol, 9 and 7 assists in a game to 25. Both respectively having great games. That's what you want to see, especially on a map with no power weapons. You want to see evenly distributed kills, assists, deaths. Typically, it doesn't always work out like that, but that speaks to neither one of them is baiting the other one specifically. It's that bait and switch combo that they're both comfortable implementing, the pressure and then the return pressure. That is the 2-piece punch to that combo. They have effectively did that several times, and that's why they're up 1-0. But here we go. We got a map like Pit. We've seen Gilkey absolutely dominate Pit Slayer before. It's in 4s. Can he do it in 2s?
When I think of Pit, I think of Capture the Flag. Whenever I was playing Capture the Flag, I was always taught to control that green hall side of things, make sure I'm running that flag through green hall, worst case scenario, long hall. When it's Slayer, is it more advantageous to control this training side, this source side? How exactly does that work, Clutch?
Well, in Slayer, I would say Snipe and Sword Side are the more important pieces. But in a 2v2, it's all about what you want to do with your teammate, right? It's all about how, like, it doesn't matter where you are on the map controlling. It's about making sure, 1, you get the power weapons, and 2, you're just under the same understanding with each other that you're communicating where you're rotating to. You want to be surprising on a map like Pit. It's a fairly big map, has a lot of opportunities for different lanes for you to poke out of. But you want to be unpredictable about it, because you don't want to just turn the corner and get your face ripped off by a snipe. But right now, that's not the case, because Gilkey, Dark Magicians, they don't get their snipe. We're seeing RB once again in complete control with both power weapons now, and an opportunity to really blow this game 2 open. And this series, it could be an ugly one. And RB, they might just be leagues and bounds above everyone else in this tournament from what I'm seeing.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Wes. I thought that photo that we're seeing at the middle right-hand corner of your screen was photoshopped. I really did. But the way Trippy and Talon are holding hands, baiting and switching right now, playing perfect Halo, clearly that was not photoshopped. They are holding hands just like they're doing in that picture. It's 4-1 lead in favor of our blue team roster. And as right now, do they have 2 snipers? I know Tylenol has one, but I wonder if Trippy has one as well, as Tylenol is going to go down, and Trippy does have a secondary sniper, but he is taking heavy damage.
How does Trippy get out of here? And the answer is he doesn't. They have both snipes, and actually Dark Magicians plays that situation perfectly. It's a 1-kill game, and this game could have been over. I was talking about the series getting ugly at just 30 seconds ago, and Dark Magicians somehow get out of that impossible situation unscathed.
And almost getting the trade-off kill right there, but Gilkey ends up getting the double. I don't know. I saw the 2-shot melee coming from Tylenol, but something didn't happen. Gilkey stayed alive, and then he hits the no-scope, ends up getting custom because of it, and now is controlling training side with it. Gilkey is about to make a run.
Gilkey, the one-man army, gets that double, secures overshield, and all of a sudden it's turned into 6 straight kills, 8-5. on the back of Gilkey's performance down below with the snipe. You know he just wanted an opportunity to showcase his skill set, and he's doing just that.
Still on board here with Tylenol, ends up getting himself a sniper rifle, whiffing a couple no-scopes on Gilkey, but still going for the ego challenge. I like that. Getting aggressive, making sure his the other enemy team can't get off on the right footing, but Gilkey off the screen going to be taking out Trippy. 10-6 lead in favor of our red team squad.
Let's see if Tylenol can take down Gilkey. It's not easy, but we know how talented Tylenol is with the snipe. We saw it in the first series. Lands the body shot. Gilkey with the whiff. Trippy, though, picks up a kill onto Nico, and now all of a sudden Gilkey's going to be on his back feet with pressure coming at him with a BR snipe over his shoulder. And unfortunately, Trippy loses his life, but does trade with Nico. So a good trade by Trippy. He's been doing it all game, applying pressure and trading effectively. This snipe battle is so interesting, though. Tylenol trying to actually get out of it. No, baby Tylenol. That's what you want to see. Step up in the big moments, hit the shot. That's one of the best snipers in the world. You just ripped his face off of. Make it a second. Does he find a player in courtyard? It's absolutely breathtaking as we see this player. I mean, he's so special. I cannot wait to see what his potential is because, I mean, the individual skill, the shots, the reaction time, it's all there.
Clearly, the enemy team is having a headache right now because Tylenol is just putting headshots all over the place. I said I was worried about Gilkey getting that sniper rifle, making plays, but honestly, I wasn't giving enough respect to my man Tylenol, making plays with that long gun. Now ends up getting a custom power because of it. Gonna let us stay alive and make a push over towards Green Hall as Joe Trippy making his push towards Long Hall. This is the collapse that they need. Nico's gonna go down. That second place will be Gilkey, and they already have the information they need. He's over in top tower. The nade comes in. That's going to be a killing spree. My God.
I mean, Tylenol is so talented and tries to hit the reload no scope right there. Wastes a little bit of the overshield, but when you're feeling it like he is right now, I'm not going to question anything you're doing because you've proved to me that you can hit the shot when lining up the reticle. Good job by him to kind of be aware. Loses his teammate, falls back, tries to watch the snipe. Is he going to be able to hit this shot, though? We saw him line this up. Oh! Lands a body, but pays for it with his life because he jumps backwards instead of just falls off the yellow. And unfortunately, Tylenol does get taken down, but Trippy has his back, gets an effective trade, and keeps a little bit of control for his team.
Only a 2-kill game at the moment, and I'm loving every moment of it. Trippy has the sniper rifle in hand, and Tylenol looks like he wants to go for. I thought he was going to actually flank through Longhorn. He's actually going to go green side, puts a shot into Gilkey, and now is working back towards Trippy, watching his back. That's Nico and Sword. The shots are going in. Trippy going to go in for the cleanup kill as Shelly is going down. 3-kill game, and Gilkey's by himself, and the sniper. God bless. That was disgusting.
It's clean. It's clean. The spawn kills come in. A double body shot on the kill. Can't hit the second for the double, but damage is just being done. Trippy with the snipe. And this is the ugliness I was referring to. Trippy and Talon are in such a good groove. They're playing out of their minds today. I mean, these guys are so talented and have so much chemistry and understand the dynamics of 2v2 so well that we're watching basic perfect Halo in a 2v2 atmosphere against two of the best Halo 3 players I've ever seen.
Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the chat right now, take out your pens and pads and take notes. If you want to find out how to play perfect 2v2 Halo on the pit, this is it right here. We're talking power up and power weapon control, baiting and switching, staying alive, Trippy ripping faces off the screen. Gilkey going to try to stay alive, but the excellent nades are to come in. Trippy gets the snipe, and that's going to be the 25th kill. My gosh, RB looking unstoppable here in this tournament.
With their road, the teams that they played to get to the winners finals, this series included, and the way that they've done it so far, assuming that they punched the exclamation point at the end of this series, this team is by far the most impressive 2v2 team I've watched. Probably in what I can recall from Halo 3. I mean, they just play off each other so well. They hit incredible shots. The individual skill is paired with the dynamics and the bait and switching. Love what I'm seeing out of Trippy and Tylenol. It's a pleasure to get an opportunity to see greatness live.
And my question is, say say you're coaching Dark Magicians, or I mean, obviously you're a professional player. Say you were playing for Dark Magicians. I mean, how do you isolate some of these battles? How do you get them into these 1v1 gunfights when they're literally holding hands the entire time and bait and switching? How do you beat this RB squad?
You got to get the power weapons out of their hand because we just saw Tylenol absolutely take over. Trippy's done the same with Snipe all day. I mean, this is the second or third series we've watched with these guys, and it's just like once they get the power weapons, it's probably too late, right? So being ahead of the game is what you got to dictate the pace yourself, and you got to do basically the same thing that they're doing as far as teamwork and holding hands, because that's just the name of the game in twos. You got to capitalize on your teammates' damage. You have to be in that kind of a position. Right now, already off to a good start. Snipe in hand, Tylenol 2-0. Trippy does go down, but Tylenol with the snipe. He's going to have to take down a Rocket player if he wants to live, and Gilkey could potentially create some momentum here that Dark Magicians drastically needs.
And you notice he's electing not to go with the T2 combo. He did drop the rockets there for his teammate. He's going to be rocking that sniper, and Nico ends up picking up the rocket launcher and shooting across map one, making his way over to open purple, and the player does go down. That's going to be Nico.
Interesting push by Nico there, but I guess the trade comes through, so it's not the worst. But when you have rockets, you're not really looking to trade, unfortunately. Top control still in favor of Dark Magicians for now. I believe there is a camo that comes up next minute, actually, and with that, this is a chaotic game right now. Are they going to know he's in close purple? They have the information, but it doesn't matter. Trippy gets a double and open with virtually all triple mid-goal. That's Trippy's point of view. He just got a triple in a 2v2. The spawn kill mid-goal was so quick, you just know it had to be the truth. And Trippy with the snipe showing you he's just as talented as Gilkey or anybody in the world.
You know, Tylenol has been playing casually for over a decade now, but he just started taking things seriously only 2 years ago when he started streaming. So to think about that, he's only been playing competitively for 2 years, and he's already going against these types of juggernauts and looking so good while doing it. To me, it's impressive as the shots are starting to ring out. There we go. Tylenol puts the shots on Gilkey. Trippy comes in from the weak side flank and is able to take down Nico. And now we have bottom control in favor of Team RB.
Sometimes kids are just gifted, right? And it looks like Tylenol might be one of those players, but really quick, Camo doesn't get burned. The double kill comes through. Dark Magician's now in control of Camo. A little bit of a tough situation for Tylenol here. He's got to try and slow play this because he knows that there could be a Camo player there, but he wants to get up top. Trippy actually gets a kill, though, and that kill from Trippy just creates so much space on the map. It could have potentially been the Camo player even. We don't know who on Dark Magicians had that camo, but it does look like Trippy's opened up this opportunity to R1. And right now, you're seeing Tylenol and Trippy somehow get away with murder.
You never give up your backside, and that player going to find out the hard way as Gilkey gets put down. 13-7 leads still in favor of RB, and Tylenol going to make his way over towards top mid. Has the shots on. Nico goes in for the melee, but Gilkey able to clean up that kill. Trippy going to be left by himself on this one. Is this the run that Dark Magicians need? But hold on, Tylenol coming right off the spawn, getting the God spawn over towards mid gold.
The God spawn, the God shots, and right now we're watching the young God in his career perform at such a high level. It's Halo 3 in 2021, and Tylenol might just be the best in the game.
Next man up for sure. Can't wait to watch this man come infinite. I want to watch Trippy as well as he gets the double kill with the rocket launcher off screen, and that's going to be a 10-kill lead for RB. I believe this is the winners bracket semifinals, and we're seeing a 10-kill lead. This is how dominant this RB squad really is.
Tylenol does lose snipe, and now Gilkey should have an opportunity to pick that up. He has to make a play. Down 2-0 in the series, 19-9. This game all of a sudden got ugly. I think I blinked and hadn't looked at the score in like 30 seconds. And it's a 10-kill game. And to 25, when it's a 10-kill game, you might as well just start packing your bags, folks. You're going to the losers bracket because Tylenol, Trippy, they have a date with Destiny in the winners finals.
only 4 more kills needed for RB, not only to pull off this game, but that's going to be the actual sweep if they're able to pull off this win. Dark Magicians have a long road ahead of them, and lifting up Open Purple into a snipe shot is probably not in the equation. Gilkey spinning in circles, so it looks like that's going to be the waving of the white flag right there. Dark Magicians knows that they can't come back in this game, as RB only need 2 more to take this game and to advance forward into the winners bracket finals.
What's some of the most incredible things about this series is how good Gilkey and Nico are, and how that series was never close. Trippy and Tylenol, the way that they're playing, they might be the best 2v2 team in Halo 3 in the world today. I don't know how you stop the momentum that they've built, especially with just the skill that they're playing with and the consistency that they're able to do it with. I mean, these guys are vibing on a championship Sunday, and they have punched their ticket, like I said, to that winners championship.
You mentioned consistency is so key, but to build that consistency takes time. And these teams, with their efforts, have been putting in a lot of work in order to make it this far. But a number of teams that we had to say goodbye to today still have a chance to sign up, as we'll have more qualifying events Friday and Saturday next week. And why not? You know, you've been able to talk to a lot of these different teams and individuals that are participating today. Looking at the performance of RB so far, we got to ask Goofy a little bit earlier if he was surprised by seeing the results. Are you surprised to see RB look so good today?
I mean, I knew they were going to be a top contender, but to 3-0 a team like Dark Magicians, I mean, this is the winner semifinals. This is the cream of the crop right here, and that 3-0 looked amazing. I shouldn't be surprised, but I am. They're definitely my favorites, and wow, RB looking too good.
Yeah, especially considering how close a lot of these matches have been. It's that more impressive to see such a one-sided affair. So I'm with you guys. Incredible play that we're seeing from Tylenol and Trippy. By the way, shout out to the casting. Said it before, you guys are awesome. I will say the talent that comes out of Halo commentary is top notch. Chef's kiss. I see Butters in the chat. I've hung out with that guy, another commentator in the Halo community. So again, shout out to you guys. Definitely enjoying these matches and the commentary.
Yeah, Clutch, you know, I've been able to meet you and see you perform way back in the day, and to see a number of different individuals. We mentioned Elamite, who joins you on the Halo Mondays, the competitive Mondays that we showcase here on the stream. We've seen a lot of individuals go their different lives, their different ways, but it seems whenever we hear the call of Halo, they start to come back. We got to see Flamesword a little bit earlier. In your opinion, when it comes to tournaments like this, does it continue the torch? Does it keep the spark going and leading into, you know, something bigger and grander as we're looking forward to Halo Infinite? And what is it about the community that allows Halo 2 have been thriving for so long?
Yeah, I mean, this could be an hour-long answer, but I'll give you the short version. I mean, why not said it when he first joined, right? Like, the thing to Halo to me is I view like the community as a family, and like these guys, like no matter if I don't talk to them for a couple months, I don't see them for a year because of COVID, or if I don't see these guys for a decade after we got done competing, the day they decide to come back around, they have a seat at the table, right? Like we're all so passionate about just the atmosphere and the community that we have. It's been real special to be a part of. I know it's been a major impact on my life, having it been since I was 15 years old. Being 31 now, I think 16 years down the road, I've created family, friends. I have a job because of it. It's dictated my lifestyle, and I think that for so many others, it's positively influenced just different dynamics of their life, whether it be those needing friendships, family, getting through hard times, just finding a way to express your competitive nature, the goofy stuff, the fun that you have at the start of Xbox Live to what video games have become now, and to being able to see that grow together. I think that like that's a bond that we'll never be able to give up with anybody, right? So I think it's great that we're able to continue to grow, and I think all of these little tournaments, I think every streamer out there that builds a community, I think it's all a collective addition to the positivity and the direction that we all want to go in, and more welcome. I think it's always going to be beneficial to provide an opportunity and a platform and a stage for people to compete, show off hard work, have fun with friends, and click some heads, right?
Yeah, and that's why we're so hyped about this tournament happening to begin with. A partnership with Xbox 343 and Smash GG to make this happen. $25,000. Are you kidding me? This is a serious Halo tournament, and these are some serious teams, serious commentators. This is great. And in another reality with no pandemic, and we could have the finals in person or something at the studio. So look out for that in the future, I would say. But love seeing the tournaments happen as we take a look at this double elimination bracket. RB and Dogs making it into the critical top 4. RB cruise control, it seems, this tournament, almost in full display in that last match that we just saw. And honestly, as far as, seeing some veterans involved in Halo still participating, still competing, I just wanted to comment on that real quick. I love to see it. I am sick of people retiring at age 15, age 14, age 17. Stop it. You know who you are and whatever esports scene you're in. There's still the ability to play from 20 to 30, maybe even beyond. So I'm always thrilled to see older players representing. But anyway, here's that look at that lower bracket. This is pretty important. If you lose, you're out. So we have quite a few teams still trying to make it into that top 4.
Infernal GBX looking very, very strong as we saw earlier. And then IC waiting for the winner of Goovers versus Run It Up. Now, I want to talk to Goofy real quick before we get ready for our next matchup. Goofy, you see a lot of different play styles that start to come together based on the different maps, based on different scenarios, etc. But in your opinion, what are some of the most fundamental or the most important fundamentals in Halo that you're seeing in this 2v2 that would escalate any of these players in any Halo title or even further into Halo Infinite?
I think one of the biggest source of teamwork in terms of first-person shooters that Halo taught me was the bait and switch, right? So I think we're seeing that now in these 2v2s just dominate. So whatever team is kind of executing that bait and switch teamwork is a team that we're seeing be successful. So I think Halo has taught me the importance of using your teamwork, the importance of map positioning, the importance of baiting the other team into kind of falling into your traps. And we're seeing the likes of Trippy and Tylenol execute that flawlessly. And I think that's what's separating them from their competition. They're just so good at using their teammates' positioning on the map to help themselves out and vice versa.
We're going to get this next match underway in just a bit, everybody. But a quick reminder, if you do want to participate in this tournament, you have a chance to do so by signing in online. Check out the Smash.gg page. A huge thank you to Smash GG, 343 Industries, and Xbox for collaborating to make this tournament happen. These teams that have qualified today, they were 8 teams from Friday and 8 teams from Saturday to make it into the top 16 bracket today, Sunday. However, there's multiple Sundays that happen in this month. So Friday, Saturday next week, we'll feed into that Sunday's bracket along with the final week, and then we'll have the finals on the 31st. So we're looking forward to that.
We're doing this every weekend, so check back in, tune in every weekend, twitch.tv/Xbox, follow the stream. And I got to say, I said it before too, when you set up a tournament, you don't know how it's going to be received, but the Halo community really showed up. We had over 1,000 people signed up for this. Like, that's insane. For a 2v2 tournament, I mean, you do the math on how many teams that is, right? I mean, you got so many players participating when we could have announced this and no one signs up. So I love seeing the Halo community show up, and I think this tournament's no exception.
Yeah, that's why I got to hit that follow button. So if we have more tournaments in the future or you want to check out our broadcast during the week, Monday through Friday, myself, Axel Toss, and the Mav Show from the Xbox Stream team are able to showcase a variety of different games. Plus, we'll promote and tell you all about the tournaments that are happening. But I want to give a huge thank you again to the Halo community, to Clutch, Why Not Be Casting, Goofy for joining us today. And again, as we get this next match underway, why not? I want to ask you, coming from the community side, you see a lot of different events that happen and throughout the world for Halo, but it seems that Smash GG seems to be one of the crucial points for people to organize tournaments. If you can give a shout out to the community or anybody that wants to run a Halo tournament or be involved in the Halo community, where can they go? What tools should they be using?
I mean, I would definitely recommend Smash. I mean, Smash is just, it gives you all in one. You have some sites that will give you a bracket, some sites that will, give you a chat and whatnot, but Smash just brings it all together and makes it so clean, so easy. I've run tournaments through Smash myself, and I've used plenty of other ones. There's literally no other site you should be using but Smash.gg.
And to be able to use those tools, there's a number of different individuals to link up, be matched up in tournaments, but also for these individuals to find friendships, really powerful friendships. So if they're able to one day compete in person, it may be the first time that they see each other in real life, and to see if those dynamics, if that chemistry can transition into the LAN environment, into that real world environment. Clutch, having the the chemistry of your team, I think, is so important. It's vital for a team to be successful. But that chemistry has to function not just in the game, but outside of the game. Are there any things or tricks or tools of the trade of organizations or teams that are able to make that chemistry happen naturally outside of the game along with inside of the game?
I think when you're putting a team together, it's important to understand the dynamics of like the social interactions between like the players, right? I think a lot of my most successful teams, we were all on the same page about a lot of like about how we were going to do business or about how the game is played. It's so vitally important to be on the same page as like, do you want to be a champion? Yes. Are you willing to be called out for your mistakes? Like, are you willing to go over what you're doing wrong? And this is everybody on the team being held accountable for it. So it's like some of these environments, not everybody can feel comfortable in. And it's about getting the right environment around everybody to where everyone feels comfortable, everybody feels ready to go and play at their best. And that's when teams really perform at the highest level, right? Like habits outside of the game, it's nice to be able to like talk sports with your team or like if you guys enjoy the same shows or whatnot, like those little things add up and build chemistry, yes. But a majority of it comes from when it's time to practice, when it's time to do business, to get to work. Are we all on the same page as far as what work means and how serious we're taking practice, film, and whatnot? And I'm not saying like take it to the most degree, but be on the same page, because when there's that divide as to like I think we need to practice every day, and there's players that are like I think we should practice 4 days a week, like that divide can create frustration because if there's not instant success because you have two different viewpoints on how to get the end goal that you want.
Great analysis as always, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Our next match is just about to begin. Let's kick it over to Goofy and Why Not Be Casting to continue the Halo action.
Let's do it. Coming up next, we have Run It Up versus IC. Now, I want to quickly just rewind really quick, Tony, for that last series. We saw Gilkey and Nico fall 3-0 to Tylenol and Trippy. Is that RB squad your favorite to win this whole thing today?
100%. Without the way they just played textbook fundamental 2v2s, the bait and switch, and always the playing for each other as opposed to the stats, the incredible firepower that they had, whether it be with the BR or a sniper, where if they got into those individual gunfights, they slayed out and won those pips. There's no doubt in my mind, RB is definitely my team to take it all.
I think I'm going to have to agree with you there, Tony. But right in front of us, we have four talented Halo 3 players on our screen. One side, you got Straight Sick and Fantasy. And on the other side, you got Boo Boo Doo and Falcated. So I really am not sure which side I'm leaning more towards in this series because both teams have such stacked rosters. I have to give the slight edge, though, if I had to pick to Boo Boo Doo and Falcated just because of the success and some of that. Maybe it's a little bit of that name bias because of how much success they've been having in Halo 5 as well. But any game those two guys play together, they're just an annoying combo to play against and a really fun combo to play with. So definitely a good recipe for those two. And I'm sure we're going to have an exciting series ahead.
Well, I don't know who am I to go against Mr. Khan, but I am. I'm going to try. I think if this is Halo 5, I give the advantage to Boo Boo Doo and Falcade. This is half of Team Inconceivable, their team alongside Ace and Bound going into the future. But when I think Halo 3, this is straight six bread and butter. This man drops plays and Fantasy as well. This man is. I don't even know if he ever got off of Halo 3. As we started to transition to other games, I'm pretty sure he only played Halo 3. So I'm gonna give them home field advantage, and I'm going with Straight Sick and Fantasy.
Game number 1 is Construct Team Slayer. You see Boo Boo Doo and Falcated actually are roommates now, if I'm not mistaken. So they, playing out of the same house. And you can see that awesome, background for Boo Boo Doo's camera right there as a 2-1 start for Boo Boo and Falcated. Falcated picking up that kill on Fantasy. Rocket's now in the hands of Boo Boo Doo. A Straight Sick is in that open purple. A little prediction rocket out of Boo Boo will go to waste, though. And there you see Straight Sick and Fantasy jumping on R1, both taking heavy damage from that rocket. And Fantasy goes down. Straight Sick also gets dropped by Falcated. So what a start from the boys in red in this game number 1.
The young man, formerly of Covington, Louisiana, showing us how it's done, holding down this rocket. Still has one in the chamber, but his teammate Falcon is going to be taken down. The nades are going to come in, and luckily he's able to back down, stay alive. And even though he got naded, I don't think he gave any visual cues. So he's going back in for the reach out. Falcon getting into another individual gunfight. There's the long range rocket, ends up taking out Straight Sick, but Fantasy gets the snipe.
Falcated falls to Fantasy, who, like you said, Tony, has that sniper rifle on now, rotating to the close street. Scary spawn points for Boo Boo and Falcated. That mid gold, in my opinion, arguably is the worst spawn on this game type. So they were quickly and wisely choosing to move out of that spawn point. You see Boo Boo Doo dropping towards the basement and Falcated lifting top gold. Now let's see how this separation ends up playing out for them, because if we've learned anything in 2v2s, it's the importance of teamwork, of baiting and switching, but also knowing when to flank, knowing when to separate. And now we're seeing Boo Boo Doo go for that sword flank.
And that's one of the things I will give the advantage to when I think of Boo Boo Doo and Falcade, is that, you know, these are professional players that know how to change the pace. If they need to up the tempo, they got no problem doing that. As they have the lead right now, they have no problem slowing things down, winning those individual gunfights, getting camo, and now sniper. My gosh, this is going to be dangerous if you're a fan of Straight Sick and friends, and he already has a body shot on Straight Sick off of spawn.
Camouflage and Sniper going up the close purple, looking for the no-scope on Straight Sick, but Straight Sick shuts that down. Sniper rifle is out of ammo, so Falcated might have a good fight here. Yes, he does. Takes down Straight Sick, and fortunate spawn for Boo Boo right next to his teammate, and Sword able to put down shots. Fantasy, unfortunately, catches the receiving end of that spawn, and now Boo Boo Doo has a sniper rifle, hits the body shot, I believe, on the Straight Sick, but Straight Sick cleans him up. No body shot was landed, but the cleanup from Falcated as he goes down as well. So all tied up here, Tony, 10-10 on this game one.
And I love the lack of there was just no timing loss when it came to Boo Boo Doo getting that kill, grabbing that sniper. It looked fluent, it looked beautiful. Sadly, it didn't come to fruition, because he's ended up going down. Straight Sick gonna be awarded that kill. Falcade gonna switch out to get the kill. And once again, Boo Boo Doo getting a great spawn, not able to clean up Fantasy. He's so elusive, and Fantasy's still alive. He went up open purple, and he still has not died yet, Goofy. There
I would
he
be
is.
so upset if I was Boo Boo not able to get that kill, but he does finally get that kill. But at what cost, as he goes down as well? Falcated with a nice rocket, taking down Straight Sick, 13-12. This one has been close throughout, and if it's any indication for how this series is going to play out, we got a great one on our hands.
Are they both there?
Still on board here with Boo Boo Doo. They're holding on to a 1-kill lead, but not for long, because Fantasy going to win that individual gunfight, but he's going to go down as well. Falcated once again coming in for the cleanup kill. Straight Sick and Fantasy both on close street. The shots and nades are coming in, but nobody dying yet. Fantasy once again getting away with his life. He's doing such a good job of staying alive, going in for the reach out, and finally Boo Boo Doo able to put him down.
Boo Boo Doo walks into a grenade, but still chooses to move out because Straight Sick didn't even see the grenade connect. And that's one of the things, me personally, that I enjoy in some of the older Halo games, specifically talking about Halo 3, is those hit markers are not apparent, right? So when you hit a grenade, if you will not get the hit marker indication that you connected with it. So you really got to be aware of your grenades and aware of the the reach-outs from the opponent, as we saw out of Boo Boo Doo right there.
A lot of information you can get with the hit marker, so I'm glad that we don't have that here in this game. That means it's just bare bones, and you really have to count on your awareness. Boo Boo Doo chucking some great nades over towards close purple, not able to get the kill. Still holding on to a 1-kill game. So they, once again, they're professional players. They have no problem slowing things down and allowing their opponents to make a mistake. Because I promise you, at the end of the day, whoever makes the most mistakes is going to end up losing. It's not even about, both of these teams have firepower. Both of these teams have chemistry. They have teamwork. At this point, it's about making as little mistakes as possible.
Falcated with the rockets, takes down Straight Sick. Camouflage player, it's Fantasy, and he takes down Boo Boo Doo with the pivotal no-scope, managing to stay alive with that camo sniper.
And Fantasy doing a great job of staying alive. Finally going to go down. Boo Boo Doo spawning over towards mid gold and getting that cleanup kill. Still a 2-kill lead in favor of IC at the moment. But Straight Sick putting the shots in. And even though Boo Boo Doo hits the no scope, he still goes down. 1-kill game. Fantasy and Straight Sick looking to make a run.
Yeah, another fortunate spawn for Boo Boo Doo just walks into that kill on Fantasy. Straight Sick now spawning close street, and then along with Fantasy, as Straight Sick goes down, now you see Falcated looping around Gold side, gonna try to get that kill on Fantasy. Not aware of that Straight Sick spawn though, and there you have the domino effect. Spawn, you gotta be careful when you take down a player as that flank is really prominent, and Straight Sick walks into a trap. 3-kill lead, only 4 kills to go. Boo Boo Doo and Falcated looking like they might take this game 1, but there's no decided team win just yet as there's still 3 kills to go.
And that was highly unfortunate because not only did Straight Sick end up dying right there and obviously giving a point to the red team, which is bad enough, he allowed Boo Boo Doo to get out of that bottom mid position, go right up a lift because he knew it was a 2v1 situation. Now Boo Boo Doo dropping down to go for the cleanup kill once again. There's Fantasy, the shots coming, but Straight Sick coming in for the bait and switch. Straight Sick gets the cleanup. Falcon trying to challenge that Rocket player, and I believe he won it. He won that gunfight.
Oh man, very unfortunate for that Rocket player in close purple, not able to even get a trade. Falcated picks up Rockets, gets the kill now, 2-kill lead. Straight Sick versus Boo Boo Doo. Big fight coming up right here. Boo Boo Doo chooses to back down, and Falcated looking to get the cleanup with Rockets as he's pushing open side Gold. And keep your eye on that kill feed in the bottom left. Nothing, no action has gone on. Falcated now pushing top Gold to that player with the Rockets, and he just backs down, so no kills on the board for either side. Falcated was taken down to 1 shot. Now Boo Boo Doo and Fal working together hand in hand. This is that bait and switch I was talking about, Tony. Such an important tactic to use in any first-person shooter, specifically Halo, and it has taught me the importance of teamwork. Now Falcated goes down, Boo Boo Doo by himself. Straight Sick and Fantasy top Gold. Boo Boo Doo wisely chooses to back down, but he goes down. 23 all, 2 kills on either side.
That is not what needed to happen right there. Falcated was that first player to go down, leaving Boo Boo Doo by himself. That was a squad wipe in favor of Fantasy and Straight Sick, and just like that, we are tied up at 23 apiece. Now Falcon and Boo Boo Doo spawning down below. At this point, Straight Sick and Fantasy have no problem holding up top. How are Boo Boo Doo and Falcon going to play this? Boo Boo Doo goes up open purple, sees nobody home, and let Falcon know to do the same, and now they're back up top.
And I love this play out of Boo Boo Doo and Falcated. They know that camouflage is coming up, but they chose to use it as an opportunity to get top control. And now they're making Fantasy and Straight Sick pay as Fantasy goes down. Camo in the hands of Straight Sick, and he gets away, but at what cost? Because like I said, Boo Boo Doo and Falcated willingly gave up that camouflage so they can get top control. And so far, it's paid off. If they now have the lead and need 1 more kill to secure this win, but Straight Sick does have that camouflage.
This game is in the hands of Straight Sick at the moment. He can single-handedly win this game. He just needs to get behind one of the players of Boo Boo Doo or Falcon, get an early pick, and just like that, they can come back in. Falcon and Boo Boo Doo are aware of it, so they're holding down this bottom spawn, just trying to get a visual cue. I will say, playing on PC, you can see the camouflage a little easier, so maybe they can spot that camouflage player out and neutralize it as Boo Boo Doo lifting up, putting the early shots in on Fantasy. Fantasy gonna be forced to back down and try to stay alive. Falcon and Boo Boo Doo have top control. Straight Sick comes in and goes down.
The prediction nade out of Boo Boo Doo and the great shot to clean up the kill. That is what I'm talking about when it comes to that skill set, right? Regardless of the Halo, we saw the execution, the decision-making out of Falcated and Boo Boo Doo, leaving that camouflage and baiting Straight Sick and Fantasy to go down there, essentially reversing their positioning on the map, and ended up getting 2 kills, whereas Fantasy and Straight Sick couldn't even get one, despite having the camo, despite having the rockets. Great execution out of the red team.
You know, I said it before, who am I to go up against a gameplay expert? I mean, you're a professional Halo player. You obviously know what you're talking about. You had Falcated and Boo Boo Doo winning it. But I'm not going to waver. I'm going to stay firm. I think Straight Sick and Fantasy can make a comeback, but they need to win game 2 right here, right now.
Heretic, Team Slayer, BRs on the map is the main power weapon, and of course positioning as P3 is so dominant. Falcated and Boo Boo Doo off to a little bit of a rough start, 3-1 in favor of Straight Sick and Fantasy as they have complete control of pink side, rotating now onto that red wing. Fantasy gets fried off of the spawn, but manages to stay alive and almost turns it into a trap as Falcated falls for it. He goes down to Fantasy. Boo Boo Doo left alone. He falls on pink 2. Now Falcated is spawning solo and pushing. This could be dangerous as the lead could stretch really large right now, Tony. And there you see Straight Sick takes down Boo Boo. Falcated left alone in a 1v1.
6-2 lead in favor of Fantasy and Straight Sick, aka Run It Up, and they're not slowing down whatsoever. The kills trade off. Falcated looking for that opponent in a 1v1 gunfight, but Fantasy going to win that individual battle right there. Now I think Boo Boo Doo and Falcated to slow it down. It's starting to snowball on the opposite end, but Straight Sick not letting them get any timing whatsoever, and that's going to be a squad wipe in favor of Run It Up.
Yeah, beautiful start on this Heretic Slayer. It's such a rotation-based map in 2v2s, and you're seeing that play out right now. As one falls and the second one will immediately fall after. You know the players, Straight Sick and Fantasy, are aware of the rotations. Fortunately for Boo Boo and Falcated, they spawned out towards Car a little bit, allowing them to have this little cross angle on Straight Sick. All they could hope for right now is a trade, but it doesn't look like they're going to even get that as Straight Sick and Fantasy. Actually, Falcated are able to get the stick, so great stick out of Falcated. Now Straight Sick with some great shots on Boo Boo Doo. They don't call him best shot for nothing, as Straight Sick is doing wonders right now with that battle rifle.
Still on board here with Boo Boo Doo is putting the shots down on that player towards P1, but Falcated going to be trading off kills on the opposite end. They're currently down by 11 kills. Run It Up are they're running it up at the moment as Boo Boo Doo going to take out Straight Sick, puts the shots in on Fantasy, so gets the kill, gets that player one shot. Boo Boo Doo making well of this life.
Player top middle, that's Straight Sick as he falls. Now Boo Boo and Falcated trying to establish some sort of control, trying to establish some sort of teamwork, and that's a kill that you can't give without trading, and both players, Falcated and Boo Boo, fall. And once again, we're just seeing the upper hand totally in favor of of Fantasy and Straight Sick as they lead this game 18-8. Only 7 kills to go, and this will be all tied up, Tony.
And Boo Boo Doo are going to be taking out once again. Straight Sick winning every individual gunfight here on Heretic. And Fantasy prepare for that bottom car spawn, already getting the shots off, but Straight Sick going to be overextending. And Boo Boo Doo gets the double kill squad wipe, but still down by 10 kills. The damage has been done.
Both players spawning under red, and somehow Fantasy manages to get a kill on Falcated, lifting up that base and getting that melee. Now Fantasy goes down, but once again, 2-for-1 trade in favor of Straight Sick and Fantasy. Make that 3-for-1 as Falcated also falls 23 to 12. Make that 24-12 as this one is going to be over any second now. One more kill to go. Boo Boo Doo and Falcated as Straight Sick and Fantasy are looking to tie up this series.
I don't want to say it's over, but I hear it warming up in the background. It might just be over. It might just be running up, going to be tying up this series. And there it is, the final kill going to come in. Straight Sick able to put 15 kills on the board by himself, while the entire red team only able to put up 14. That's dominance right there. I mean, clearly they are comfortable on Heretic, but this is a best of 5, Faisal. We have a lot of Halo to play.
Yeah, and honestly, these two teams are very evenly matched, and they're very, very scary rosters. So whoever advances in this lower bracket has a very good chance, in my opinion, of going all the way. So I know we're talking and we're giving the praise to Tylenol and Trippy, and it's very well deserved, but they still have a really crucial matchup against Flazen and Deciding that's gonna say a lot about both of those teams. And on the lower side, of course, both of these rosters are stacked as we're loading into game number 3. Guardian Team Slayer. You got the camouflage, you got the sniper rifle, you got the mauler, and you got some teammates on the map. So let's see how this one plays out, Tony, loading into game number 3.
Well, this right here is the losers bracket round 3, and you're gonna see different teams. You see teams fighting for their tournament lives right now. They say pressure can create diamonds, but it's also the reason why Paul George hasn't made a finals in God knows when.
Oh boy,
1-0 lead in favor of Run It Up at the moment, and we're gonna see what both of these teams are really made of.
Camouflage gets burned at the 41-second mark as Falcated snipes Straight Sick, who burned the camo. Now, you see the control, right? It's kind of a diagonal split on this map in terms of the setup. You have a green player and a sniper player, which you're seeing Boo Boo and Falcated. And then on the other side, you have a blue player and a gold player for the Straight Sick and Fantasy team. So Straight Sick now choosing to make a push, and I like this play. You want to have control of the sniper side and green side, but Falcated takes down Fantasy. Double kill on Straight Sick, so it was an ambitious push out of the blue team gets shut down as Falcated still has that sniper control.
4-1 lead in favor of IC, but Boo Boo Doo Boo catching that nade out of nowhere, and Fantasy going to be able to clean him up. Falcated still has that sniper rifle and is trying to fight for his life. I think he played the sniper off the map, so keeping it out of the hands of Straight Sick and Fantasy.
Yeah, now Tony, like I was mentioning, the control, I guess, of the map has been switched, right? So even though the lead is in favor of Boo Boo and Falcated, and that sniper rifle has been played, I would rather be on that sniper and green side if I'm either of these two teams. Now, lead is a beneficiary right here as you are up by 2 kills, but you're going to see Falcated and Boo Boo try to, I'd imagine, try to get control back of that snipe and green side.
I agree with that 100%. I mean, it's the reason why we play the ball towards that side of the map too. There's a reason it's a little bit easier to control. But as of right now, Falcon and Boo Boo Doo Boo doing a good job of controlling the weak side of the map here as Straights are getting some easy damage. And Fantasy is Boo Boo Doo Boo has a nasty long range shot. This man does not miss.
Steady shots all around. Boo Boo Doo Boo, known for his sneaky gameplay, also is underrated in terms of his shot. This kid, when he starts shooting straight, man, he will not miss a bullet. I've been on the receiving end of the Boo Boo Doo Boo rampage, I guess, as 2 members fall, Falcated and Boo Boo. That camouflage is up, and it is picked up by the red team. Straight Sick takes down Falcated S3 as Fantasy has a camouflage. Straight Sick now soaring top middle to try to spawn trap the players on green, and here you have it. Boo Boo goes down. Falcated unfortunately spawns green. And Boo Boo Doo Boo once again spawns green. You do not want to spawn here on this map, and they are in trouble.
They really are. The pressure is being put on them. Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to get out of dodge and make his way over towards elbow, challenging Fantasy. We're winning that gunfight. Luckily, Straight Sick is there for the cleanup, and we have a 3-kill lead in favor of Run It Up.
And this is going to be interesting, Tony. I want to see how Boo Boo and Falcated choose to play this, because before they were at green and gold, they had the lead. Now Boo Boo Doo Boo soars out. Unfortunate and careless mistake by Straight Sick, allowing himself to fall with the sniper rifle, not giving any damage, but fortunately the sniper was out of ammo, it looks like, as Straight Sick coming up elbow to S2. Fantasy goes down to Falcated. Straight Sick able to run a train, and Boo Boo Doo Boo falls to that as 10-8. The lead still in favor of Run It Up.
Every team needs a player like Straight Sick on their team, a player that's willing to open the game up with his slang ability, playing ultra aggressive, getting in the face of his opponents, making them as uncomfortable as possible. Boo Boo Doo Boo ends up being one shot and is gonna go down. Every team needs it. Inconceivable to see a Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated have Bound who do the exact same thing. I remember APG being that player back in the day. For Straight Sick is that free-fall player that will get in your face and win those fights.
Straight Sick definitely a certified shot hitter, as Boo Boo Doo Boo was able to play that sniper rifle on his previous life. Down by 4, the lead slowly stretching in favor of Run It Up. Straight Sick falls to a grenade, and good shot out of Boo Boo. But Fantasy, is right there to pick up that kill on Boo Boo Doo Boo, looking for the double on Falcated. Falcated says, no, sir, not today, and keeps the lead at a modest 3 kills, and camouflage is also going to be in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo.
This man, Boo Boo Doo Boo, has been able to find success across multiple Halo titles. He's gotten first place in 2017 in Halo 5, got first place in 2020 in Halo Reach, has a player in front of him, and the camouflage. The game is in his hands at the moment. They're only down by 3 kills. They're within striking distance as Falcon able to take out Straight Sick. He gets the early damage in on Fantasy. He's going in for the drop down, able to stay alive, but can he get the slay? There it is.
Great play, sneaky play. That's what I'm talking about, Boo Boo Doo Boo. That's how you built your name in the community. We all know you to be such a sneaky, nerdy player, and he showed it off right there, dropping into S1 and catching Fantasy, not knowing what happened there. But Fantasy spawns and gets a nice double kill, able to pick up that sniper rifle and keep the lead at 3.
Still on board here with Boo Boo Dubu at the moment, who ends up getting his way over towards top blue and knows that there's a player on bottom green, and that's going to be Straight Sick, able to put down those long range shots. He knows Straight Sick lifted over towards Camo, and now he has the information on Fantasy. Falcon going in for the bait and switch, able to take out Fantasy, but Boo Boo Dubu is getting pushed. There's a little bit of a 1v1 gunfight. Falcon is trying to get in there to get some kind of help, but he goes after Fantasy, and Boo Boo Dubu doesn't need the help. You need the help against Boo Boo Dubu.
So many good plays made in such a small amount of time from Boo Boo Dubu there. He was able to put down tremendous shots on that player going garden, and then melees the bottom middle player, allowing Falcated to start heating up as you see him take down Fantasy with a snipe shot. Tied up now, Tony, 16 apiece in this game number 3. This series has been so close as both of these teams are so evenly matched. Great grenades out of Fantasy, taking down Falcated.
Falcated is going to go down, but Boo Boo Dubu lifting right up and getting elevated, able to take down Fantasy. Once again, we're tied up at 17 apiece, and Boo Boo Dubu able to get on that camouflage and take out Straight Sick. Fantasy by himself, but luckily Fantasy hits his shots. That's a pivotal battle, killing the camouflage.
Pivotal indeed. That was such a big kill on Camo. Fantasy gets spotted and hit with a grenade. Good job at least milking his life for a second or two there, but no chance to stay alive right there. Boo Boo Dubu now runs into Straight Sick. Falcated with a nice body shot, but Straight Sick gets the kill on him. Fantasy and Boo Boo in a very important 1v1. Fantasy cannot afford to lose this as this game is slipping away. Straight Sick with a spawn. Source top middle takes down Boo Boo. Falcated there with the trade though. As you spot that player S1, I'm sure he was called out to Falcated, and now this is scary for Straight Sick and Fantasy as Foul and Boo Boo are pushing top middle. The aggression, 23-20, Tony. 2 more kills to go. Boo Boo and Falcated can smell the victory though. Straight Sick able to run through Boo Boo and stay alive. Now this is it. This is where the game is going to be decided.
Great movement by Straight Sick to get that kill on Boo Boo Dubu and jump right up to S2 to avoid any damage coming in from Falcated. This game is going down to the wire, but only 1 kill needed for IC. Boo Boo Dubu forced to back down. Falcated trying to get into the fire. Falcated ends up getting the kill on Fantasy. That's going to be 25 lead and game for IC. They're going to go up 2-1 in this series.
Back and forth that game number 3 was, but ultimately Falcated and Boo Boo Dubu able to squeak by in that game 3. Great plays out of Boo Boo Dubu. Of course, great sniper control out of Falcated right there. And now we're going into a Pit Slayer for game number 4. And man, there's a lot of power weapons on this one.
We're going to find out who can take advantage of all of the goodies, all of the resources that have been allotted to them here by Halo 3. You obviously have that power. You have 2 snipers on the map, and that's not enough. They got rockets as well. So, as you said, whoever is able to control all of the resources is going to come out on top. That's what we saw RB do before. And who do you think is going to be better at controlling these resources? Do you think Boo Boo Dubu and Falcade have the advantage?
Honestly, I cannot bet against Fantasy and Straight Sick when it comes to sniper rifles and controlling power weapons. I think a map like Heretic or Amplified benefits Falcated and Boo Boo more, but something like Narrows or the Pit is definitely in favor of Straight Sick and Fantasy, as they're going to need it to tie this series up. Overshield is still on spawn. I believe a member of the blue team will be able to pick up that Overshield, and Falcated does have the sniper. So this is a tied up game to start off, and Overshield is in the hands of Straight Sick and Fantasy.
Tied up at 1 apiece right now, and we are still on board here with Boo Boo Dubu controlling this tower side. And I was talking to Wes before, I was talking to when I think of the Pit, I think of flag. I think of controlling that green hawk, controlling long hawk, and that's what we want to run that flag to. But in Slayer, I think this tower side, this training side, and even sword, there's so many avenues, so many alleys that you have to watch. Is this the stronger side to control, in your opinion?
So the way I explain the Pit on Halo 3 is on an objective game type like capture the flag. It's more important to control the long haul and camo side, the green and long haul side of the map, so the high side of the map, right? In a Slayer mode, whether it's 4v4 or 2v2, I think the importance is definitely focused on the mid-bridge and the towers. So on Slayer, you're going to see players trying to control the opponent's S2, trying to control the bridge, trying to control their sword, their runway, and on objective game types is where you see more of that long haul and green push. But here, we're seeing Boo Boo and Falcated change things up, doing the push down long haul, and Straight Sick makes him pay with the snipe on Falcated. Boo Boo Dubu able to recover his sniper and wisely backing up into his own base as Straight Sick taught him a lesson that he will not forget.
Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated trying to go in for the weak side flank, but end up getting shut down. Luckily, Falcated is a threat as soon as he spawns. He ends up getting the kill on Fantasy. Boo Boo Doo Boo rips straight 6 head off right there. 3-2 lead in favor of IC.
Great snipe there from Boo Boo Doo Boo, and more importantly, able to stay alive with the sniper rifle as rockets in the hands of Falcated, choosing to back up into their base. And that's Fantasy who spots Boo Boo, I believe, in the runway. And Straight Sig takes down Boo Boo Doo Boo with that sniper rifle. Falcated pushes him with the rockets, and Straight Sig cleans him up as well. So big plays, out of Straight Sig there, taking down both power weapons. Sniper rifle out of Boo Boo's hands, and rockets out of Falcated's.
We're seeing Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated making great individual plays, but every time they try to claw their way back into a Straight Sick and Fantasy shut them down. We still have a 1-kill lead in favor of Run It Up, and I believe that player has a sniper and custom at the moment, so he's looking almost unstoppable as Boo Boo Doo Boo looks to be waiting for these rockets.
Yeah, the rockets will be spawning in about 10 to 12 seconds, and it's going to be so important for Boo Boo and Falcated to get their hands on them. As if you're aware, the no-scope out of Fantasy takes down Boo Boo, and now this is dangerous because Boo Boo's going to start spawning in his base. But fortunately, Falcated has put enough pressure on Straight Sick and Fantasy to make them come back into their own base. But Fantasy, once again, putting on a show with a double kill. Boo Boo Doo Boo drops, courtesy of a nasty no-scope.
That man's not a Fantasy. He's your worst nightmare as he puts him down with that sniper rifle. Straight Sick going right over to top tower. As you said, that's what you want to control. He ends up sniping Falcated, and now things are they're not looking good. Things are starting to snowball in the opposite way as Boo Boo Doo Boo gonna go down once again, and this lead is starting to increase. It's not looking good. 9-4 lead in favor of Run It Up.
Yeah, and not only are the power weapons in control of by Straight Sick and Fantasy, but now the map positioning is in their favor as well. You see Falcated and Boo Boo spawning their shotguns, spawning their needles, now being forced to take the long route, rotating all the way into their S2. And not only that, but they're split up. So Falcated you see him on the green side, but he manages to get a kill of his own as Straight Sick falls, opening the map up a little bit. Boo Boo Doo Boo trying to push, provide some cover fire for Falcated, but Fantasy cleans him up once again. Straight Sick with some nasty shots on Boo Boo Doo Boo, taking him out as that lead has been extended to 6 kills.
This is Halo 3, baby. This is Straight Sick's bread and butter. I've seen him make some plays. I remember watching it during the MCC Pro Series tournaments, and every time there was a player going off, it was Straight Sick, and Fantasy always right behind them as well. Shots are starting to ring out. Boo Boo Doo making that player one shot, and he's going in for the weak side flank. Here we go. He's able to get grab custom. Okay, grabbing custom. Falcon is already ahead of him. Ends up getting the kill on Straight Sick. Only one more player that can force a 2v1 situation. And they could be in this game. I mean, it's only a 6-kill game. This is possible, Goofy.
Big plays out of Falcated and Boo Boo Doo Boo. That grenade, though, catches Boo Boo Doo Boo in the face as he takes so much damage with that overshield. Fortunately, Falcated cleans up Straight Sick, but look at that. Boo Boo Doo Boo not able to do anything with that overshield, Tony, as Straight Sick does some great prediction grenades and completely neutralizes the overshield.
12-7 lead in favor of Run It Up, and Boo Boo Doo Boo starting to switch things up a little bit. He has that Mauler in his back pocket, trying to get into maybe some close range engagement. The shots are coming in. Fantasy forced him back down while one shot, but he wants to help Falcated. Straight Sick somehow predicts the play, gets the kill, and Falcated electing to get out of dodge.
Yeah, not sure how I feel about that aggressive jump towards that Needle Pit player. Boo Boo Doo Boo was aware that he was there, and rather than kind of choosing to play it safe in Mauler, attempts to challenge Needle Pit and gets punished for it, but off of spawn, able to grab his sniper rifle. Still a reasonable scoreboard, right, Tony? You're down by about 6 kills right now. You have the sniper rifle. You're not under too much duress. So if there's a time for you to come back, it's right now as Boo Boo Doo Boo starts things off with a nice kill onto Straight Sick with a couple body shots, now rotating on towards that bridge side, trying to look for Fantasy. But if we know anything about Fantasy, he's so sneaky. But Falcated says, sit down, Fantasy. 4-kill game, and both members of IC have sniper rifles, and this could be dangerous.
This might be exactly what they need to come back in this game, as Fantasy gonna get shut down once again, and we are within striking distance. 13-10 lead, still in favor of Run It Up, and Fantasy luckily clutching out that kill. Boo Boo Doo Boo made him one shot, but Fantasy still hitting his shot like a professional player, always keeping his eyes up. And now Boo Boo Doo Boo going back for the sniper, still down by 4 kills. Can they do it?
Wow. Fantasy throws the grenades and doesn't shoot his gun, and because of that, Boobadoo picks up a full overshield, but once again gets completely melted, and now the overshield is out of play. So I believe that was around the 12 to 15 second mark, Tony. So around 3 minutes and 12 seconds, I believe that next camo will be spawning as Boobadoo gets body shotted with the sniper rifle, chooses to back up now, hits a body on Fantasy. Falcated picks up straight. A great job, Boobadoo hitting that snipe, and now manages to stay alive.
I still don't know how he was able to grab that custom. While there was a player already waiting for it, he just slid in there, stole that custom. Someone called 911 because that man was robbed. Sniper rifle in the hands of Boobadoo, and he knows exactly what to do with it. Gets the headshot on straight sick. Looks like he might be electing to go for that extra ammo. They're only down by 1 kill.
Now, Tony, in my opinion, in every Halo match, there's something that I like to call swing points in the game, right? So if a certain situation plays out for a team, they will extend that lead, or the other team will just end up falling too far behind. Right there, where that overshield got taken off of Boobadoo and he had to back up, Falcated getting that kill, Boobadoo hitting that body shot, it kept them in this game, and now things are all tied up. So when they needed to clutch up, Falcated and Boobadoo clutched up, and this game is all tied up.
They're sorting window with sniper, straight sick.
Tied up at 14 apiece right now, and you said watch out for that 3 minute and 12 second mark. That is slowly starting to approach, and we know Boobadoo has an exact timing on that custom, but he did grab it in front of a run-it-up player, so both teams should pretty much know exactly when it's coming up, and they need to control it. I'm gonna say the team that grabs custom is gonna come out on top, but Boobadoo, not waiting for it, ends up taking down straight sick with that beautiful no scope, and Boobadoo advancing forward ends up getting the cleanup kill on Fantasy. Straight sick coming up right off a spawn, chasing down Boo and Jesse gonna go down. This is a fight for dear life for this custom power-up.
That power-up was burned by that player bottom bridge. So 16 to 15, and the power-up is out of play. It's going to respawn one more time and that 1 minute and 15 second mark. So if the game gets to that point, we will see it play out. Falcated with a nice snipe onto Fantasy. 17 to 15. This lead is in favor of IC, and they're also leading in the series. So if they win this Pit Slayer, Boobadoo and Falcated, they will win the series and they will advance in the tournament, whereas Straight Sick and Fantasy will be done for the night. Now Boobadoo pushing over to the opponent's sword as Falcated is already in their flag, and this is a great opportunity to extend their lead.
It looks like they're trying to collapse here on that tower player as the nades are starting to come in. That's the cue. Falcated already pushing in. Boobadoo forcing Fantasy to back down, and simultaneously Falcated able to get the kill on straight sick. Now it looks like Boobadoo and Falcated are taking control of this game, and mind you, this is a best of 3 series. If IC win it, they're going to be advancing forward, and Run It Up are going home empty-handed.
They don't have no sniper, right?
Now, Boobadoo and Falcated are aware that both players on Run It Up were spawned, in that Mauler flag area. And rather than kind of overplaying their hand, they wisely choose to recalibrate and back up. Straight Sick there was caught sneaking through and forced to go back into his base, as the scoreboard reads 18 to 15 with 1:49 left in the game. And now Boobadoo has a sniper.
And he has a Binding Fantasy who is going to trade off kills. Falcon has a sniper rifle as well, and that's going to be a squad wipe. Another one in favor of IC. They're now 5 kills away from advancing forward. Can they hold on to this lead, Goofy?
Sniper rifle and rockets in the hands of Boobadoo, who gets taken down. Very weak right now. Spots Fantasy and Sword. Not able to get the kill. Straight Sick takes down Falcated. 3-kill game. Rockets and Sniper in the hands of Boobadoo. This is a very important part of the match right now. Ladies and gentlemen, as the custom power-up has been burned, the final one of the match, Boobadoo trying to stay alive with the sniper rifle. He gets taken down 20 to 19 as both players get taken down. And now this is so dangerous as the spawn trap can be in full effect. You got to be careful as there's 58 seconds left, Tony.
You called it before. The turning point in this game earlier was when Boobadoo had that sniper rifle and was going off. But we might have just seen another turning point as both players go down for IC. Now it's only a 1-kill game. Run It Up have the power up and all the utilities they need to come back in this game. 38 seconds on the clock. IC have the advantage here where they can just play it slow, but Boobadoo just gave Straight Sick the information that he needed. They know exactly where Boobadoo is at, but the shots are coming in. Fantasy a little bit out of position here with the overextension, tries to go in, and if Fantasy gets the snipe, he puts Jesse down, and we're tied up at 20 apiece. 18 seconds on the clock.
I cannot. I don't know what to say. Fantasy chow that, the ego chow, and hits the snipe on Boo Boo Dubu. I'm at a loss for words right now. 5 seconds left in this game. Fantasy hitting a crazy shot, a crazy snipe onto Boo Boo Dubu to tie this game up, and this will be a replay. Fantasy. The play of the game was the rechow and the quick scope onto Boo Boo Dubu. Oh my god.
My heart. This is not good for my heart. I'm gonna have to see my doctor. I'm gonna have to recalibrate some meds or something. My gosh, that was incredible. Seeing Fantasy reach out, wow, one shot, and ends up pulling it off with the headshot on Boo Boo Dubu was absolutely incredible, tying up the game. But there was multiple incredible plays. Boo Boo Dubu grabbing that sniper towards a Mauler side and just shutting everybody down. We saw some great snipes by Fantasy earlier in the game as well. That burn, that was not that burn, but that grab and that stolen custom by Boo Boo Dubu right in front of, I believe it was Straight Sick. He was right there, and somehow Boo Boo Dubu had the awareness to slide by him, grab the custom right as it was coming up. There were multiple plays made that game, and it all results to a tie. How anticlimactic. And we're going to go into another pit. IC still up 2-1 in the series.
Loading back on to game number 4, Pit Team Slayer. We just saw that insane replay right now, and we're going to run it back. Overshield is on spawn. Fantasy looking for the grab, trying to avoid the burn, but has to burn it at the 43-second mark. Falcated has a sniper rifle, takes down Fantasy with the snipes. A good start for Boo Boo and Falcated. And right now, if you're Boo Boo Dubu, no reason to make any unnecessary plays. Just let Falcated hit some shots with that sniper rifle. And actually, those rockets have been gifted to Boo Boo.
Yeah, that kind of changes things up a little bit. 1-0 lead in favor of IC at the moment, and Boo Boo Dubu just watching the weak side flanks coming from either Green Hall or Long Hall. He does get some information on Straight Sick, who might have that sniper looking down Long Hall, and Boo Boo Dubu. I was about to say, this is about to be a ballsy play by Boo Boo Dubu to play with the Rockets, but he's going to stop right here at the 50-yard line and just wait for somebody to make that mistake.
Boo Boo Dubu spots Straight Sick, who hits a really important snipe onto him, forcing him to back down with the rocket. And not only that, but he actually wasted a rocket as well. So only 3 rocket launchers left in the chamber for Boo Boo Dubu, as they are holding on to a 1-0 lead, almost a minute and a half into the game, Tony. And this has been a lot slower than the first time around.
And I do want to make sure everybody understands that was a tied up game, so we're going into a full reset at the moment. We saw a tie earlier on the same exact map, and we did a full reset. It was probably one of my favorite series that we've seen so far, and we're seeing it once again. Pit, it just seems, as I talked about it before, this entire series, but especially on this map, Pit, it's just about making as little mistakes as possible. There's too much chemistry, too much firepower on both of these teams. You make a mistake, they will punish you.
Now, this is where I want to see Boo Boo Dubu be with the Rockets, right? You see him rotate into Soar, pick up that easy kill onto Fantasy, and now establish some presence. But Straight Sick takes down Boo Boo Dubu with a nice snipe of Falcated. Once again, sitting up on that S2, sitting in the back cave, taking down players left and right. He's doing such a great job and providing such an important service to this team right now, just being the eyes overseeing the entire map. And Falcated takes down Fantasy, allows Boo Boo Dubu to get the overshield. Falcated with a nice double kill. Boo Boo Dubu with a sniper rifle of his own, and that overshield has been burned. Falcated, golly. Oh my god, Falcated continuing to absolutely dominate with the sniper rifle, and Boo Boo Dubu, all he has to do is just stay alive and distract some players, maybe hit some snipes of his own, almost gets that double kill. But this is turning into a wild game right now as Boo Boo Dubu on fire. These kids are not missing.
You know, in the fighting game community, we call the first matchup a play that we call it downloading. It's when your opponent tends to not go all out, but he's downloading the enemy's strats and downloading exactly how he's playing and working up a counter strategy. It almost seems like that's what Boo Boo Dubu and Falcated were doing. That game number 1 was so close, and clearly they know exactly the way Run It Up want to play this game, because this is a 10-1 lead in favor of IC right now. They're looking to run away with this game and the series.
Yeah, what a difference showing that we're seeing right now after that full replay. Boo Boo and Falcated just in their bag right now, hitting every single snipe and just making life miserable for Straight Sick and Fantasy. And Boo Boo Doo Boo right now, just no reason, once again, no reason to overextend. You're in a great position with the power weapon. Just play your role right now, and the cards will fall into place. Boo Boo Doo Boo, of course, knows that better than most people. One of the best players in Halo. Obviously, we've seen him dominate the circuit, Halo 5, and any Halo title for that matter. And right now, he's just putting on a show with the sniper rifle. Fantasy wisely backing down, doesn't want to give him any more opportunities to hit some headshots like we've been seeing him and Falcated put on a show so far in this game 4.
7 minutes and 49 seconds on the clock right now, which, I mean, time may be a factor at this point. I mean, we saw it be a factor in the last game, and it looks like Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcator are perfectly content with slowing things down at the moment as Fantasy trying to make a play going up the lift, ends up taking down Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcator coming in for the cleanup, and we have a 1v1 battle between Falcator and Straight Sick, but Boo Boo Doo Boo spawning right behind his teammate.
Rockets and overshields in the hands of Straight Sick, but I believe the overshield was taken down. So Straight Sick alive in Boo Boo Doo Boo's courtyard with the rocket launcher now. Fantasy there to help him out and able to take down Boo Boo Doo Boo. If they can kill Falcator right now, that would be huge, but Falcator able to clean up that kill. And I believe this player S1 is going to be trapped. That Straight Sick has nowhere to go, and Boo Boo Doo Boo takes him down. So sniper rifle back in the hands of Falcated, and this game is in complete control of the red team.
You called it. You said Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated we're gonna take the series, and man, I mean, it's looking like they just might. Fantasy and Straight Sick have to make something crazy happen at the moment. Luckily, there's still time on the clock. Luckily, the scoreboard hasn't gotten too out of hand just yet, even though it's heavily swayed onto this IC roster. Right? There's something that can happen here. Goofy, what if you're that coach, if you're that player, if you're that IGL, what are you telling your team that you have to do to come back in this game?
Get the overshield, plain and simple. If you have any shot of coming back, you need to take out both members, Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated, and not give up a trade. And then you need to start a snowball effect, right? So, like you said, Tony, plenty of time left in the game, but only 10 kills left to go, and Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated will eliminate Straight Sick and Fantasy from this tournament. And if you have to do one thing right, it's controlling the power up. It's controlling the overshield, because snipers and rockets run rampant. We know that. It's the overshield timing. It's the control of the overshield that really makes an opportunity for some snowballs.
15-5 leading still in favor of IC as Boo Boo Doo Boo catching Straight Sick with his pants down right there and sniping his head off. Falcated also has another sniper, puts down Fantasy. The no-scope comes in. Boo Boo Doo Boo goes in for the ego challenge, and at this point, they're just looking too good right now. They are too comfortable. Falcated and Boo Boo Doo Boo, since the start of this pit game, a V2, if you will, have not been on their back foot even one time.
Yeah, it's one of those deals right now where you allowed Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated to, like you said, Tony, get comfortable way too early in this game. And when players like Boo Boo and Falcated get comfortable on a game, it's very hard to stop them, right? So now they have the confidence, they have the chemistry going, they got the control of the weapons. Look at this. He's not even getting shot, and he's at the opponent's green, shooting amazing rockets right there. Take some notes, Puckett, as Boo Boo Doo Boo putting on a show with the power weapons, 19-6, and this one is looking like it's going to come to a close very soon. Falcated doing what he does, sniping people's faces off. Fantasy learning the lesson the hard way. Boo Boo Doo Boo barely missing that snipe. Hits the nice body shot and Straight Sick forces him to back down. Fantasy in the line of fire, though. Manages to stay alive.
Catching a different angle here, and I want you to know Puckett's DMs are open, so I'm gonna make sure I send them a clip of you saying that you're not gonna go after Puckett like that and get away unscathed as the rocket comes in from Boo Boo Doo Boo and ends up with it. Looks like that was going good, and Falcon gonna be taking heavy damage as well. Straight Sick getting the no-scope and then the melee. Straight Sick getting a beautiful double kill, but look at the scoreboard. It is a 12 kill lead in favor of IC.
I'm really surprised Boo Boo Doo Boo didn't get that kill with the rocket there. It looks like he was surprised too from his face cam. Nice grenades though, taking down Fantasy. Straight Sick with the headshot. Maybe Straight Sick can get a couple spawn kills on Boo Boo Doo Boo, but look on the other side, Falcated picked up their sniper rifle. Straight Sick, like I said, getting that spawn kill on to Boo Boo Doo Boo. But fortunately for him, Falcated has gotten the opponent's sniper, and he's just going to be a thorn in the side of this blue team right now.
And let me tell you right now, this is not just a game, ladies and gentlemen. This is a message that Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated are sending to the rest of the elimination bracket, saying that we are here. We are poised to make another run to make it back into the grand finals. They have played this pit literally perfectly, as Straight Sick does get the double no scope and puts Boo Boo Doo down. But look at the scoreboard, 21-12 lead, still in favor of IC. They only need 4 more kills to end this game and the series.
Yeah, nice little stretch here from Fantasy and Straight Sick, but it may be too little too late, as 4 kills are left to go in the game for Boo Boo and Falcated. Straight Sick taking him down, though. Boo Boo Doo falls to a nice headshot. And now Falcated left alone on the other side. Boo Boo Doo once again spawning solo with no help here. So if there's ever an opportunity in a small percentage of a chance that I would give to to Fantasy and Straight Sick, it's right now. You got to spawn kill Boo Boo and force a Falcated to come back to your base. And just like that, Falcated tries to come back to help Boo Boo Doo. Fantasy uses the bait and takes him down. Now Boo Boo Doo choosing to move up on the map. Straight Sick got to hit the snipe. Hits a good body shot. Falcated spawns S1. And this is a 7-kill game. And you'll make that a 6-kill game, Tony. I'm not going to say it's over just yet. And now Falcated gets taken down to one shot. Boo Boo Doo gets spawn sniped. 21-16. Make that 21-17. And Straight Sick, oh my God, one kill onto Boo Boo Doo. This is an insane comeback right now from the blue team. Boo Boo Doo lifting on his spawn, gets taken down to one shot. Falcated forced to push into his flag, and this is so dangerous for Boo Boo and Falcated. Oh my God.
I literally, I was going in my head, I was like, no, this is not impossible, but it's highly improbable. But now it's definitely possible. It's looking good. If you're a fan of Straight Sick and Fantasy, they're only down by 4 kills. They would have to play near perfect Halo at this point, because Boo Boo Doo and Falcated have a lot of themselves, the ability to make some mistakes, but that's another mistake as Boo Boo Doo goes down. Falcated going one shot and forced to back down, and it's only a 3-kill game. But look at the timer, 1:32 seconds on the clock. Fantasy gonna hit another snipe. Falcated goes in for the cleanup kill, and in a 1v1 battle against Straight Sick, he can put it out of reach by winning that piv.
23-20, Falcated alone on the side of blue team, and he gets taken down, Tony. This is a 2-kill game. What seemed to be a blowout is a neck-and-neck nail-biter right now. 23-21, 1:09 left in the game. Boo Boo Doo and Falcated are on the back heels right now. They are actually the ones in jeopardy of blowing this game. Number 4, it's a 1-kill game. 23-22, snipers on spawn. What am I witnessing?
In Halo 3 pit, when it rains, it pours, and Fantasy and Straight Sick are snowballing on top of their opponent, Boo Boo Doo and Falcated. There's currently only one kill game between the two juggernauts. 40 seconds on the clock, and Straight Sick trying to get the cleanup kill on Boo Boo Doo, who is being ever so elusive. There it goes, the double snipe coming in, and we are tied up at 23 apiece. 30 seconds left.
No shot. There's no shot that this is reality. This is not happening, Tony. This game is all tied up with 20 seconds left to go. 23-23, 15 seconds left. Boo Boo Doo Falcated stuck in their base. Boo Boo Doo gets down to one. Fantasy snipes him 24-23. Look at the look of Boo Boo's face. This is a meltdown. The overshield is up. Straight Sick will be grabbing the overshield. Actually, he does not get the over. He has sniper. He's trying to stay alive. Boo Boo Doo takes him down. 24-24. 1 kill left to go, and it's a tie. It is a tie as 24 all. We are running it back one more time. I am literally mind blown right now, Tony. And for everyone watching at home, I've never seen a comeback like that in a 2v2 pit game. Oh my God.
Dude, that takes the same amount of time of just holding forward.
What? Goofy, I don't know what I'm witnessing right now. That was a dominant performance by Falcated and Boo Boo Doo throughout the first, I want to say maybe 75% of the game. And then out of nowhere, Straight Sick and Fantasy says, you can never count us out. Just when it looked literally impossible. I think at one point it was a 13-kill game. They made the biggest run and probably one of the best ones that I've seen in my short casting Halo career. That had to be one of my favorite games that I've ever commentated.
Let's just go into this game number 4 again, Tony. I need a second, because that was absolutely absurd. Fantasy and Straight Sick showing some resilience. I take that back, showing so much resilience as they managed to tie that game, and now we're going to a third replay of this pit team. Slayer Fantasy spotted in front of his S1. He gets taken down. Boo Boo Dubu with some nice shots. The sniper rifle is still on spawn as Falcated is opposite the map right now, working on that player on spawn. Boo Boo Dubu with the rocket launcher overshield in the hands of Straight Sick, and this is a 1-kill lead right now for Boo Boo and Foul.
1-0 lead in favor of Boo Boo Dubu and Falcated. We have rockets in the hands of Boo Boo Dubu, sniper in the hands of Falcated. Things are looking good, but I've told that story before. At this point, I'm not counting any of these teams out at any given time. 2-0 run. Boo Boo Dubu trying to go over for this. There he is. There's Fantasy right there, but Fantasy getting the kill on Boo Boo Dubu and then getting the snipe on Falcated as well. That's going to be a double kill, equalizing the situation. We are tied up at 2 apiece.
Listen to me right now. Fantasy is not just heating up, he's on fire right now. And that is a scary sight for any, and not just Straight Sick is as well. Fantasy and Straight Sick are two of the biggest shot hitters in the Halo 3 game right now, and both of them are completely on fire. So you got to be very nervous if you're Boo Boo Dubu and Falcated, knowing you had the game literally in your hands and you blew it. And now Fantasy and Straight Sick are on fire.
And once again, Fantasy getting another big kill. I'm saying Boo Boo Dubu and Falcated seem to be consistent, seem to be playing that good fundamental Halo, but Fantasy and Straight Sick just come out with bombs. They're throwing haymakers, and they're going in for the knockout. 3-2 lead in favor of Run It Up. Falcated holding down this training side, and it looks like Boo Boo Dubu is going to cycle through runway and also keeping eyes on Green Hall.
I'm still trying to catch my breath right now, Tony, as this game is a 3-2 lead in favor of Straight Sick and Fantasy. Boo Boo Dubu doing a little sneaky play here, trying to push through runway, but that grenade's going to give up his positioning, and he knows that, so he chooses to back up into Overshield as the Overshield will be spawning, and he's second. Fantasy just a second late with those rockets, and now gifting the power weapons to Boo Boo Dubu. I believe the rockets are out, so he will pick up the sniper rifle, and the Overshield essentially is out. Straight Sick manages to barely miss a headshot, takes a body shot, though, and stays alive. It's a good job by Straight Sick, not giving up a free death, as we're all tied up 3-3 with sniper rifles in the hands of Straight Sick and Boo Boo Dubu and Falcated, as Falcated takes down Straight Sick. So 2 snipers, both in the hands of the red team.
And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to remind you that this is our 3rd time playing this map, as Boo Boo Dubu gonna take out Straight Sick's head with that beautiful sniper kill. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? Now Boo Boo Dubu showing off and showing out. That's going to be 3 consecutive kills back to back to back. And Straight Sick ends up spawning over towards Courtyard and just running down runway, trying to get away with his life, but the shots are still ringing out. This is looking very good if you're a fan of IC.
Very pivotal kill there from Straight Sick, taking down that player. S2 Boo Boo Dubu falls. Nice stretch, though. A very impressive 6-kill lead out of Boo Boo and Falcated. But once again, here come Fantasy and Straight Sick. Here comes the push. 2 players fall. Fantasy with the double kill and rocket launcher. 10-6. Falcated getting sniped off spawn. Boo Boo Dubu getting the split spawn. This is looking dangerous for Foul and Boo Boo. Fortunately, they have a 4-kill lead, but the pressure is on.
Green. Rockets are green. He's all the way up.
The pressure is on indeed. Boo Boo Dubu trying to stay alive, but Fantasy shooting a long-range rocket ends up putting Boo Boo Dubu one shot. Boo Boo Dubu forced to back down, but Falcated coming in for the bait and switch, putting that player down. 12-7 lead in favor of IC.
Trade out of Falcated and Fantasy right there. 12-7 is the scoreboard. Boo Boo Dubu with the sniper rifle, now rotating towards the top of his snipe tower. Hits a body shot on Fantasy, but great BR shots. Those are so difficult to land. Fantasy able to take down Boo Boo Dubu, but Falcated is there to clean up the kill. Boo Boo now going back for his sniper, and Straight Sick gets that kill on Foul. So overall, that was a win for the blue team, courtesy of Fantasy's good BR shots. And now the pressure once again is on Boo Boo and Falcated. That overshield will be spawning. I believe it has spawned, and Straight Sick has acquired it. He's going to be rotating towards the high side of the map, towards green and long haul. And I'd imagine Boo Boo and Falcated need to use some teamwork here. Boo Boo Dubu spots Straight Sick pushing towards training with the overshield. There's 2 members, Fantasy and Straight Sick. Boo Boo goes down. Overshield still in effect as Straight Sick is looking. He's on the prowl. He's on the hunt. Falcated is separated from Boo Boo, and this could be scary once again as Boo Boo is left alone in his base.
And it's only a 3-kill game. It's looking good for IC, but we saw it in that V2 version of the pit where Run It Up made an incredible comeback out of a 12-kill deficit. So we cannot count him out just yet, but I'm loving the way Boo Dubu and Falcon are playing this game. Boo Dubu going to make his way over towards that sniper side. He's going to grab the snipe, has a player in his sight, so now he has the information he needs. It's all about execution at this point.
Falcade, it looks like he's taking some damage on the blue team's base. I'm curious to see if he's able to pick. No, Fantasy has their sniper rifle in the flag. He's taking on a one-shot Falcade. I'm sure he's going to put the jets on, trying to get that kill onto Fantasy. Straight Sig, though, did not take any. Actually, was hit by that snipe. Boo Dubu cleans him up 14-10, and Fantasy is still left alone in his flag. And now Fantasy is in danger, and so is Straight Sig as Falcade snipes Fantasy. 2 snipers with cross angles. Boo and Falcade is set up for success. Straight Sig goes down as well. 6-kill lead, and this is prime time for Boo and Falcade as they are completely set up perfectly to make life miserable for Fantasy and Straight Sig.
And I just want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen at home, that if IC win this matchup, they will advance forward into the elimination bracket as Fantasy and Straight Sig clearly understand that and get a nasty squad wipe right there. Boo Dubu coming right off the spawn, going in for the challenge on Fantasy, and now is going to get rewarded with a rocket launcher thanks to his aggressive play. Rockets are coming in, Straight Sig going down, looking for Fantasy, and there he is over towards mid-bridge, and he noticed that Custom is up. He's about to have Custom and Rockets.
And that was such an error by the blue team. That was such an error by Fantasy and Straight Sig. Number one, not remembering the Rockets. You allow Boo Dubu to push straight through green and kill your sniper player with rockets. And not only that, you forgot about the overshield. So Boo Dubu able to get rockets and overshield, and that could be the nail in the coffin for Fantasy and Straight Stick. You got to be on top of the power-ups. You got to be on top of the rockets. And Boo Dubu and Falcon are looking good right now.
Normally, I would agree with you, but I mean, I'm not counting Run It Up out. I did it before mentally, and they made me pay. I'm not counting them out just yet, as Boo Dubu getting behind enemy lines, gets a beautiful rocket kill, takes down Straight Stick, but Fantasy gonna be in his sights, gets the 3 shots, and he tries to back down, but Straight Stick gonna get the kill, and Valkyrie not able to find an angle. A 5-kill game in favor of IC.
Boo Dubu once again pushing through sword, able to get through unspotted, and I love this play. Keep the pressure on, even though you have the lead. Boo Dubu able to make it all the way into the opponent's snipe side, and this is a great position to be in. Falcade is sniping at your tower, you're sniping at their tower. It couldn't be any better right now for Boo Dubu and Falcade, though. Nice shot on the Needle Pit player, who also has a sniper. How many snipers are on? There must be 4 sniper rifles on this map right now, as Boo Dubu takes some damage and chooses to drop down in the courtyard. Still, this is ideal right now. You have 2 snipers and you're both watching each other, though. Straight Sick puts damage onto Boo Dubu. Falcade is not in anywhere to help, and Boo Dubu gets taken down, leaving Falcade and Boo spawning in a kind of a compromised position right here in front of their S1.
Well, luckily, Boo Dubu has an incredible long-range shot, so he's able to defend his spawn, puts the shots down on Straight Sick, but Straight Sick always going in for the challenge. Fantasy comes in. That's going to be a bait and switch for Run It Up. Falcon going to be by himself. I think he got the no-scope shot off, but was he able to get the kill? Falcon is somehow still alive, and Boo Dubu comes up with a sniper rifle of his own, and Falcon does have Custom on the other side of things.
Yeah, not only did Falcade win that battle and stay alive, but he managed to get a full overshield and put the aggression on. Once again, he pushed all the way over to their courtyard with an overshield, picked up the sniper, got a free kill essentially, and now he's sitting pretty with that overshield, getting kills on kills. Fantasy able to clean him up finally, though. 21-16, 5-kill game. It's not over just yet. And Boo Dubu gets taken down to 1 shot. With that sniper rifle sitting on this ledge in his runway now, jumping back up, looking for a shot to hit, and there it is. Straight Sick eats a no-scope. Fantasy, though, snipes Falcade in the dome piece. Boo Dubu trying to look for a snipe of his own. Takes down Fantasy, double no-scope. And a very impressive play out of Boo Dubu, taking down that sniper player. Now it hops over to mid-bridge. Falcade taking some damage. Boo again choosing to be aggressive. Misses a no-scope on it. Fantasy takes some damage, and Fantasy takes him down 23-18.
But you know what? I'm liking the way Boo Dubu's playing it. This is the turning point that you were talking about before. If this was the first 2 games, Boo Dubu and Falcade would have been perfectly content with slowing things down. Not this time. They want to end this game. This will not be going to time, as Boo Dubu putting the shots in on straight sick. Are gonna let us stay alive here. Falcated trying to give the information from Green Hall, and Boo Dubu saw that player going towards training to training. There it is. Falcated gets the kill thanks to the information, and finally, IC able to run it up down. But my God, did they not want to lose? If I've never seen a team fight so hard to not get knocked out of the tournament, we got to give it up for Fantasy and Straight Sick, because that was one hell of a series. 3 pit games, Goofy. 3.
Yeah. Incredible resilience out of Fantasy and Straight Sick, not going down without a fight. But Boo Dubu and Falcated showing that chemistry, showing the clutch factor, the clutch gene, and that essentially that history together, right? They've been teammates for as long as I can remember, and they clutched up when they needed to.
Definitely great performance. You know, Axel Toss and I were like running out of paper, taking all the notes between all these ties. From the very onset, I was starting to notice these traps, these setups and these traps that IC was at least trying to set up and execute. So Goofy, in your opinion, you know, when you see these different individual teams, these 2v2s try to set up these traps, how much time do they have to set it up? And how much time is there to execute? Because it seems it's like between not even 5 to 10 seconds.
I would say that it's a bunch of micro actions in the game, right? So I don't think their mindset is necessarily looking to execute like a trap that the other team will fall into. It just comes naturally with the way they play off of each other, right? So depending on where their teammates are, you'll see Boo Dubu, you know, position himself to bait Falcated, and then essentially the trap that you're explaining comes into effect, where because of their positioning on the map, it allows them to use their chemistry, it allows them to kind of help each other. And we saw that time and time again in all 3 of the pit games, coming from both sides, right? Straight Sick and Fantasy were doing a little bit of that. And of course, Boo Dubu and Falcated were able to capitalize ultimately.
And Axel Toss and I were able to talk during the matchup and see the utilization of the weapons and how a number of times we're like, oh, he's got the shot. Oh, wait, he's got the rocket. It's a smaller corridor. It's less of a chance to get the guaranteed shot. Turns to the right. There's the enemy teammate, goes for the shot. And it's those type of decision-making moments that really separate the pros from the Joes.
Yeah, and like speaking with layers almost, right? Like we saw moments there where Boo Dubu was maybe taking some shots, but then Falcated's back here with a sniper. You guys remember that? Like Falcated got like 4 snipes in a row. Thank you very much. Like absolutely killing it. So I think that's a very interesting dynamic. You know, kind of the bait and switch almost. One player moving a little forward, playing on the overshield, while you have the sniper in the background watching over, and Falcated hits some ridiculous shots. I feel like there's so much to unpack from that series. I mean, we saw 2 ties in a row. We saw one of the most epic comebacks I've personally seen. It was like 10 to 12 kills, the comeback there. Absolutely insane. Huge shout out to our commentators too. I mean, look, I've commentated matches, and if you told me I had to commentate again and again and again and they keep tying, I'd almost walk out. So shout out to our commentators for being awesome. But here is an update on our double elimination bracket. Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3, a collaboration of many interested parties, 343, Halo, and Smash GG to make this happen. RB cruising all the way to the grand finals, and of course, we're watching this lower bracket final play out. I almost want to ask the room here. You know, a lot of you guys have been on the stage. You've been in those competitive environments. Boo Dubu, like literally those games that he just played. I mean, how is he feeling? How do you recover? Because they've just been playing nonstop for a while now. So what's the move here from Boo Dubu and Falcated? What's the best way to kind of, you know, put that last series aside,
take a breath,
and stay focused?
Yeah, so these guys are certified competitors, right? This is like another day in the office for them. So the adrenaline, don't get me wrong, the adrenaline is probably soaring through their veins right now, and they know that they clutched up some crazy games. But as soon as that series is over, their mindset is on to the next one. They're trying to win this entire thing. They know that Trippy and Talon are that hovering beast, you know, waiting to take on whoever makes it to that final matchup. But for Boo Dubu and Falcated in the moment, the adrenaline is pumping. You're feeling good. You're dapping up your teammates. But once that series is over, it's on to the next one.
Now, Clutch, you're able to watch from afar as you were taking a break while Why Not Be Casting was joining us here. In a tie scenario, you're going into the next map. If that happens to you and your teammate, what's the dialogue? What's the communication? Try to make sure it doesn't happen again. And did you notice any patterns or any shifts that changed for IC within the 2 tiebreakers that happened back to back?
Yeah, I think you start to talk about tendencies. and you talk about like what fantasy likes to do or how they're playing a certain situation, where they're going when they have these snipes, like where they were predominantly successful. Fantasy throughout the series was very, very aggressive. No matter how much shield he has, he was always returning into the battle. That's something you bring up, right? That Booba Dooba double no scope on sword. He knew fantasy was going to push that sword window because that's what fantasy's been doing all game, and he'd been hitting those no scopes. So what does Booba Dooba have to do in that situation? If Booba Dooba does anything other than what he does, fantasy's going to have an advantage in either height or like just like ready for combat. But Booba Dooba kind of brought the battle to him that time around, and that was like the kill that really punched the ticket to the next series in the tournament because it's like Booba Dooba understood that like, hey, this guy's no scoped me like 6 times in a row whenever I've like just had my BR out or like not expected for him to like dangerously put himself in a bad position to kill me. He was ready that time around. Those are the things that you catch on to as the series develops, and they had a little bit of extra time on Pit Slayer because they played 3 of them.
Well, we saw the teamwork utilized so well, as Axel Toss had mentioned, especially from the sniper range from afar. There was one engagement where Run It Up had the overshield, and they were trying to take down Boo Boo Doo, but he hung back, threw the grenade, fired again, and then kept peeking around the same corner. And this is where it comes down to controlling the behavior of your opponent. Because if you're still trying to bait your opponent to engage you, boom, there was a shot from Fantasy from far away. And it seemed like it was such a textbook perfect play between this 2v2 matchup. So why not? When you were in the thick of it, commentating multiple matches back to back to back with the tiebreaker, we saw in chat that people were mentioning that a lot of the engagements were happening around the snipe tower. And yes, it was. But it seemed that once IC knew the flow or knew the pattern of their opponents, they knew how to change that and to change where the battle was taking place. What are your thoughts about snipe tower being like the #1 engagement on this map, but teams recognizing that and breaking the flow and changing the momentum and then getting the victory?
Well, I think Boo Boo Doo and Falcon were playing a very cookie cutter fundamental strat at that point. You know, I talked to Goofy and Wes, and they both said tower side and training side. They had an immaculate lead at that point. I think at that point, Fantasy and Straight Sick had an understanding that, hey, we're down by X amount of kills. There's X amount of time on the clock. We have to make something happen. So you saw that back to back engagements towards tower side because they had to push. They had to make something happen. And then you saw that incredible run. That was game 2 of Pit. We went into a game 3. So I just think the scenario led to that where, hey, Boo Boo Doo and Falcon, they got to hold down tower and training side and control that mid bridge. And Fantasy and Straight Sick just really needed some kills to get back in the game.
I was able to hear Boo Boo Doo a bit talk to Fantasy after the first tie, and Boo Boo Doo was trying to explain to him like, oh, I was waiting in this section. I thought you were going to call out where he was. Oh, no, I was waiting here. Well, I was waiting for my shields. But Boo Boo Doo was calm explaining it, calm but firm. Like, no, I thought this was going to happen. I thought you were going to do this. Next time, let's do this and then move on. And I feel having that calm, curt, but friendly, whatever. You're here to win. You want to make that money. But they're able to address what the problem was, even though it repeated again in the second game, but it was Boo Boo Doo that was able to get that shot the last minute. So Axel Toss, you and I have been in a lot of scenarios, either as the players or as the commentators, seeing the frustrations these players go to. How crucial was it that Boo Boo Doo kept his cool in that moment?
It's huge. It's everything. But Boo Boo Doo, he's a legend, right? Like this guy's been on stages in front of thousands, right? So thinking about that too, just how much experience these guys have, and it goes to show. I do coffee and competitive in the morning sometimes. I play competitive games in the morning on the Twitch channel here, and the idea is putting in the time, putting in the work, and you can tell these guys have put so many hours in this game. The idea there is you want to be familiar with these scenarios that might pop up. Now, if you go and ask these guys, have they ever been in a double tie situation? Maybe they have, but that's what's so important there, what's so crazy. And I will say, I've watched a lot of video games, and I was absolutely floored when those spawn kills were happening, guys. And like IC, the comeback was happening. It's like, wait a second, Boo Boo Doo got sniped, spawn killed again? Absolutely nuts. But it goes to show those very niche scenarios, the better players will have gone through it before, will have been there before, and the better players can rise to the top. And I think that's what was happening with IC there. And I wonder what the room thinks too. Was that IC's win like to lose the entire way because it felt like they more or less had the advantage all the way through. It was just run it up, being really scrappy and refusing to give up.
Yeah, Clutch, Goofy, any thoughts there?
I honestly think it was all to your point. It was always IC's game to lose, which is why I think Straight Sick and Fantasy needed to win one of those games. Like the one where you had that remarkable comeback. It was both times they were in control of the outcome of those ties. I didn't like the route that Fantasy took under bridge towards Overshield to runway. Like all you had to do is not put yourself in like a very long hallway, and you would be able to stay alive by putting your head down and turning a corner. Like Boobadoo was not going to be able to get an angle on you. The other player I think had to fall back through green. Like just go into your flag, and you win the game. That was a small mistake. And then we saw once again they opted to play for the tie instead of knowing that the enemy team is stuck on their flag and like being aggressive towards that. I guess I haven't really understood why we've seen that twice now, and this is up to the players playing today, and they play at such a high level that it's difficult to question after seeing it twice in a row. But twice in a row it doesn't pay off. So I think the next time around, if there are a lot of competitors watching this or in the future for 2v2s, it's like when you're in that situation, you have the momentum and you have a little bit of an advantage. Maybe it's map control, maybe it's a couple extra grenades, maybe it's that they're trapped in this square box of a flag area. Like try to use that to your advantage, and because you might not get an advantage the next time the game comes around.
Yep, press the advantage when you have it. Why not be casting? Absolute pleasure to have you with us, one of our community casters here.
Killed it.
Where can people find you?
Yeah, I mean, I stream often on Twitch. Obviously, I have Twitter. My handle's down below. YouTube. Just look up "Why Not Be Casting" on TikTok, YouTube, or Twitch, and you will find me. And then Twitter, it's "Why Not Be Reckless." I'm all over the place. I'm in your face.
All right, and hopefully see much more of you throughout the months to come as we're all getting super excited for more tournaments happening here on the weekends in July, and we're all ready for Halo Infinite coming out later in the holiday. We're going to get ready for our next matchup, Losers Bracket Finals. Clutch and Goofy are going to carry it. Take it away, gentlemen.
Hopping into the Losers Bracket Finals matchup, Wes, and we're seeing a couple names on the broadcast for the first time today. It's Haynes and Common. Now, I am definitely very familiar with both of these players, competed against them in 4v4s, not so much in 2s, but extremely talented duo, taking on Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated, of course, the house-held names in the Halo community, so this should be a treat.
Absolutely. Haynes, Common, both players that have really stepped up their Halo 3 game in the past year and a half. Not really surprised that they're here, but at the same time, with all the competition that we had, they had to go through a gauntlet of great teams. So happy to see that they have started off their tournaments and continued that very successfully. Common with a nice nade right there, going to get his team not only a kill, but pink advantage as well. So things already looking up for them as well. Infernal, looking like they may have an Eternal Sunday as they continue to run.
Good recovery there from the national champ, Captain Clutch, as Common with some good shots. Sit down, Boo Boo Doo Boo. Nice start for the boys in blue, 11-6, as Falcated is down to one shot, sitting pink one. He gets taken down. Common, though, not aware of the spawn times right there. Boo Boo Doo Boo able to get some free shots and take him down for a killjoy. 12-7, Falcated looks to have spotted somebody under blue as another player lifts top blue and might have eaten that grenade courtesy of Boo Boo, and yes, he did. Double kill for Falcated, 12-9 right now in this game one.
I feel like when you get past that series against Fantasy and I'm drawing a blank right now. Fantasy and Straight Sick, you built so much momentum and confidence. Like, you're rolling. If you just, like, to your point, like, those guys are some of the best shooters in the game. When you were able to take them down, like, that just does so much for you as far as confidence and momentum. I wouldn't be shocked to see Boobadooboo and Falcon really step it up this series. I know they're down right now, but step it up this series, make this series less interesting, and then figure out a way to compete for a championship today.
I could not agree with you more, Wes, which is why I'm very surprised that Haynes and Comet have come out so strong in this game one. And not only is it a game one, but it's on a map that I would expect Foul and Boo Boo to be really strong on, and that's Heretic. So, again, props to Haynes and Common right now. We have to look at the bracket to see who they've been through to get here, but they're playing on fire as well, and they're looking like a dangerous team.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, this team was full of or this bracket was full of talent, and for them to be at the place where they're at right now here today, this far along in the tournament, that speaks volumes to how well they're playing. They're obviously showing you that they can compete with the best, as they're doing so here in game 1, 17-15.
Boo Boo Doo runs into Common, ping 2. They get a trade. Heinz takes down Falcator. So only player alive right now is Haynes, and he will be able to get some information off of the spawns. Boo Boo Doo and Falcator spawning blue and opting to split up a little bit here. Boo Boo Doo sitting in that window. Falcator already ping 3. Now that was some efficient movement and some great movement, I should say, because he's made it all the way to ping 3, allowing Boo Boo Doo to give him all the information and provide all the support he needs right now. But Common with a big kill on Falcator, a pivotal kill, 4-kill lead now. Boo Boo Doo left in a compromised position. Lucky for him, Falcator spawns right on his tail, able to provide some support, and this is such an important fight right now. Once again, Common takes down Falcator, extending the lead to 5.
Yeah, I mean, Booba and Falcator, they're just not in good enough positions to be able to compete right now. The map control, it's predominantly been in the hands of Infernal, and with it, we've seen them be successfully able to capitalize on each other's damage trade successfully and build this lead. Looks like they're going to be taking game 1 unless Booba and Falcator can pull off a miracle. We know they're capable of it, but it's so difficult to happen on a map like Heretic.
Yeah, all they need right now is a two kills and not give up any trades. But there you see Haynes able to take down Falcator. So 24-20, 1 kill left to go, and the underdogs, Common and Haynes, are going to take game number 1. Falcator alone, top blue, and he gets taken down. There you have it, 25-20, the first game of this series in the favor of the blue team.
I don't think that this changes much with the momentum of Booba and Falcator. I mean, you'd have to go down 2-0. I honestly think that a map with power weapons probably benefits them more as well. Like those guys, we saw what they were able to do on Pit, right? With the snipes just absolutely going off, especially Falcator, the way he was shooting. They want to get themselves into a map mode combo that benefits their playstyle, that allows them to push the advantages that they have with snipes and whatnot. Not sure if Construct Slayer is going to be that game type, though. So if you're Infernal and you're able to win, to your point, like what you say is the most coin flip game type we have in 2v2s, like getting up 2-0 on this team and really like putting them backs against the wall after a long series before, that could be the recipe for success.
Could not agree with you more. Construct, Team Slayer. You have that camouflage, you have the sniper rifle, you have the rockets. So a lot of power weapons, a lot of layers to this map. So Haynes and Common, after an impressive game 1 victory, looking to take the series lead 2-0. Falcator and Boo Boo Doo on the other side, though, have a thing or two to say about that, as they just are coming off of an insane win in that series against Straight Sick and Fantasy. A very, very hyped up series, and one that was so exciting to cast. Of course, shout out to Tony. Why not be casting? Always doing an amazing job, and hopping into this game too. I couldn't be more excited.
Construct Slayer, now Haynes and Common, maybe they're a little bit unpredictable because they're newer players. They probably don't predominantly play like Boobadoo and Falcator. They're not going to have as much like information and like experience against Haynes and Common as they would against other players. I actually like that it's Narrows though. So it's not going to be Construct Slayer. It's going to be Narrows for game 2. This puts Boobadoo and Falcator right back into this series and allows them to kind of showcase their skill set of how dominant they can be when they get snipes in their hands. Let's see if that's the case, or if Infernal can formulate some kind of strategy around that.
Good start for Boo Boo Doo being aggressive, getting a double kill. Common goes down now. Complete control in favor of Boo Boo Doo and Falcator. Falcator like a kid in a candy store right now with all that sniper ammo. Boo Boo Doo has a rocket, whiffs one, connects on the other. 2 rockets to take down Common, and a 3-0 lead for the red team.
I mean, perfect starting strat for IC right now. Booba Dooba with the perfect shots on the sniper for the double right there. Gets his team complete map control, a 4-0 lead. These rockets are going to make it a 5-0 lead. One more in the chamber, and Booba Dooba looking to press his advantage. Gets that player to no shield. You know Falcator's hitting that snipe. And 6-1, the game starts off. IC right back on track.
Falcator is dominating. I wish I wish he was streaming so we could watch his point of view. But of course, Boo Boo Doo has some amazing gameplay as well. So not too many complaints out of me. Falcator once again putting that sniper rifle to use for the double kill as Haynes goes down as well. And what a start for Boo Boo Doo and Falcated. An unlucky spawn there as the double team takes down Boo Boo Doo. 8-2, great start for Falcated as he is just putting on a show with the sniper. Haynes goes down as well. They're just making it too easy for him, just walking into his snipes.
There's nothing better than just having that teammate that you're completely caught out of position, top middle. One cannon's over, the other one is pushing your teammate, and he ends up getting both the kills, and you don't even have to deal any damage, right? You're like, nice, let's go, right? He created so much room, space, momentum. Like, when you know your teammates playing as well as Falcated is, it only elevates you to play at that same level. I think that's what we see a lot out of Boobadooboo and Falcated because they have so much history together. They pick each other up and play and push each other to be better, and I think that's why they're such a dynamic duo in the Halo scene today.
Boo Boo Doo just providing the support that Falcated needs as he is a walking aimbot right now, just hitting every single snipe. Haynes gets taken down to one shot in his L1, leaving Falcated the opportunity to clean up that kill. Common goes down as Haynes is still one shot. Here comes Boo Boo Doo, takes him down, but nice stick out of Haynes from the grave. 12-3, Common still not on the board just yet, and this is a great start for the red team.
Unbelievable. You couldn't have written it any better after losing game one. But if you're an Infernal fan, Common and Haynes, you can afford this loss. What you can't do is mentally let it affect you for the rest of the series. This game isn't even over yet, and I know we're prematurely jumping the trigger, especially after what Straight Second Fantasy showed us that can happen in twos. But just saying, if you are to lose this in a dramatic fashion, it's important to be able to wave it off, right? You rewarded yourself with a win in game one to get yourself to at least a game four. The goal is to win 3 straight, not to win all 3. The goal is to win 3 out of 5, not to win 3 straight.
Couple of whiff snipes out of Boo Boo Doo, but connects with that one on Haynes, and Falcated able to clean up or get some headshots on the other player. Now rockets and sniper rifle in the hands of Boo Boo Doo with the Hail Mary rocket, takes down Common, and Haynes should be down to one shot, but the rechow takes down Boo Boo. I like that chow a lot out of Haynes as he gets taken down because Falcated is not missing a bullet, right? So he takes down Haynes 17-5. This is a great lead for Boo Boo and Fal, and sniper rifles in each of their hands as they are just putting on a clinic right now. Common, though, finally able to get on the board and take down Falcated. Boo Boo Doo throws off that sniper rifle. I like that play a lot, not giving the other team any opportunity to come back with the power weapons. Falcated now spawning Mohawk runs into a couple players, so he gets taken down 17-8. Still a lot of time left in the game, but not that much kills to go for the red team.
I love throwing that snipe off to your point, right? I always talk about win conditions and what is our team's win condition, and obviously that win conditions change the way the score and the rest of the game is affected, where the clock is looking, power weapons and whatnot on the field. Right there, I was asking myself, what is Infernal's win condition? Well, it's picking up that 12-bullet snipe and getting both players getting snipes and coming back on a huge run. Throwing that off the map eliminates one of the win conditions you would have seen for Infernal, and now it's just so much more difficult for them to get back in this game.
Yeah, and for all you competitive Halo fans watching at home, be advised that that's a very, very good strategy, right? You even see players like Snakebite and APG almost every game with sniper rifles. They'll just pick it up and start wasting the ammo or start tossing it off the map. So, if it's not something you've considered before, consider putting that in your arsenal. Playing the weapons, it can be such a good play as Common takes down Boo Boo Doo 21-13. 4 kills left to go with the top spawn. Boo Boo's just gonna hold forward, try to find some easy pickings. There goes Common. He goes down. Boo Boo Doo now just soaring. It's almost like that play or push because we can't lose mentality, but you got to be careful when you say that because we saw what happened last series. 22-13 though. Boo Boo Doo with a beautiful flank. There goes one. Double kill in his sights with the Mauler. There goes Falcated though, cleaning up that kill. One more to go and this will be all tied up.
1 kill to go, like you said. But I think Infernal did a good job of minimizing the damage that it could do to their egos. The battle top middle, the BR fight that Common was able to win. Small things like that keep you mentally checked in. I'm shooting well. The start of this game just didn't go our way, right? We messed up bad. We gave them our snipe. We gave up rockets. We got into a big hole, and we weren't getting out of it against these great players. For game 3, the goal, the mission, it's got to be let's get off to a hot start. Let's make sure that we don't go down 0-2 and give up complete control because you need to get back in this series. I think Construct Slayer, if that's the game type, They're switching it up now. Looks like it's going to be Pit. You can't give up both snipes at the start of Pit, so that's got to be the mission if you're an Infernal player.
And I don't know if you were able to catch that, Wes, but Falcated went 15 and 5 last game with a killing frenzy. So you know he is on fire right now, and they're feeling good going into this game number 3.
If you're Haynes in Common, you were probably done with your last series and had the opportunity to watch a couple of the Pit games, so maybe you were able to catch on to some tendencies. Here, maybe you saw a couple starting strats from them. They are going to be able to get Overshield burned. Good job by Boobaduba to position himself on the training there. Picks up rockets himself. And so IC probably wins the better at this, the best of the start of this map. No kills yet to anyone's names, but with rockets, they're inevitable.
Nice kill on Common as Falcated snipes Haynes. Good start for Boobaduba and Falcated. Rockets and Sniper Rifle in their possession, and they are being the aggressors. Spotting a player, that's Common. He goes down. 3-0 lead with Rockets, who Boobaduba gets a receiving end of a good grenade there. So those Rockets will be down and able to be picked up by the blue team, hopefully, or maybe that could trigger some sort of momentum for the blue team. It seems like they've kind of been fighting off their back foot for the last 10 to 15 minutes of gameplay.
And Boobaduba looking to be aggressive. 2-kill lead. Knows his player's below him, but does get bodied. Great challenge by him, and somehow he's still alive, being a nuisance after getting a kill. No one able to trade that kill in the pit out. Now Boobaduba top turret with control of the map. This is where IC is going to shine.
Yeah, spawn kill on Common. Boobaduba, great map awareness, able to take down that player right off the spawn. Haynes now in the cut. He gets taken down courtesy of some great teamwork. Falcated gets the kill. 9-2. Top tower control and teamwork totally in the favor of the red team. And Boobaduba and Falcated showing you what it takes to be, one of the best duos in competitive Halo right now. Falcated drops that sniper rifle. He goes down in sword. Boobaduba gets a nice kill on Common, and Haynes gets a kill. So 2 for 1, much needed for the blue team as they are down by 6 early in this game.
It could have been worse. It really could have. But 6 kills, still a good portion of 25. So you need to figure out ways to trade efficiently and get some numbers back in your favor. That's a good kill on the Falcated right there. I believe Overshield's coming up. And unfortunately, you got the kill on the Falcated, but nobody there to challenge Boobaduba as he picks up the fresh OS. Make that a double. Picks up the snipe. Can he get the triple on the Needler spawn? No. But control of the enemy's base and making sure they didn't get that overshot. I mean, Boobaduba and Falcated, everything is clicking for them.
Yeah, you can't allow yourself, so they got a kill on Falcated, and Boobaduba got the overshield uncontested. So on a 2v1, the blue team's still not able to get the overshield, and now it's looking like it's going to haunt them for a little bit. Falcated gets a kill onto Haynes, Common gets a nice grenade to trade out that kill on Falcated. Boobaduba just needs to stay alive here with the sniper rifle on the opponent's S2. And every second matters right now for Booba because it allows Falcated to come off spawn, but he falls. So that sniper rifle will be back in the possession of the blue team, and they need to start a little run of kills right now if they want to come back in this game.
Yeah, they're just not able to get kills without Boobaduba and Falcated figuring out ways to answer. And somehow Boobaduba comes off spawn and wins like the race to rockets. That can't be happening. You need to see prioritization of these overshields, these rockets, these snipes. They've got to step up if you're Infernal. You've let the overshields go in the favor of Infernal so far. And the rockets being paired behind them, I mean, it's just easy kills, right? Like that takes nothing for Boobaduba to make this one kill further in his team's lead.
Here you're seeing Boobaduba rotate from green and long haul over towards the bridge side with the rockets. Spots a player front S1. Falcated will always be there to have your back, Booba. Don't worry. Haynes goes down. 10-kill lead with only 8 kills remaining for Boobaduba and Falcated to take the series lead 2-1. Haynes soars out in his pit and takes down Boobaduba. Haynes goes down. Now Booba spawning in his flag, able to just support Falcated once again, who is pushed up far enough to keep applying pressure. Common goes down. Falcated just stays alive with that sniper so well, and that overshield will be on spawn any second. Boobaduba knows this, and they will be pushing aggressively to try to pick up the overshield and takes down Haynes in the process. Now it looks like he won't even have to burn it, and we'll get a full overshield, which might just be the nail in the coffin for this game number 3. Common, though, might need to put on the Jets right now and make Boo Boo Doo at least burn the overshield as Falcated goes down. Boo Boo still under bridge, not able to pick up the overshield, chooses to push out and leave the bottom bridge area. I love this play out of Boo Boo Doo. Picks up one, gets the double kill. A veteran play out of Boo Boo Doo. Now picks up the sniper rifle and puts the players on the blue team on spawn. Haynes barely misses a headshot to the face. Boo Boo Doo continuing to put the pressure on, and they're just holding forward once again. Push because you can't lose mentality. 23-9, and this is going to be a landslide victory. 24-9. Will they even get into double digits, Wes?
This is bad, right? This is what I was worried about. Game 2 being such a lopsided performance in the favor of IC. Everything that happened in Game 1, it's forgotten. It's in the past, and right now the 2-1 lead after this next kill for IC, it looks like this series is theirs to lose, and these dominant performances the last 2 games make me think that Common and Haynes, they just might not have anything left in the tank to compete with these legends.
2-1 series lead in favor of IC. All it's gonna take is a Game 4 win, and then we got a Game 5 on our hands, right? So, like you said, Wes, it was so important for what we're seeing that Haynes and Common were able to win that Game 1 because it at least leaves the door open for them, right? All they need is a good start, and they could be back in this series as they lost a couple of pretty dominant games, courtesy of Falcated and Boo Boo Doo Boo. So we'll see if they can bounce back.
It's gonna be tough. It feels like Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcated, everything's just clicking for them. Their overshield and their rocket control, it was unbelievable. And you can't expect to win games when you give away that much power to another team, especially against players like Boo Boo Doo and Falcated that you know are going to put in some serious work once they have it. Unfortunately, Boo Boo Doo Boo, once again with Camo, we've seen in the history of Boo Boo Doo Boo what he can do, but Haynes has this snipe. He's going to have to make a play in a trade. Not the worst thing that could have happened in that situation, but at some point, you've got to start making individual plays to separate yourselves.
Doo Boo making good use of that camouflage, able to kill that sniper player, and now fortunately got a spawn close enough to pick up the weapon. So sniper and mauler in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo. Nice body shot on the player jumping towards the snipe lift. And here you see that setup we've talked about on Guardian 2v2s, right? You got a player on green, you got a player at sniper with the sniper. So Haynes able to take down Falcated. I'd imagine a push is about to come into effect for the blue team as they have a 2-kill lead, a lead we haven't seen from them in quite a while. So good start. But Boo Boo Doo Boo with the great rotation with the Mauler sniper able to put the flank on Haynes. Nice Mauler looking for the double. Common able to barely dodge that snipe. Drops bottom green, and now you got to imagine the player will be spawning bottom green. That's going to be Haynes. As that green spawn is very prominent. I don't think he ended up spawning green. No, he didn't. Oh my God! Boo Boo Doo Boo with the no-scope on Haynes with a double kill. Common goes down. Boo Boo Doo Boo is on fire.
You don't even see Haynes, and Boo Boo Doo Boo rips his face off. Then he turns no shield and gets Common as well. The third comes through. Boo Boo Doo Boo is giving his team a 1-kill lead on the back of some unbelievable reaction time and just absolute perfect reticle placement.
Top middle positioning and 2 players for that's Common and Haynes stuck at green. Common, nice big kill actually on Boo Boo Doo Boo top middle. I thought there was a couple of them there, but the second player's all the way at snipe tower. So Common with a really pivotal win right there. Haynes, bad timing on the grenade, but Common might be there to clean up the kill. Yes, he does, but does take damage. And there he goes down. So I don't like Common soaring out like that after getting the trade. He should have tried to back down, get his shields back, wait for his teammates, as now they are trailing by 1 kill.
Huge pickup on a Boo Boo Doo Boo. As he gets caught trying to overextend with low shields. Falcated actually plays his life fairly well on this glass. Actually stays alive. Boo Boo Doo Boo with the spawn. And Haynes somehow, for some reason, just brought Boo Boo Doo Boo the fresh sniper.
It's not often you see the setup with the sniper rifle at gold and blue, but it actually is very effective if executed correctly. You're seeing Falcated put down good shots on Haynes, and Common goes down. Good snipe out of Boo Boo Doo Boo. Another spawn snipe on Haynes. He gets a headshot. Boo Boo Doo Boo now rotating just freely, I should say, top middle, able to get back towards his team, get back towards the setup. And just like that, they have a 6-kill lead.
He's been doing such a good job of rotating when the other team is near his side of the map. The one from S1 to Gold 1 earlier, and now this to get out of blue safely, securely with the sniping to get the snipe tower. That was huge from Boobadooboo. And now he's given his team an opportunity to create some space, continue map control while also rotating around. Unfortunately, the player behind Snipe spawns his teammate there, and Boobadooboo can't no-scope 2 people at once. In fact, he misses both, and because of it, finally, the Snipe, his reign of terror is over for now.
I don't know if you noticed a little nuance there. He was able to quickly flick his screen to the right and play that sniper actually before he went down. So good heads-up play out of Boobadooboo there. Common goes down. Nice grenade out of Falcated to predict that movement. 6-kill lead still. Boobadooboo and Falcated just sticking together, trying to find opportunities to use teamwork. And there you see it. A melee out of Boobadooboo, a cleanup out of Falcated, and there you another cleanup out of Boo Boo. So just back and forth, back and forth. These guys play off each other so well, and the timing is always impeccable. Wow, someone manages to eat that grenade and stay alive with the camouflage. That's going to be huge. 19 to 12. Not going down with camo right there is going to be a big difference maker right now.
I mean, already with the 8-kill, 9-kill lead, you needed to kill that camo player. In fact, you probably needed that camo in your own hands if we're talking about win conditions. Boobadooboo denies camo, actually gets it, stays alive. It's a game of inches, and he was just an inch away from dying from that grenade. Instead, he's an inch away from getting another kill here on the Haynes. But a nade from Commonly keeps Haynes alive. The dream is still alive for Infernal, but there's only 2 kills that separate it and the nightmare of being eliminated.
Boobadooboo, nice grenade, nice lift. Take some notes if you're watching at home. Boobadooboo making the map his playground right now. 10-kill lead, only 1 to go, and IC will be advancing in the tournament. Boobadooboo S3 soaring top middle and Falcated with the beatdown on Common, and there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. IC will be advancing in the tournament after a 25-14 victory in game number 4 of this series. Big congratulations to Boobadooboo and Falcated playing phenomenal Halo right now.
I mean, that no-scope on the short jump when he was looking for the spawners, that was absolutely insane. And then to follow it up with the double and everything else afterwards, I mean, it's just, like, incredible. When these guys get in the zone and Falcated and Boobadooboo, like, take over, I mean, we've seen it at LANs. We've seen it throughout multiple Halos. It feels like it's just one of those days where if anyone can compete with Tylenol and Trippy, maybe it's an on-fire Falcated and Boobadooboo.
Absolutely. I mean, the sniper role over and over again, not only in this series, but previously throughout the day, Boobadooboo and Falcated have been performing phenomenally. But it's a few times throughout these different maps that themes either fall apart for a bit or the enemy team starts to have a comeback. And Axel Toss, we've noticed that a couple of times at the IC where they're in the lead, but then about halfway through the map, through the rotation, the gap starts to close.
I mean, a part of that is all these teams are so evenly matched at the end of the day. If you're making it this far in the bracket, we're probably going to see the close games. But, you know, what I'm thinking about a lot is, like, what really separates these top players? And I feel like Boobadooboo is literally putting on a clinic and kind of showing what makes the best players as good as they are. Just like, trying to get a grasp of his awareness, just simply his game awareness. Like, there were moments where he starts shooting one way, and then he starts shooting the other way at the same time, and he literally got a double kill, you know, fighting 2 different people at the same time. So it's like, it's crazy going back and looking at it. Also, when he's sniping, he's anticipating where the enemy might be. Like, he just got a double kill, but he's still scanning and anticipating where that spawn might happen. And it's just those little things that I think are just fascinating, that really, you know, show how good these players are who are able to rise above the rest.
And to see if IC can rise against RB. RB was one of the teams that really impressed us earlier today. We saw RB cruise through the upper side of the bracket. Dogs was faced off against RB, but they fell to RB, and they are DQ'd, and IC will advance through the lower bracket into the grand finals. So we get to see IC probably the most today out of all the other teams, and they're going to be ready for that grand final here in just a little bit. But a huge shout out and thank you to everybody tuning in right now as we get ready for the grand finals. I'd like to remind everybody that you can sign up for this tournament. We're doing our weekly qualifiers this month. You can sign up and play Friday night or Saturday night, and if you're one of the top 8 teams that makes it either Friday or Saturday, you'll be seeded into the top 16, which we play on Sundays throughout the rest of the month. And our next matchup is just about to begin. Clutch, Goofy, great to have you here. Another shout out to Why Not Be Casting, who's joining us in the chat. But this is it, folks. Grand finals for our first week of the Xbox FanFest tournament featuring Halo 3. Clutch, Goofy, take it away.
The grand finals of week 1 of the Xbox Fan Fest featuring Halo 3. Get hyped up in the chat. We're in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. Tylenol and Trippy. We've seen their dominance throughout the day, but lately it's been all about Boo Boo Doo and Falcated. This is going to be a series for the ages as two juggernauts take each other on, and there can only be one champion.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing Boo Boo Doo and Falcated these past few series just absolutely take off and hit unbelievable shots, do their thing, build their chemistry, get this momentum going. But do not sleep on the guys that are on the winner's side, because we haven't seen them in so long does not mean that they are not the best team here. Tylenol and Trippy have earned this spot through the winner's side. They looked unbelievable this morning. I feel like they haven't played in forever because they haven't had to, because they 3-0'd everyone they played, and they've been waiting on the next victim to arrive. Is that going to be Boo Boo Doo and Falcated, or is this momentum something real? Basil, which way are you leaning?
This is a really, really tough matchup, and I think it's going to be an amazing finals. I'm going to give the edge. I got to give it to Boo Boo and Falcated, I think. Just because the way I think they've kind of gained that momentum in the last couple of series. If you had asked me in the beginning of the tournament, I would have picked Trippy and Tylenol, but just because of that momentum and that confidence I think they've instilled in themselves in the last couple of series, I think they're going to come out strong in this series and win the first game or two and just put themselves in a good position to win the series. But I have to say that with a lot of doubt, because Tylenol and Trippy are just such formidable opponents and honestly probably the favorites in this series, but I'm taking the underdogs.
I'm taking the favorites. Tylenol, Trippy, what I saw this morning was probably the best Halo 3 that I've seen in a long time. Boo Boo Doo and Falcated, I understand, like, you guys, when you're on, it's wild to watch you guys play at a high level. But I think Tylenol and Trippy, their understanding of twos, their ability to work together, I think it's just always on point. I mean, we said it in the pregame a little bit about Boo Boo Doo and Falcated, like, they're on right now, but there's lapses in the game where the other team kind of gets control and takes away with it. We haven't seen that with Trippy and Tylenol. Like, they have just consistently just been bashing the other team throughout the day. I think this is going to be close. Like, I do think Boo Boo Doo and Falcated make the games closer than any team so far today, but Tylenol and Trippy, like, this is your moment. You've practiced for this, you put in the work for this, and you're in prime position to run away with this this first weekend. So here we go. We're going into game 1. It's going to be Pit. And I could not stress enough how important it is for Boo Boo Doo and Falcated to get off on the right foot.
Boo Boo Doo going for that overshield and burns it at the 52nd point. Pit Team Slayer in this grand finals, guys. Get hyped up in the chat. Boo Boo Doo able to rotate all the way over to the opponent's S1 and catches a rocket. So good start for Tylenol and Trippy with the 2-0 rockets and sniper in their control.
I mean, just predicted, right? Like, he thought he had a flank. He thought he was being sneaky. The rocket comes in. You don't even have to turn the corner, and the rocket kills you. Now, Trippy and Tylenol both in the courtyard side of the map. Trippy's going to back up to bridge after landing that body shot onto Boo Boo Doo. Boo Boo Doo with a quick C onto onto Tylenol right there. Can't help Falcated play his life, and now with a Tylenol top your turret with snipe, you're in trouble. The game already 3-0, and this could get ugly quick.
Yeah, Tylenol and Trippy with snipers, they just don't miss any shots. So you got to get that weapon out of their hands. Look at that, couple body shots onto Boo Boo. Nothing you could do there as Trippy takes him down 4-0, down bad to start this game off. Trippy with the confidence takes down Boo Boo Doo with a snipe to the dome piece. Boo Boo Doo falls now, spawns S1. Falcated able to push over through the green side. Now Boo Boo trying to find this player in store that's making his life so miserable. Hopefully trying to do a little bit of the same. But Trippy, too smart, rotates all the way onto training. You got Tylenol on the S2. And man, look at this textbook Halo West, 7-0.
I mean, I love how they were so aggressive. Tylenol was top the turret. Trippy was their sword. Now all of a sudden they've fallen back off that. They threw him for a loop here. They repositioned. They got into unknown areas. Tylenol got top turret. And all of a sudden they have different angles. 7-1 is an absolute slaughter. Tylenol landing, I think, both bodies right there. Can't finish either one of the players, but it's going to subside any push that Boobaduba and Falcator would have liked to have had. This next Overshield that's just coming up, it's pivotal that IC gets control of this and turns it into a few kills because it could get ugly once again.
Man, Tylenol is impressing the hell out of me this tournament. I know he's nasty. He streams all the time, but you're going up against some of the best players in the world right now, and you are putting on an absolute clinic in the grand finals. Tylenol takes down Falcated as well, 9-2, still a 7-kill lead for the favorites of the blue team. That's Tylenol and Trippy, and man, will he ever miss a shot, ladies and gentlemen? Tylenol is just a dangerous person to be playing against, and Boobaduba and Falcated are on the receiving end right now.
I don't think he's died yet, and I don't think this could be a game where he just doesn't die the way he's playing, the way he's repositioned. A nice body shot. I mean, you see Tylenol, you're no shield. Absolutely. Every time it feels like. He is unbelievable right now with the amount of pressure he's able to deal, the amount of damage he's putting in. They're able to secure that new set of rockets here. As you see Falcated dying green, the nade comes through, but I don't think they're going to be able to deny this. And Falcated a little bit too late. Trippy picks up an easy kill with rockets. Tylenol has tons of snipe ammo based off the last one coming up not too long ago, and I just don't know what the answer is for IC. You got to figure out a way to be unpredictable because if Tylenol sees you, you're better off dead.
You got to get the sniper out of his hands, right? And he's just making it so difficult for Boo Boo or Falcated. He's not allowing himself to be approached in a compromised position. He always has the upper hand in the fights, and that's what it's so impressive to me, Wes, is the engagements that he chooses to fight and how successfully he's able to hit his shot. So on board now with Trippy, up by 9 kills, rockets in his hands, sniper in the hands of the kids that doesn't miss. His name is Tylenol, and now the Overshield will be spawning any second. So everything is looking good for the blue team. Tylenol and Trippy showing you how it's done right now.
Trippy in a bit of an odd situation here. Head on a swivel. Forced to do a couple 360s. Let's secure the Overshield, and IC, I mean, you needed to compete for that because that was too easy for Trippy. He just pops up with an Overshield. Can't get the triple, but, I mean, this is going to get ugly once again. Tylenol spawn kills Boobaduba in the courtyard 15-3. Both power weapons in the hands of Trippy. Tylenol with a fresh snipe. And they just fall back. I love the fact that they are aggressive at times. They fall back at times. They really control the pace throughout the entire series.
Yeah, and the pace they play at is so amazing, right? Like you said, they push when they need to, they fall back when they need to, and they always seem to hit their shots. So Falcated gets bodied once again by Tylenol. I know Halo 5 has that accuracy stat. I wonder if Halo 3 had it, what it would be for Tylenol. As finally, there's something to be excited about for the red team as 2 members fall, Trippy and Tylenol. Boobaduba needs to hit some snipes like we're seeing Tylenol do, but he can't as he falls in the needles, giving that sniper, gifting it, I should say, to to Trippy, as he now has the rockets and the sniper rifle with the 12-kill lead, and he's just feeling confident.
I believe that was Tylenol's first death. We got the witness front street there. 18-6. 3 times the enemy team's kills. You're going to 25, and you have already put yourself in such a good position to control the rest of this game. 1 Tylenol with a headshot onto Boobaduba in the kill feed. And it's a shame, right? You want to see a close series in the finals, but with the caliber that these two are playing at right now, even the best of the best are just getting outclassed.
Trippy, confident, able to move down long haul with the sniper rifle out, and he has a rocket in his back pocket. Falcated able to get that kill. A little bit of a blunder there by Trippy, but you can afford to do that when you're up 21-7. So now 21-8 after that death. Trippy once again spawns and pushes through runway. Tylenol just give him the sniper rifle and let him do work. That Overshield now in the hands of Trippy. Tylenol finally falls as Falcated gets the better of him in that engagement, hits that snipe. Trippy, though, with a nice 4-shot, good bank grenade onto Boo Boo, trapping him a little bit on that training side, gets the kill. So execution flawless, and 24-9. This one should be over really soon.
Every Overshield, every headshot in the favor of RB in game 1. If it's any story to tell for this series, it's going to be a very quick series in the hands of RB. They have looked like the best team all day. And once again, we kick off the finals, and they're right back to it, 14-3 from Tylenol. Honestly, I want to see how many headshots with Snipe he had, because that was absolutely insane.
Or just sniper kills in general. I'm sure that was this weapon of destruction.
Probably 14.
14 and 3 is the stat line. Very, very impressive. Boo Boo Doo and Falcated struggling on the other side. 4 and 15 for Boo Boo, 5 and 10 for Falcated. But it's a long series. We've seen it in sports. We've seen it in gaming. You can get mollywopped in game number 1, but game 2 is a whole other game, right? So you got to recalibrate. If you are Falcated and Boo Boo Doo, you have to know that you're champions, and you have to feel confident going into this Heretic Team Slayer as we're loading in, to game number 2 of the grand finals. And so far, it's been all Tylenol and Trippy.
And I don't expect Boo Boo Doo and Falcated's confidence to be shot after game 1. But this game 2, with no snipe on the map on Heretic, this is a must-win game, right? You cannot let this one slip. You don't want to go down 0-2 to this team in IC or in RB. So let's see if Falcated can get off to a hot start. But I mean, just like that, Trippy puts him in the grave and already starts a lead for RB.
Perfect 4-shot in a weird angle, so difficult shots to hit, but Trippy hits them anyways. 2-0 lead, both kills by Trippy right now to start off this game number 2. Rotating on those players, spawning on the blue carbine. Nice shots and awareness, taking down Boo Boo Doo. Falcated left alone on an island in the bubble. He goes down. 4-0 start. It's not looking good for a must-win game number 2, as Tylenol and Trippy are just controlling the pace of this game, controlling the spawn rotations, and they are not letting their foot off the gas.
I mean, what do you do? It's just consistent pressure, and players just like that first 4 that Trippy hit pink side the base. That's such an awkward angle, to your point. And when you're hitting those shots, you know you're on fire, right? Like those are confidence shots. The angles, like when you're dying to that, you're like, Jesus, man, these guys are on. Like it's going to start to get in the heads of IC. It's just only a matter of time. Hopefully it has not already have happened, because this game, it's not over. I know it's ugly, but there's still time and there's still plenty of room for a comeback, but you have to figure out a way to stop the momentum that is Trippy and Tylenol.
Great shots out of Falcated after some amazing shots out of Trippy for a couple kills there. Tylenol once again putting on a show, taking out Boo Boo Doo. 9-kill lead early for the blue team. Now rotating into pink. Boo Boo Doo taking some heavy fire. Trippy has a couple players down to 1 shot in blue. Boo Boo Doo with a chow. That's a big one right there to win. And now Tylenol trying to go out front of the bases could be a little bit of a ripple effect, a little bit of a snowball. But as I say that, Boo Boo Doo falls to a Tylenol beatdown. And that lead is still 9 kills. Make that 8 as Boo Boo Doo able to clean up Trippy. Now Tylenol stuck alone in blue, but Trippy with the good spawn moving into pink 2.
Yeah, I thought that Boo Boo Doo kill might be a change in momentum. Might have been like a big pivotal space on the map opportunity for them, but it looks like that was immediately shut down by RB. And right back to pink control, 14-5. It's like clockwork for these guys. They have so much like awareness and so much practice and twos together that I think that like it's going to be so difficult to try and figure out where the holes in the gameplay are, because right now we haven't seen any.
Trippy throwing some frag grenades acquired from that pink 1 spawn. Boo Boo Doo trapped on that red bubble, able to stay alive though, and Falcated with a good push. So 14-7 here, Wes. It's been all about Tylenol and Trippy, but good opportunity here for the red team to try to lessen this gap, try to close the gap, and Falcated and Boo Boo Doo getting a nice 2-for-1 trade there. So 6-kill lead now, and the spawn kill is in full effect for Falcated and Boo Boo Doo, as once again, that 2-for-1 trade now the lead's down to 5.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a recipe for success. I mean, you have to continue this the whole way through, but you can come back like this. Boo Boo Doo getting caught off guard. Now that's going to kill. Wait, the death nade comes in, so he's able to trade it out. An interesting spot for Tylenol to be in, but he's shot from behind. Boo Boo Doo doesn't spot the player in Trippy spawning peak 1. Trippy gets some good damage onto both players, but Tylenol had died, so no position to capitalize. Now just a 3-kill game. We're right back in this if we're IC.
Yeah, big swing of momentum there. Falcated caught slipping bottom middle. Now Boo Boo Doo left alone. So that's a swing moment in the game, right, Wes? That's a moment where if you could take that back, you would love to if you're Falcated and Boo Boo. But just like that, the lead has been extended. Now they're spawning, and they're just seeming like everything is so hectic for them. 21-14, a big swing point. Trippy and Tylenol executing flawlessly. Unfortunately, Trippy does go down to Boo Boo Doo with some good shots. But that lead has stayed pretty prominent now with the 6 kills.
Yeah. Once again, RB's game to lose. It was a 3-kill game before the the mishap where Trippy finds a double. Tylenol finds another kill in the kill feed, and 3 to go. I just don't see it happening. And another dominant performance on the verge for RB right now. It could have even been worse if the run that IC had didn't exist. But right now, our winners bracket finalists are looking like they're going to take this thing in very dominant fashion, taking this series to a 2-0 lead. 1 game to go to call themselves champions.
Game 1, Tylenol dominating. Game 2, Trippy dominating.
I mean, it's just both of them dominating.
Both of them absolutely are dominating right now. And that double kill when the game kind of got close towards the end there, Trippy shutting that door in the face of Falcated and Boo Boo Doo. And now it's I would be scared to play Trippy and Tylenol in a Guardian 2v2. I'm just going to leave it at that because I know these guys play 1v1s. I know they love Guardian, and Guardians is one of those maps where I think we're going to see some crazy sniper control out of Tylenol and Trippy.
To me, there's no room for error, right? You need camos, you need snipes. You have to make sure they don't get camos, they don't get snipes. And once you get that power swing, you need to put it to use. You have to take advantage of those moments. You cannot afford to give Tylenol or let Tylenol or Trippy get the sniping for all that matter. And right now we're seeing Trippy go for this camo. He is knocked to no shield, so maybe they're going to make him burn it. And right that, a 2-1 lead, that's the best start you probably could have hoped for right now. They're able to take down Tylenol off their spawn and potentially get some snipe control. Camo is off the map for now. And Falcated trying to get to that snipe. Gets away just barely.
2 one-shots. Boo Boo and Falcated able to stay alive and in turn actually turn it around into a kill that Boo Boo Doo gets it. Make that 2 kills. So both players went from being one shot and probably should have died. And instead Boo Boo Doo gets a double kill. And this lead is 5-1 and seems like control in the favor of the red team for the first time all series.
Yeah. In the driver's seat, let's see what they can do with the car.
Trippy now opting to go S3, spots Boo Boo Doo on elbow and knows Falcated is S1. So let's see how he plays this. Running down the S1 ramp, Falcated misses a couple of shots. Easy kill for Trippy, and that could be costly as now Boo Boo Doo is stuck at green and Falcated is spawning in the worst spot in the map right now. And Boo Boo Doo takes a headshot. Trippy and Tylenol, easy push for them, and that could be a big. See, that's another swing moment right there. You had Falcated with the sniper rifle just missing a couple shots, giving control to Trippy, and look at that angle, taking down Boo Boo Doo, and it's almost all tied up with the 1 kill lead only in favor of Boo Boo and Fal.
I don't know if I've ever been sniped like that. Like, that was such a strange angle, like crouched at that jump. I mean, these guys aren't missing. And to your point, Falcated, like, this is what happens when you give them snipe. So when you have snipe, you have to hit that no-scope on the body to finish that player at snipe, or else this is going to happen to you, right? The great start that you had, it's only a 1-kill game now. So as much as we praised IC for starting off the right way, RB has done everything to get back in this game. And now with this next camo coming up here very shortly, the 1-kill game could quickly go in RB's favor.
Trippy rotating from green back over to snipe side. That new sniper rifle will be spawning, and camo in the hands of Tylenol. Trippy looking for a snipe on that player in the garden window. Not able to get a good angle though, but he's still alive with a 1-bullet sniper, and the new one will be spawning soon enough. So I believe the camo was acquired by Tylenol West.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was acquired by Tylenol. And there we have the more sniper ammo for Trippy, and it's all tied up.
Did you see the rotation there, Faisal? What happened was the Trippy's at green sniping. Tylenol was a snipe. Tylenol goes under glass to gold, does the camo jump. Trippy rotates the snipe over to camo. They see Trippy S3. All of a sudden, Tylenol is assassinating the guy that's waiting on camo. Gets a double beatdown on him. He's able to steal camo away. And it's just RB completely being the aggressor, dictating the pace at all times. And IC caught on their back heels again. A hole in the setup. And Tylenol has success. And now all of a sudden, their win condition extremely low. They're down just 1 kill, but right now, complete map control in the favor of RB.
Yeah, great rotation out of Tylenol. Not only meleeing that player on camo West, he actually rotated to top blue and assassinated another player before rotating ultimately back to snipe. So doing so much damage, getting so many kills, and Boo Boo Doo take that as Trippy with a no-scope on that player. Camo looking for the spawn kill on Falcated, but actually Falcated was not on spawn, but still catches a snipe to the face. Boo Boo Doo off spawn, able to to barely get out of harm's way, and 3-kill lead, Wes. Falcated,
Wait, what the-
unfortunate whiff of the melee, and Trippy turns on him and takes him down 10-6. What is going on?
I mean, it's just when it rains, it pours, and when unfortunate things happen and the other team is just not missing, it gets ugly. Falcated needed to get that kill, obviously, at green, but Trippy somehow just has the awareness, has the luck on his side as well. It's his day to take, and he's taking it. Takes the bull by the horns with a nice no-scope on the Falcated as well. Finally gets taken down. It's just a 4-kill game still. It's manageable, but everything just makes you think that RB is going to finish this tournament out perfect.
Yeah, great shots there on Boo Boo trying to stay alive, but Trippy takes him out. Tylenol with the spawn, with the pinch, takes down Falcated. Now Boo Boo off spawn taking heavy damage, 13-8 to your point, West. It's only 5 kills, but it seems all the momentum, everything is going in the favor of the blue team as they already leave the series 2-0. Nice snipe out of Trippy, not really missing any bullets. Boo Boo Doo goes down, and the spawn kill on Boo Boo Doo. He is having a horrible time, I'd imagine, right now, as Trippy is making him pay for any and everything, not missing a bullet.
I mean, it's incredible, right? He has such a great understanding for the spawn system, the rotations, the positioning,
Oh my
what the
God.
right play is, and not only to be able to know that information, but be able to follow it up with the reticle placement and the individual skill it takes to hit the shots. I mean, these are the full packages coming out with Tylenol and Trippy, and they are putting on a show.
Now Tylenol has picked up that new sniper, so both Trippy and Tylenol have a sniper rifle, and that is scary news for Boo Boo Doo and Falcated. Trippy only has 1 bullet in his sniper left, and he will miss that shot on the player Camo, who is 1 shot. Tylenol has a sniper of his own, and he was able to hit that body. Boo Boo goes down 20-8, and this could be a clean sweep in the grand finals, West. 5 more kills to go, and RB will be crowned your Week 1 Xbox FanFest Halo 3 tournament champions in the qualifier. Of course, securing a spot already in that $25,000 prize pool. Boo Boo Doo, a little bit of a rebuttal right there with that win against Trippy, and Falcated gets a kill on Tylenol, but it could be too little too late.
Yeah, I think Tylenol and Trippy got a little reckless here. They need to figure out a way to slow it down, not give away too many free deaths. Trippy goes down. Tylenol spotted bottom goal. That's not good. He probably loses his life here and makes it a 7-kill game. Not the end of the world, but Tylenol somehow jumps up to top goal through Camo, gets a kill, and any idea you had of a comeback being a potential out the window right now. Tylenol, Trippy, they make it just 1 kill to go.
Yeah, and that first kill Tylenol got was on the Camo player, and there you have it. Beat down on Boo Boo Doo, and Trippy and Tylenol are your Week 1 qualifier champions as they clean sweep against Falcated and Boo Boo Doo, and they win the series 3-0. Looking at the scoreboard, 15-7 for Trippy. He had an amazing series, and so, of course, did Tylenol, making it look effortless. What a performance out of Trippy and Tylenol.
What a performance indeed. Wow. I mean, so many beautiful setups, being at the right place at the right time so often, as you both mentioned in the commentary, knowing the spawn and the rotation. I mean, one of the most beautiful moments of being a player is when you don't have to think, you can just feel. And when you feel where the enemy's going to be after you just took them down, where you know the enemy's going to pop out down that corridor. So many right choices were made by Trippy and Tylenol today. Axel Toss, I think both of us are very impressed.
Just a clinic, and it makes you look forward to seeing these two in action in whatever games they pursue in the future. Clearly a ton of talent in these two. I mean, guys, did they drop a game the whole series? I'm not even sure they lost a single game the entire way through the tournament. Was it sweeps all the way? Anyone got official data on that?
Yeah, we'll have to double check the bracket, but also why not be casting in chat was saying that RB all the way. They did it all the way.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
Sweeps all the way. Absolutely
Sweeps all
insane.
the way.
And you know, that's a team, Boo Boo Doo's team. I see, like they were as warmed up as you can be. You know,
Yeah.
we were watching them go through this lower bracket, so there's no excuse like, oh, I guess you could say maybe they're tired, but that's definitely not the reality. They were warmed up, they were in top shape, but quite simply, Tylenol and Trippy took them out.
Yeah.
Craziness.
And RB, along with the top 4 teams, have qualified for the grand finals that are happening on the 31st. So congratulations to the teams that have qualified. That's RB, IC, Dogs, and Infernal. We'll have 4 more teams that qualify from week 2. And then the final 8 teams will qualify in week 3, leaving us top 16 total on July 31st, as those teams will be fighting for a $25,000 prize pool. Congratulations to these teams that have made it, but that means there are more open spots, so we'll have a completely different dynamic, a completely different bracket by next week. I'm pretty sure a number of teams that we saw today that didn't make it will definitely sign up. Like to get our thoughts from our commentators. Goofy, we'll start with you. One hell of a day for Halo.
Yeah, hell of a day for Halo. And I just have to emphasize how much Tylenol just put the world on notice, right? I have never seen him in such a competitive setting before. I've mentioned it on the broadcast during the commentary. He streams all the time. Check out his Twitch channel. But playing competitively, going into Infinite, keep your eyes open for Tylenol. Of course, we already know Trippy has a top roster secured already for Halo Infinite, but Tylenol is still, to my knowledge, a free agent, and he put the world on notice right now. Anytime, I really haven't seen anything like that. Anytime he had a sniper rifle, he would hit the shot, whether it's a headshot, a body shot. He rotates properly. He was working with a player like Trippy so seamlessly, and Trippy, has a very specific play style, and Tylenol still able to fit in so seamlessly and put the world on notice. So congratulations to Trippy and Tylenol dominating, not dropping in a single game today. That was so impressive.
Clutch, we saw a lot of impressive play from a number of different individuals today, but throughout your experience watching with us and commentating the games, was there any in particular performance that really stood out, or any moment that you thought, if this person goes all the way to Infinite, they're going to be one on the books to watch?
I mean, I don't mean to repeat what was just said, but that was the best. I've seen all the Halo 3 there is to see, I thought, right? That was the best 2v2 performance consistent 2v2 performance even against some of the other best players in the world that I've ever seen in my life. Tylenol, like Goofy said it, like he's here to stay, man. Can't wait to see what he's capable of, and we know who Trippy is, but what they're able to do together, that was something special.
Yeah.
The chemistry that they were able to play with. Yeah, they were hitting some incredible shots, but the flow, like the understanding of 2v2s that they have for Halo 3 and how to play off of each other, it was art. And it was a pleasure to watch, and those guys are champions, and if it was up to me, we'd crown these guys today, because I don't know if anyone's going to be able to play at that level.
And we'll find out in a couple of weeks. It was such a pleasure to have you here, Goofy and Clutch. Goofy, final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Thank you so much for everyone tuning in to this tournament. Thank you to our amazing hosts for kind of laying the groundwork and structure for today's broadcast. And of course, Wes and Tony, amazing casting partners. I had a blast today, and I can't wait to see how this tournament plays out.
Clutch, it's great to see you online. Hopefully one day we'll get to see you in person. Any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, man, I had a blast today casting some Halo 3 2s. I'm stoked to see the next set of teams, these next 3 weekends, who comes out to compete, who can potentially put together a duo that has that much chemistry that can potentially compete with Trippy and Tylenol. I don't know if it's possible at this point after what I just witnessed, but had a blast. Thanks for everybody in the chat for being active. It was a great time, great vibes today, positive. You love to see that. And just enjoy the weekend. Look forward for more Halo and how this 25K tournament spins out. I mean, I know I'm writing a lot of people off, but there's always a reason you play the game, and I think that there may be some duos out there that can get their act together, but we'll have to see if that happens.
All right. Well, there's still an opportunity to do it. Thanks again, Axel Toss. Great to have you here. Final thoughts from your end.
Yeah, shout out to all our commentators, including Why Not Be Casting. You guys are great. It's really impressive. I mean, these are long days, but you guys are just killing it every minute. So thanks again, you guys, for hanging out. And I just want to echo what they're saying. It really is a sight to behold watching these top teams, especially Tylenol and Trippy there. It's almost like an art form, right? It's not something you can just, this is why, that is why. No, it's like literally this whole package of beauty, of art that is unfolding, right? Movement, just ridiculous movement from the team, always being aware of their surroundings. The chemistry, that is something you can just break apart, like how that dynamic is working between these two players on this map, how they're communicating with each other, and they're almost dancing around the map. They're that on top of what's going on. So again, it's just so much fun, a sight to behold. Shout out to all the players. Like, again, we didn't know anyone would sign up, but everyone signed up for this thing, and we have so many players competing. So big shout out to all you guys who have decided to pick up those controllers and compete in these tournaments. We love to have you. And if you haven't yet taken the dip into the tournament play, do it. You're going to love it. I think it's integral if you're trying to compete in a game, play in these tournaments. So, yeah.
Make sure to sign up right now. More information about the tournament, head on over to smash.gg. And a big thank you to 343 Industries, Xbox, and Smash GG for collaborating to make this tournament possible. On behalf of Lennox and the production crew, Axel Toss, Goofy, Clutch, Why Not Be Casting, I'm Mr. Joshua Gray, a.k.a. the Xbox variant of Loki. Make sure to check out the season finale for that this Wednesday. And you can watch us Monday through Friday, the Xbox Stream team. Hit that follow button. That does it for today. We'll see you next time. Good night and good game.